Order. Order. I wish to inform honourable members that I have received a letter from the Prime Minister this morning, which read as follows. Quote, Mr. Speaker, following Parliament's resolution on 14 January 2026 and my subsequent written exchange with the Central Executive Committee of the Workers' Party, I wish to inform Parliament through you that Mr. Pritam Singh's designation as the Leader of the Opposition has ceased, and that the position of the Leader of the Opposition in this term will remain vacant until such time that the Workers' Party nominates another suitable elected Member of Parliament to take on this responsibility. Unquote. For the record, Mr. Pritam Singh's designation as the Leader of the Opposition ceased with effect from the 15th January 2026. Questions for oral answer, Ms. Polisan.
Question 1, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I answer questions 1 through to 5 and written question 22 on today's order paper, please, sir?
Please proceed.
So the response to this question also addresses related parliamentary questions on the beverage container return scheme filed by MPs Mr. Abdul Mahaimin and Ms. Lee Hui Ying for sittings on or after the 4th of February. So I thank members for their interest in the upcoming beverage container return scheme, or BCRS, which will commence on the 1st of April this year. This scheme was debated 3 years ago during the second reading of the Resource Sustainability Amendment Bill, and members had expressed support for the scheme. Engagements and discussions with industry and the public had started even earlier. The scheme was first proposed by a Recycle Right Citizens Work Group in 2019 to increase household recycling rates and reduce contamination in the recycling bins. These intentions remain relevant today. The amount of packaging waste generated in Singapore forms 1/3 of our domestic waste generated, and our overall recycling rate remains low. The BCRS aims to increase the recycling of beverage containers using an extended producer responsibility concept, an EPR concept. And this is the second such scheme to be introduced in Singapore, building on our experience with the e-waste recycling program. The scheme features a deposit paid at the point of purchase to incentivize customers to return their containers. By nudging consumers to make a small change in their lifestyle, we hope to increase recycling of beverage containers and spark a change in our recycling habits. In designing our scheme, we studied the experiences of other jurisdictions. Schemes in Norway, Denmark, and Lithuania have achieved high collection rates, and one common factor was having an industry-led, not-for-profit entity run the scheme. We have adopted a similar approach in Singapore, because the industry stakeholders are best placed to determine the most effective way to recover used beverage containers. They are also incentivized to operate the scheme efficiently and effectively to ensure that the cost impact on producers is manageable. The scheme operator, BCRS Limited, was formed by the industry and is governed by a board that has both large and small producer representatives, comprising Coca-Cola Singapore Beverages, F&N Foods, Pokka, One In Industries, and Chia Kim Lee Food Industries. Licensed by NEA, they are required to report the amount of 10-cent deposits collected from the producers and refunded to the consumers in their annual report for public accountability. Several members have asked questions about the cost of the scheme and the effect on beverage prices. All regulated beverage containers supplied in Singapore will attract a 10-cent deposit, which is fully refundable. Such containers will bear a deposit mark for easy identification. Consumers will pay this 10 cents at the point of purchase and obtain their refund when they return the containers for recycling. All producers will also need to pay a producer fee of 3 to 4 cents per container to the scheme operator BCRS Limited. This fee covers the logistics to collect and recycle the containers and is comparable to fees in other jurisdictions. From our engagements with stakeholders, producers of about 80% of beverage containers can incorporate the deposit mark and barcode requirements directly onto their containers. Beyond the once-off implementation costs, these producers should see costs per container close to the producer fee of 3 to 4 cents, which should keep compliant costs low for most drinks sold. Some producers may need to, or may choose to, place a sticker on their containers instead of changing the design of the container in order to comply with the scheme. The cost of stickering will vary depending on the quantity of containers put to market and how their supply chains are organized. Some can do so for about 3 cents per container, if done at source overseas and at scale. For small quantities done locally, the cost to the producer would be higher. We appreciate that some producers may find the transition more challenging. NEA and the scheme operator, BCRS Limited, have been engaging both large and small producers regularly and providing practical support to help them come on board. Responding to feedback from producers that they needed more time to comply with the scheme requirements, we've extended the transition period from 3 months to 6 months. We've also introduced a transition grant of $2,500 to help smaller businesses. We will continue to be flexible and supportive to producers who reach out to BCRS Limited and to help address their concerns. Over time, we expect producers to work with BCRS Limited to optimize their processes and find cost-effective ways to meet their responsibility to the environment. The consumer pricing of beverages is a complex and commercial decision. Consumer demand patterns and marketing strategies will also affect the price. We have designed the scheme to be run as efficiently as possible with a low cost to producers. Any cost passed through to consumers will likely be further moderated by price competition among industry players, as consumers have a wide variety of choices. This has been the experience in some jurisdictions that have implemented this, where studies have found that the introduction of deposit return schemes did not have a significant direct impact on beverage prices or beverage sales. Members have also asked about the accessibility of our return point network. At launch in April, the public can return their empty plastic and metal beverage containers bearing the deposit mark at over 1,000 reverse vending machines, RVMs, located across Singapore to obtain a 10-cent refund. These RVMs will be located at larger supermarkets and other publicly accessible locations with high footfall, such as void decks of HDB blocks and some hawker centers. 90% of residents in HDB housing estates will live within a 5-minute walk to one of these return points. BCRS Limited will provide more details on the RVM locations in the coming weeks. We aim to double the number of return points to 2,000 RVMs within the first year of implementation. While the scheme officially starts in April, containers bearing the deposit mark will gradually enter the market during the transition period, with widespread availability expected by August and September. During this initial period, we will closely monitor return patterns and gather community feedback to determine the optimal location for these additional return points. We want to create a scheme that works for all of us. At launch, we will deploy ambassadors on the ground to guide the public on how to use the RVMs. We recognize that some seniors and vulnerable members of the community may require additional assistance to adapt to the scheme. NEA and BCRS Limited, together with our community partners, are committed to providing additional support to better address their needs. A key focus for us in the coming weeks is to work closely with all stakeholders to build understanding and support for the scheme. We will be reaching out to grassroots organizations, schools, youth groups, NGOs, and corporate partners to share how the scheme works and why it matters. Many are already champions of our sustainability initiatives, and I hope will continue to advocate for how BCRS is a very important step in our journey to look after our land, our resources, and our environment. We are also in discussions with other key stakeholders, including coffee shops and smaller retailers, to help them understand the scheme and to explain it to their consumers. This includes posters and collaterals to assist in distinguishing new beverage containers bearing the deposit mark from older or non-regulated beverages that are not subject to the deposit. The beverage container return scheme is a significant step forward in Singapore's recycling journey. It will take time for all of us to adjust. We will not get everything right from the start. We ask for feedback, suggestions, and understanding as we transit to this new way of recycling. As we gather more data, we will refine and improve the scheme. We need everyone's support to make this scheme a success. We want to thank the producers who have helped to bring the scheme to where it is today, and call upon those who have yet to register for the scheme to come forward and do their part for the environment. The scheme cannot succeed without the support of our residents, and I encourage members of the House to rally their communities to participate actively and extend a helping hand to those who may need assistance in returning their containers as we all do our part for Singapore's sustainability journey.
Ms. Poh.
Thank you, Speaker and SMS. I have two SQs. The first one, we expect this collection of return containers, over 1,000 to even in future 2,000 points, to be quite a substantial operational and logistical effort. So with that, what is the estimated additional manpower that's needed for collection and transportation of all these collected containers? And related to this, on the second SQ, how would consumers be protected should the cost of containers, or rather cost of drinks, increase beyond the 3 to 4 cents of operational costs that's imputed in this logistical and operational costs? And will that lead to much more expensive drinks in future for consumers? Thank you.
SMS Jana.
So I thank Ms. Poh for the question. On the first matter, the reverse vending machines are operated by the return point network operators. And they have entered into contractual arrangements with companies to then do the reverse logistics, to empty out the reverse vending machines, and they must be emptied at least once per day and more if there's a high return rate at that particular machine, maintain the cleanliness, maintain the operations. The reverse logistics operators are companies and entities that are already well known to us. They are actually part of our public waste collection, town council operations, and so they are not new companies being set up just for this purpose. I don't have a specific answer for her in terms of the number of man hours. I think this is something that will be adjusted over time, depending on which are the RVMs that require frequent clearance, which are the ones that perhaps only once per day. But we will be watching this closely, and we are working with the companies to make sure that their operations can be done smoothly, because we have to make sure that the machines maintain their uptime as a service to the residents, so that the ability to return these beverage containers is always there. To a second question about the protection for the consumers, well, there are several reasons to have some degree of confidence in what's going forward. The first is the experience in other jurisdictions, where the introduction of such schemes has not led to an increase in price of beverage containers. And more than 50 jurisdictions around the world have introduced similar schemes. So in designing our scheme, we did take reference from those lessons around the world and started with our BCRS, which is industry-led. Secondly, the competition in this industry is quite significant. 80% of the beverage containers that are put to market, the producers of these 80% of the containers, they've told us that their cost for doing so is about 3 to 4 cents. And they've been quite engaging and open about this. There is a long tail of smaller producers that will face some challenges, and as I've explained, we will be flexible and supportive to assist these businesses in dealing with the transition and try to help them come on board. But the protection then for the consumers is that our consumers are quite discriminatory, and they will adjust their purchasing if there is indeed some attempt to extract excessive profit through this process. Nevertheless, NEA will be watching the beverage prices after we introduce this scheme and through the transition very, very closely.
Mr. Hu Zhesiang.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question, clarification for the SMS is this. I thank His response that there will be about 1,000 reverse vending machines set up countrywide with an aim to to increase to about 2,000. But in context, there are about 15,000 vending machines in Singapore, and I believe a significant number of them are vending drinks. So in comparison, the ratio is about 1,000 to about 15,000. So given that everyone who buys a can will have to return the can to the vending machine to get back the 10 cents, do we anticipate queues and long waiting periods at the reverse vending machines? And also, have we taken into consideration the logistical arrangements in terms of malfunctions or that sort of operational challenges with the reverse vending machines? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Mr. Fu for his questions. The RVMs, we are deploying 1,000 in the first instance, and the way in which we're doing it, this phased approach, is indeed to then learn about how best to deploy, where best to deploy, and how best to then have ambassadors come and assist people. So we're deploying 1,000 together with operations to have people stand by the machines at certain times of the day, assist seniors particularly, but anybody who's asking for help, and learn from that experience then how we should deploy the next 1,000, where we should deploy them. Again, we are learning from the experience from jurisdictions overseas, but we're also learning from experience that we have had here in Singapore, where we've had about 50 RVMs operate through a pilot program over 4 years. We've collected about 16 million containers through that process. And so the operators of that pilot are also part of our RPNO, are also on the board of BCRS. And so we're taking those lessons in. And through all of that, we have assessed that we don't need 15,000 RVMs. There's a certain minimum volume collection per day that makes the logistical arrangements cost effective, and we think that number is much closer than to the 1,000 to 2,000 that we're planning to. Nevertheless, we are going to then look at the data very, very closely and make sure that we make the RVMs accessible to Singaporeans so that they can return their beverage containers. Malfunctions and the logistical arrangements are licensing requirements of BCRS and contractual arrangements that they have with their return point network operators and the vendors of their machines. And so there is a contractual requirement for these machines to then maintain 90% uptime. In other words, you can have only 10% of your time for cleaning, for clearing the beverage containers, for doing repairs, and then the rest of the time it needs to be available. And again, this is a metric that we'll be watching very closely, and BCRS will be watching in terms of their contractual arrangements with the return point network operators.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Thanks, Speaker and SMS. I have two clarifications for SMS. First, could the Minister provide additional grants and support, including on a longer-term basis, for smaller drinks producers to help defray the cost of complying with the scheme? Second, would Minister consider waiving the requirement to have the deposit mark after the transition period, given that there should be sufficient public awareness by then, and retailers no longer need to distinguish products with and without the 10 cents deposit?
SMS General.
So I thank Ms. Pereira for her two questions. We've already provided, we're currently providing a grant of $2,500. That grant is given to all registered producers, but it is sized to especially address the needs of the smaller producers. And so for a smaller producer, which we define as less than 50,000 beverage containers put to market per year, and that represents about 1/4 of the producers in our estimate. The $2,500 is, we think, more than sufficient to cover both the product registration cost as well as the producer fees for the first year, which total about $2,000. So that's the way we've sized the grant. We are prepared to exercise flexibility and look at further support, but we also have to recognize that the purpose of this scheme is to shift some of the responsibility to the producer. Today, if we purchase a beverage container, the entire responsibility for recycling that beverage container rests with the consumer. And what we do want is to then shift some of that responsibility to the producer so that they think about their supply chains, they think about the materials that are used, they think about how they commission their product and put it to market as well. So we will consider these factors, but in general, we are prepared to be flexible and supportive in order to make sure that this scheme includes as much material as possible that we can successfully recycle.
Ms. Valerie?
Sorry, Mr.
Yep.
Speaker, I think Ms. Pereira had a second question I haven't yet answered about waiving the deposit mark after the transition. It's a reasonable question. However, not all beverage containers will be covered by the scheme. And so a consumer will need to know that this beverage container that they have in their hand is eligible for the deposit. And so the deposit mark will be necessary for some time, as the scheme does not cover 100% of beverage containers, and we do want to make sure that consumers know which ones will attract the deposit and hence be eligible for use in the RVM for refunds. I would like to make the point, extending from this, however, even containers that do not have the deposit mark, we would like to encourage consumers to recycle through the existing blue bin process.
Ms. Valerie?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, SMS. I have two SQs. Whether the deposit value will be reviewed over time and what criteria will trigger such a review? And for the second SQ, it will be what is the increase in the national recycling rate that we expect to see as a result of this scheme? Thank you.
SMS General?
So if I may clarify, Ms. Lee, the deposit value she's referring to is the total amount or the 10 cents that, so whether the 10-cent deposit amount may be then subsequently reviewed. Indeed, we will review the scheme as we go along. The quantum of the deposit in the 50 jurisdictions that we've studied does vary, and some are significantly more than what we have here in Singapore to start off with, and so it is something that we will have to review as we go along to ensure that the scheme is effective. The recycling rate, we are hoping that we can get a good recycling rate of beverage containers. Some of the best schemes in the world have recycling rates in excess of 90%. Most of them that we have studied that we are trying to emulate are closer to the 70 to 80% range. And so that's the sort of recycling rate that we would be hoping to be able to achieve through this type of process.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong?
Thank you, Speaker. So the deposit rate is fully refundable at 10 cents, but I believe media reports have put the projected price increase at 25 to 60 cents. So the difference is about 15 to 50 cents of permanent compliance costs, which the vending machine will not return. So what assessment has been made of this non-refundable portion as a share of income for lower income households? Second SQ, the only current confirmed to refund method is EasyLink. So can the Minister, SMS, confirm that the cash refund or cash voucher refund option will be available at all return points from day one? SQ3, a lot of parallel importers face $40,000 a month of fees under the scheme. With the transition grant at $2,500, that's quite disproportionate. So these are the parallel importers are the companies that bring the cheapest drinks onto the market. Has the ministry assessed the risk that this scheme eliminates the discount beverage segment entirely? And final SQ, I note that the SMS has said that they will monitor to see if the price increases will go beyond 3 to 4 cents. But as we all know, price increases are sticky. So what will the government do if the price increases go beyond 3 to 4 cents? Thank you.
SMS General?
So I thank Mr. Tiong for his questions. On his first point, he quotes it as a projection. The 25 to 60 cents was a media report from a handful of producers. Our assessment is that 80% of the market will have a 3 to 4% increase. Indeed, there will be smaller producers who will have, because of their supply chain, because of the size of their operations, will have higher challenges, and we are prepared to be flexible and supportive, as I've explained. The grant that we have sized already covers about 1/4 of the producers, and especially those that have a put to market of less than 50,000. The refund methodology that we've explained, EasyLink Simply Go is available as a refund methodology, and there will be further refund methodologies. We are not at this point planning for cash or cash voucher as a form of refund. We're hoping to be able to use digital means, and BCRS Limited will be announcing the other means for refund in the future. We have indeed engaged with a variety of importers, including some of the smallest importers. I think the smallest producer that we've directly engaged has a put to market of 1,000 units. And so we are trying to understand their challenges, and we are trying to find ways to help them participate in this and remain viable as a business. Was there a fourth?
What will you do if it goes beyond?
So we will monitor. I mean, it depends on what is the behavior. I mean, if there is evidence of collusion or profiteering, well, there are mechanisms for that to be reported and to be dealt with, and we will look to see what are the factors that have led to that.
Mr. Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Thank you, Speaker. Since small beverage producers may likely pass the complaints cost to consumers, what percentage price increase does the ministry consider acceptable for consumers to bear as a result of this scheme? And was this consumer impact factored into the decision to set the grant at only 2,500? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I anticipate significant competition within the market to be the biggest protection that consumers will have, that there are quite a wide variety of choices available. 80% of the beverage containers will only be attracting a cost for the producer of 3 to 4 cents. And so that availability of choice and the functioning of the market is likely to be the biggest protection. We have indeed engaged with the producers, with retailers, and a variety of representatives representing all stakeholders to understand what are the dynamics and what are the concerns. The industry players, of course, are also concerned to make sure that they remain competitive within this industry. We will be monitoring the transition, and we will be monitoring how this process plays out.
Moving on, Ms. Denise Poor.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to take question number 6 and 7 on today's order paper together, please?
Please go ahead.
My response will also cover matters raised in the questions by Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin and Mr. Saktiandi Supaat, which are scheduled for a subsequent sitting. The government carefully monitors retail rents across Singapore. As shared recently by URA, median rents for retail spaces in historic districts of Kampong Glam, Little India, and Chinatown, including sublet arrangements, have increased at a moderate pace of around 2% per annum over the past 2 years. These increases were comparable with rental increases of conventional retail space in the central area and lower than nominal GDP growth over the same period. There has also been some interest about the recent closure of Warung Nasi Pariaman in Kampong Glam. It was reported in the media that a representative from the family recently clarified that the closure was not related to rental issues, and we should not wrongly conclude that this was due to high rental. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, like many Singaporeans, I am saddened by the sudden closure of this heritage business, and the agencies are in touch with Warung Nasi Pariaman to discuss how we can facilitate their continuation should they decide to do so. The government will continue to support our heritage businesses. The Interagency Task Force for Heritage Businesses, Traditional Activities and Cultural Life has also introduced new measures such as marketing and business consultancy support under the National Heritage Board's SG Heritage Business Scheme. This also includes enhanced place management support to better showcase the heritage trades and activities in each historic district.
Ms. Poor.
Thank you, SPS, Dr. Harun. My first SQ was, may I ask the ministry to provide the source of data to say that the rental hike is comparable to the Central District, and if the Central District, which is really big, is really the appropriate segment to compare those rentals with, and also to specify where the data says that a lot of these are lower, the rental hikes are lower than GDP growth. That's my first SQ. My second SQ is with Minister Fajal and myself, we work quite closely in, for example, Kampong Glam area. We know that the rental hikes is not an issue that is easily managed, and that there are different views and interests of different stakeholder groups like the tenants, the landlords, the public, and the heritage groups. Can Ministry advise how and when it will coordinate with the relevant agencies like MND, MTI, National Arts Council, National Heritage Board, URA, for instance, to, number one, identify what qualifies as heritage business. Number two is to list the different options available and being considered to balance the interests of the different stakeholder groups. Landlords, of course, want higher rates. Tenants want as low as possible. The heritage folks want the nature of heritage to be preserved. So, question for you, sir.
SBS Harun.
I thank Ms. Denise Poa for her SQs. Indeed, when it comes to heritage businesses, where there's so much character as well as value that it brings to society, when one closes, it really hits the heart quite strongly, especially for the specific communities relating to Kampong Glam, Chinatown, as well as Little India. The first question was relating to the source of the data. And the member alluded to the statement made by URA some days ago with regards to the moderate rental increases. Now, the majority of leases in Kampong Glam saw moderate rent increases below that of nominal GDP growth and comparable to the increases of conventional retail spaces in the central area. This is based on comprehensive rental records submitted for the stamp duty purposes. So this is where URA's data came from. And we understand that some of the data cited in some media reports may be based on anecdotal or incomplete data, and these may not be representative of the overall rental situation in Kampong Glam. We note that the rental might not be homogeneous across the entire district. As you've alluded to, the Kampong Glam district is actually quite big. And while the median rents of the historic shop houses in Kampong Glam increased at a moderate pace, there is also a small proportion between, for leases signed between 2023 and 2025, which did see higher rental increases of 25% or higher. In this particular aspect, these included leases in streets with high footfall, for example, in Kampong Glam specifically, such as Haji Lane and Bali Lane, and some of these leases were previously contracted at below market rates, and therefore, subsequent to that, they may have experienced a larger increase from their low base when the rates normalized towards the prevailing market rate subsequently. Notwithstanding the rental increases, their rental rates remained around 20 to 60% below that of conventional retail spaces in the central area as a whole. On to the second question by the member, with regards to the variety of views from the members of the public, from heritage groups. Indeed, there are a wide variety of stakeholders interested in preserving our heritage as well as culture. Specific to that, the member has already alluded to that there was the promulgation of the Interagency Task Force for Heritage Businesses, Traditional Activities and Cultural Life that brings together key agencies to develop policies and schemes to better support heritage businesses in historic districts. In October 2025, the National Heritage Board launched SG Heritage Business Scheme to recognize heritage businesses and encourage public appreciation of their cultural value. To date, 42 businesses have been designated under the scheme, including 21 in Kampong Glam and Chinatown. The NHB's Organization Transformation Grant also supports heritage businesses to adopt innovative projects for long-term viability. So we do recognize that it takes a whole of government approach spanning a few different ministries to be able to look at the heritage space. One aspect of it is with the Ministry of National Development, but we're also looking with MCCY, which looks at the National Heritage Board, and certainly with URA. In parallel, URA works with local business associations to curate and support businesses that contribute to the place identity of such historic districts. It takes an entire village to be able to raise the awareness on heritage and its value for our society, and that is something that the government will continue to work towards. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 SQs. Firstly, in light of the sustained increase in shophouse transactions and prices over the past years, does the government have any plans to extend the ABSD and SSD to commercial properties in heritage districts, considering their limited supply and heritage value? My second SQ is, will the government consider changing the way property tax is calculated for commercial purposes in heritage districts to incentivize or reward landlords who reduce the rents for their tenants and or take steps to retain the character of their heritage district? My third question is, I refer to my written question, number 66 of on the order paper. I asked about the number of shophouses in Kampong Glam that are on Wakaf land. I want to ask whether MND has any plans to work with Waris Investments to protect the cultural identity and historical value of such shophouses, and if not, why not?
SPSI Harun.
I thank the member for his 3 supplementary questions. The first in relation to plans for ABSD or property tax changes to commercial property. There are no current plans that the ministry has with regards to these 2 steps. With regards to the question on Wakaf land and shophouses within, I believe that is not within the remit of the questions that I'll be answering for this set of parliamentary questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Terima kasih Tuan Speaker dan juga kepada SBS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and SBS. I would like to ask 2 questions. If I'm not mistaken, there is a guidance for the organization of activities in these premises in the areas very near to the Sultan Mosque. Will the government consider that the area, the assistance should be extended to Kampong Glam to ensure that the activities are aligned with the culture and the functions of the community, and also to encourage activities that would encourage the entrepreneurship among the people?
SBS, in addition, heritage districts such as Kampong Glam often function not only as conserved heritage spaces, but also as natural entry platforms for culturally rooted and community-based enterprises, because they offer visibility, clustering effects, and market access that support early brand formation. And I'm sure many agree that there's been younger brands who have grown in KG, which introduce local flavors to the community and also to tourists. Has the government considered whether conservation and place management approaches could also incorporate elements of business incubation and structured tenant mix to encourage some of these younger businesses? Thank you very much.
SBS Side Harun.
I thank the member for her 2 supplementary questions. With permission, I will answer both in English, even though I understood quite clearly the first question in Malay. With regards to the member's question on ensuring the appropriateness of the activity within the heritage district, her first question, and wanting to be able to strengthen the businesses there in keeping with the intent of the heritage districts, I wish to reassure the member that to safeguard the vibrancy of our historic districts, whether they be Kampong Glam, Chinatown, as well as Little India. The URA has put in place controls to exclude non-heritage users, such as fast food restaurants, supermarkets, and new bars, even to the extent of ensuring the number of souvenir shops are maintained by a certain measure from the core areas of these historic districts. This helps to shape the tenant mix that aligns with the district's historic character as well as unique identity. In terms of potential expansion of the space, I think the current delineation of the districts are actually also related to its historical significance to the community there. But I think that is something we can take back and see whether the borders of the district or certainly the activities within the district can be further expanded and enhanced. And that is certainly the intent, to be able to enrich and enliven the activities there. The member's second question with regards to it being a natural entry platform and clustering access, especially for younger brands. I was at Kampong Glam over the weekend where there was the Urban Arts Festival, and certainly there is actually also a very thriving youth community there. I wish to reassure the member that the work continues through the work of the Interagency Task Force, where therein lies a very close partnership between, for example, in the upcoming Ramadan Bazaar, between URA as well as Kampong Glam Alliance. Also, at the same time, you see similar patterns in the Heritage District of Chinatown, where you find that the local communities there, including the People's Association as well as the CCC management, engaging the trade associations to be able to then promulgate the Chinese New Year festive fair for this year. So you see that the partnership is not only on account of the government alone, but also together with the ground, including the businesses, the trade associations, as well as the relevant alliances within the heritage districts, and also the natural organic community that arises from the different districts to make sure that our heritage districts continue to be protected and preserved, especially given the deep value that they have for our communities. Thank you.
Last SQ, Mr. Satyandi Supat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to belabor the point that was raised earlier by earlier members about the support for heritage-linked SMEs to balance between sustainability and market forces. And it's especially so with the closure of Pariaman, because a lot in the Malay community is very sad to hear about the closure of Pariaman. Many of us go there over the past decade. So it's a multi-year F&B businesses such as those in the area being affected, which affects some of those in the Malay community. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, beyond this, I think SPS mentioned about Kampong Glam Alliance. My main question is, in terms of support for businesses, not just F&B businesses around the Sultan Mosque area, but also in general heritage businesses. But in particular, for example, around the Sultan Mosque, some of the non-F&B businesses around the area provides a distinctive feel to the area around the Sultan Mosque. My question is whether there will be further support going forward to work with Kampong Glam Alliance or other alliances for that matter in other heritage areas, and possibly with SME centers to make sure that we find out the issues that they face, whether it's non-rental or rental or manpower issues, so that they can be addressed before they face issues beforehand, and whether there can be more proactive action to be done together with the government and non-governmental sort of consulting services to help them before they reach a situation where there was no turning back, and so that we can maintain the distinctive feel of those businesses. Thank you.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
I thank the member for his supplementary question, as well as his deep concern over the SMEs within the area, specifically Kampong Glam. As I mentioned in my PQ reply, certainly it's within the scope and attention of the Interagency Task Force for Heritage Businesses, Traditional Activities and Cultural Life to be able to further amalgamate the interests, concerns of the diverse stakeholders already mentioned by Ms. Denise Poa earlier, to be able to understand and see how best we can move forward. It takes beyond government to be able to find some of the solutions, as well as navigate through the different challenges and interests of the different stakeholders. And certainly, as alluded to by the member earlier, that we will be looking towards wanting to partner the different alliances, the different stakeholders to be able to find the most suitable outcome moving forward for our businesses. To that end, I would also stretch it further beyond the aspects of costs. Through the work of the SG Heritage Business Scheme, they've also looked at how to uplift the businesses, specifically the designated heritage businesses, in terms of marketing as well as consulting support. And we've been working, and the bazaar is one such example that's coming up, towards ensuring that the space is well and alive, where people congregate, come, and also support the local businesses as well. It continues to be a work in progress. It continues to be on the stakeholders to be able to guide and support our businesses in turn, so that the heritage businesses can continue to flourish in the relevant districts. Thank you.
Mr. Sharul Taha.
In January 2025, the government explained through a ministerial statement its plans to improve the way NRIC numbers are used. We are making progress in two main areas: stopping the misuse of NRIC numbers as passwords for authentication, in other words, to prove you are who you claim to be, and also moving away from the use of partial NRIC numbers for identification. I will elaborate on these two areas. First, we are committed to stopping the use of NRIC numbers for authentication. Your NRIC number should not be used like a password because other people might know it. Government agencies stopped this practice over a year ago, and we are now working with private organizations to do the same. The Personal Data Protection Commission and the Cybersecurity Agency have issued guidance to all private organizations. Government agencies such as IMDA, MAS, and MOH are also working with sectors like telecommunications, finance and insurance, and healthcare to take action to stop this practice. While organizations will have adequate time to adjust their practices for compliance, those that flagrantly misuse NRIC numbers can be penalized under the Personal Data Protection Act. Second, we are moving away from the use of partial NRIC numbers, starting with the public sector. Partial NRIC numbers, like the last 4 characters, are not reliable for identifying people because some individuals share the same partial NRIC numbers. Some individuals even share both the same name and partial NRIC number. Government agencies are changing our practices in 2 ways. One, where there is no need to accurately identify someone, most agencies have stopped using the NRIC number completely. 2, where individuals must be identified accurately, agencies are starting to use the full NRIC number instead, such as in official documents like licenses and employment letters issued by the government. For the private sector, the government will consult the public before making any changes to guidelines for the use of partial NRIC numbers. We will ensure that we balance protecting personal data and meeting legitimate business needs. Since June 2025, we have been educating the public about proper NRIC number use through social media, traditional media, roadshows, and community touchpoints. We will continue our national campaign across multiple platforms in English and vernacular languages to raise public awareness and understanding on the proper use of NRIC numbers. We recognize that organizations need time to adapt to these changes. During this transition period, we encourage the public to continue reporting cases where NRIC numbers are mishandled, as the feedback helps us ensure proper implementation.
Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Mr. Speaker, there are around 1,600 AI-related courses supported by SkillsFuture Singapore, with 137,000 training places taken up by more than 105,000 individuals last year. AI has been advancing rapidly and has the potential to transform the way we work across industries and jobs. While we do not set targets specifically on the number of workers who go for AI training, we encourage all Singaporeans to pursue upskilling and lifelong learning to stay relevant, including by keeping abreast of AI and other developments. The government will continue to support Singaporeans in their upskilling journey through substantial course fee subsidies, as well as the Skills Future credit to offset out-of-pocket costs.
Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are indeed very good work done by MOE and SSG in this area, and we're deeply appreciative. The 1,600 or so AI courses listed do cost a few $100s to a few $1,000s even after funding. And for many workers, including PMEs, this myriad number of courses can be quite daunting for them to survey and find out what they should be really be embarking on for equipping themselves to be AI ready. So 3 supplementary questions. How can we better redesign our skills framework and courses to help our PMEs equip themselves to be AI ready? Will Skills Future consider curating a list of courses tailored for PME needs, from foundational AI literacy to maybe more specific AI deep skills to tailor for their job roles or new possibilities? And lastly, for the PMEs who really want to take higher level AI courses, would the Ministry or SSG consider additional targeted funding? Because some of these deep, higher level AI courses do cost a few $1,000s after subsidy support too. Can we consider targeted support, such as enhanced funding, or even possibilities of workplace-supported learning? Thank you.
SMS Journal.
So I thank Mr. Ng for his questions. The short answer to all 3 is we will continue to review how we signpost, direct, and curate courses and encourage Singaporeans to take up these courses to be able to support their lifelong learning and make every opportunity that they are aspiring to available to them. We are working with the industry to look to see how we develop the list of tasks and map them to the courses to address his first point. We'll continue to do so. We are trying to improve our signposting, both in terms of the websites, the online offerings, as well as the counseling that people get, so that there is a sense of where the journey should take them as they develop their AI skills. And we'll continue to review how we support Singaporeans through the variety of subsidies and funding arrangements.
Mr. Pidam Singh.
Thank you, Speaker. Just one supplementary question. Does the government plan to track the deployment of individuals and workers at the workplace after their attendance of such AI courses, in view of the significant public subsidies that the government expenses on these courses?
SMS Channel.
Certainly, we work closely with the economic agencies and the industry to understand how individuals who go through training then subsequently are deployed and use their skills. The overall approach is there, but to say that we do so specifically for AI may be a little bit harder, because an AI course can be something introductory, which someone needs in order to remain in their current job role and increase their productivity and efficiency, all the way through to a transformative course where they're pivoting to a different company, a different job role, and a different career path. But we'll continue to study this and find ways to make sure that the type of support that we provide, the training that's made available, is best suited to the aspirations of the individual learner, but also makes possible opportunities within our landscape.
Associate Professor Terence Ho.
Mr. Speaker, the employment rates of fresh graduates from Institutes of Higher Learning, or IHLs, have remained broadly stable over the decade, with some year-to-year fluctuations due to cyclical changes. These fluctuations reflect a combination of factors, including broader economic uncertainty,
geopolitical developments, and changing career aspirations of graduates. While artificial intelligence, or AI, is reshaping the labor market, its specific impact on entry-level PMETs remains uncertain. To prepare graduates for the AI era, IHLs are working closely with sector agencies and industry partners to keep their curriculum relevant, integrating AI competencies, domain-specific training, and core skills like critical thinking, creativity, and communication. These efforts are complemented by work-based learning programs like AI Apprenticeship Program, which provides opportunities to apply AI skills in real workplace settings. In this fast-changing environment, our students must continue to remain adaptable. We will support them to navigate their career pathways. Students and fresh graduates can access education and career guidance services within their IHLs, as well as career matching and coaching services through programs offered by Workforce Singapore and NTUC's Employment and Employability Institute. In view of the heightened economic uncertainties in 2025, the government introduced the Graduate Industry Traineeship Program to support young graduates to obtain industry-relevant experience and facilitate their transition to permanent employment.
Associate Professor Terenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the SPS for the reply. I just have two supplementary questions. One is, I think I acknowledge that the outlook of the impact of AI is still uncertain, but I'm wondering whether as more sectors and firms adopt AI at scale, whether MOM foresees that the impact on entry-level jobs may then be higher, whether judging from the trends observed in other countries or any incipient trends in Singapore. The second question is that as many firms and organizations review their work processes to adopt AI, to leverage AI and automation, they're also looking at redesigning jobs. I wonder whether the ministry will look into providing any support, not just for job redesign, but specifically for human-centric job redesign, such that AI will augment rather than displace human input. Thank you.
Sean Huang.
I thank the professor for his two SQs. For the first SQ, whether there's any impact or trends, MOM is currently monitoring and observing as well and getting feedback from the employers. And we'll work with the employers closely together with NTUC to see from a tripartite perspective whether more is needed to help abate these trends. For the second question, you ask about whether job redesign. In fact, there are many aspects and provisions that we've done. For example, we are encouraging job redesign. For example, WSG's jobs transformation maps, which help guide employers and workers on how AI actually reshape roles and some of the required skills, enabling early job redesign rather than elimination of positions. There are other things, for example, we're doing as well in terms of strengthening entry-level opportunities. For example, the AI Apprenticeship Program under the AI Strategy 2.0, which helps build a pipeline of young AI practitioners through on-the-job training. The second one is also providing more support for reskilling. For example, IMDA's Tech Skills Accelerator Program, as well as some of WSG's CCPs, which is the Career Conversion Programs. So these are a few programs that you could consider. Thank you.
Ms. Alyssa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for a question. MOE's approach for class sizes is guided by the needs of our students, the learning needs of our students. More teaching resources are deployed for students with greater needs, and hence smaller class sizes for such students because they need more support and scaffolding. Give you a few examples. Primary 1 and 2 students learn in class sizes of around 30. Why? Because they've just started their educational journey, and we want to be able to better support them in that transition. Transit classes, conducted in even smaller class sizes of up to 10. Why? Because transit classes or transition support for integration classes help our primary 1 students who are identified with social and behavioral needs to develop foundational self-management skills when they start schools. In fact, recently, I sat in one of these transit classes to see how they carry out the approach, pedagogical, as well as social-emotional learning. Another example, the Learning Support Program, conducted in pull-out classes of around 8 to 10. Why? Because this is a specialized early intervention program in our schools for lower primary students who need additional help with the English language. School-based dyslexia remediation program, conducted in classes of 4 to 6 students. Why? Because with these special education needs, we want to better support them because overcoming some of these challenges or managing this challenge, like dyslexia, allows them to access support for many other subjects. With full subject-based banding, our secondary school students attend different subject classes of between 20 and 40 students, depending on their learning needs and the nature of the subject. Additionally, schools may deploy two-form teachers for classes on a needs basis, where school resourcing allows. Sir, class sizes are not the only way we support students with diverse learning needs. Schools also have school counselors to strengthen the social-emotional skills of our students, and the special education needs officers to provide learning and behavioral support for our students who need it. We have grown the number of trained school counselors and special education needs officers in schools from around 800 to 1,300 over the past decade. We will continue to study the effectiveness of our approach, including on class sizes, and are prepared to adjust our strategies where necessary to create conducive learning environments for our students.
Ms. Alyssa Chen.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. It's heartening to know that the MOE is already taking good steps in this direction. I wanted to ask the Minister, does the Minister agree that in a world with AI disrupting the learning of content, in a nation of smaller family sizes, it is even more important that children learn the soft skills which no machine can teach and develop emotional and psychological strengths which only humans can nurture? And given that human mentoring and the learning of soft skills cannot scale so easily with technology, will MOE relook class sizes? Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
I thank the member for recognizing that social-emotional skills and competencies are important, not just now, but for a future such as one where AI presents both opportunity as well as uncertainty and disruption. Indeed, in our AI in education framework, we want to teach our children what is AI, how to use AI, how to learn with AI, and most importantly, how to learn beyond AI. And so through the 21st Century Competencies Framework, which was recently enhanced, we seek to provide support and strengthen our children's learning of these important values and skills through a combination of weaving through academic subjects, through CCA, CCE, and other forms of support in school. And this means that teaching is not just academic teaching of subjects, but also more holistic teaching of a child and empowering them with 21st century competencies and social-emotional learning through activities like CCA. So with this in mind, we continue to see how best to support our children, and by putting more resources for students with greater needs, we ensure that they get more holistic support, not just through teaching support, but also SENO support, special education needs officers, and counseling support.
Associate Professor James Lim.
So there has been recent research in the cognitive sciences that suggests that the biology of learning is such that humans tend to retain information and understand best when they're interacting with another human. Now, I understand, as the Minister has shared, that advances in learning technology, especially AI, now afford customized education. But based on this research, it seems like such customized education is not a justifiable substitute. To this end, I wonder if the ministry will therefore look at alternatives other than purely reducing class sizes, such as the possibility of increasing allied teachers or teaching assistants within the classroom? And if so, what the minister has to share with regard to the decision by the ministry to scale back on allied educators when it comes to teaching and learning.
Minister Lee.
I think the member makes a very good observation. I thank him for supporting the move to augment our teaching force with allied educators, particularly in the form of school counselors, special education needs officers, as well as the outdoor education allied educators. The shift from the existing scheme to one where we focus on these allied educator professions enables us to specialize the support that we give to our children. The member is also absolutely right that EdTech is important. EdTech allows for some degree of customization. EdTech, including AI in the SLS space, for instance, allows our children to get extra scaffolding and support in class and outside the class, in school and outside the school. But there is no substitute for human-based teaching, for the human touch, for the teacher in the classroom to be able to coach a child, to be able to teach the class, not just subject matter, but also demonstrate values and social-emotional skills that are very important in day-to-day life. And in that regard, EdTech is never a substitute for that human touch, and I'd like to thank the member for being so supportive. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, Professor Kenneth Goh.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his responses to the questions. I have a question about the resourcing of schools. I think you mentioned that the class size, the teacher-student ratio will be dependent on whether the school has resources. And my question is there some sort of a threshold or a target that helps school leaders or MOE determine when there's enough resources to support their students in this regard?
Mr. Lee?
Indeed, this is a continuous conversation between our school leaders who are in touch with the ground, in close contact with their teachers in the classroom, as well as their MOE HQ leadership, our superintendent, zonal directors, director of schools, and the HQ in general, to better understand the specific needs of different schools and to be able to allocate resources accordingly. Of course, there's baseline support in terms of teaching and allied resources and admin staff for each school, but there may be needs in a particular school that require us to deploy, say, more counselors or more student welfare officers or more special education needs officers. And some of these resources are not just school-based, but also cluster-based, giving flexibility to school leaders to be able to ask and get more resources. But ultimately, whether it is class sizes or other forms of resources, basically our mission in MOE is this. We have our resources. We also have to operate within constraints because MOE doesn't operate our budget independently of other ministries' needs and Singapore's needs, as well as the opportunities that are presented to us, such as new studies, new pedagogical methods, new methods to impart social-emotional learning. How do we optimize between our resources, our operate within constraints, and the opportunities we seize? How do we optimize between these three in order to achieve the goal of holistic development of our children and helping the most instrumental group, our teachers and our allied educators, to be able to manage their workload, to work with meaning and impact so that they can again help us to achieve holistic development of the next generation. And so it's this combination that makes us focus the resources that we have now on students with greater needs, whether because of their youth, primary 1, primary 2, or because they have special education needs like dyslexia, or because they may have other challenges. For example, they learn at different levels, so full subject-based banding does require more resources to help students who may need more support for certain subjects. And to talk about class sizes, if we were to increase the number of teachers. Then we need to operate within the constraint of the impact on other important sectors that serve society. We also need to make sure that in hiring many more teachers, our profession reminds us that we must uphold standards and quality of the whole profession. And if we were to increase the number of classes that teachers teach, then in managing overall workload and impact, we will then have to recalibrate and reimagine what teachers do on a day-to-day basis. And in some countries, teachers teach many more classes, partially because of workload and resourcing. But if in Singapore we were to do that, it would probably have to be a combination of three things. One, increasing recruitment. Two, increasing the number of classes that teachers teach, and then recalibrating the other things that teachers do, CCA, CCE, admin, class preparation, marking, and so on. And lastly, of course, harnessing technology tools, including AI, to empower a teacher to do so much more. The classroom of today is very different from the classroom of our time. And we can continue to see progress and changes. And I would say three things are on the horizon that will allow us to try to transform education to make Singapore ready for a very uncertain future, one that is still full of opportunity and hope. One would be the review that we announced recently, the education conversations that we hold across Singapore, to allow us to relook at the academic race, the arms race, so that we focus on deep learning and not academic pursuits through high-stakes exams. And in the same vein, we look at holistic education through a review of CCE and CCA, so we see it in totality. That is a major exercise. The other, of course, is the AI in education framework that I mentioned. And it's not just about edtech and tools, but how do we reimagine teaching in an era where AI can do certain things, do more things, and how can people remain on top as masters of technology? So these are the areas that we are looking at. And of course, more holistic support for children coming from families with greater challenges. How do we better support and integrate with the social services around us? So these are three of many ongoing as well as impending reviews, including the 2024 Reimagining the Teaching Profession Task Force recommendations that are still ongoing in terms of application and implementation that will require us to relook at how the classroom is like for the future and the kinds of needs that we will have to support our children.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
Question 12.
Mr. Speaker, the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority, ICA, Central Narcotics Bureau, CNB, and Singapore Police Force, SPF, engage in information sharing with their foreign counterparts. With the help of intelligence sharing, in 2025, joint operations with Health Sciences Authority, HSA, and ISA detected 59 large-scale smuggling cases, seizing around 230,000 e-vaporizers and related products. HSA works with e-commerce, social media, and messaging platforms to remove online listings of e-vaporizers. HSA also collaborates with the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, and the Online Criminals Harms Act Office under SPF to block e-vaporizer websites targeting locals. Over 10,000 online advertisements, including those found on messaging platforms, were removed in 2024 and 2025.
Mr. Lam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two SQ. First SQ, what proportion of the vape listings removed were hosted on overseas platform beyond Singapore's jurisdiction? Second, whether stronger legal tools are needed to address overseas-based sellers? Thank you.
MIS Rahaya.
Mr. Speaker, to date, from our records, approximately 99% of the sites taken down are linked to overseas posts that appear on platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, WeChat, and YouTube and Telegram. And the remaining are more local platforms like Carousel and Lazada. On the second question, certainly we'll continue to look at how to improve our efforts in enforcement, but we are not without levers. we already have a cadence of operations that HSA does. On a daily basis, there's a surveillance done with bots to actually target commercial sites, to trawl and see what are the sites that are offending that we need to take down. This is complemented by the efforts by HSA officers who look at the social media sites. And we also work off the tip-offs, ad hoc tip-offs from public and partner agencies. And also, once the offending sites are taken down, we will work together with IMDA and SPF OCHA office to actually block specific vape commercial sites. So there are already efforts in place. And also, we look at the various platforms on a regular basis to see how we can further improve our efforts. And this is an ongoing effort, and we do take a multi-pronged approach as well. It is not just about the enforcement, but also about educating public and our people in understanding and reporting some of these sites that are available online.
Mr. David Ho.
Question 13.
Central kitchens are licensed by the Singapore Food Agency, SFA. They are subjected to more frequent inspections as they have a larger scale of food processing or preparation. This is consistently applied to central kitchens and caterers serving all consumers, including other vulnerable consumers such as persons in nursing homes. In addition, central kitchens are graded under the Safety Assurance for Food Establishment SAFE framework. In the event of a major food safety lapse, they will be downgraded upon completion of suspension or conviction and inspected more regularly. The up-to-date representation of the establishment food safety performance via its safe grade allows service buyers and consumers to have a peace of mind to make more informed decisions on the food establishment to procure from. Since August 2025, SFA has stepped up checks on central kitchens supplying school meals under the Ministry of Education's Central Kitchen Meal Model Program. SFA and the Communicable Diseases Agency will continue to work closely with MOE schools and their appointed central kitchens to strengthen the food safety management systems from kitchens to when the food is transported, stored, and distributed for consumption.
Mr. Ho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the SPS for a response, in particular about the frequent inspection for the central kitchen. Against this backdrop, I have 4 SQs. First, let me begin upstream. What assurance does the Singapore Food Agency, what kind of assurance does it give on compliance and safety for ingredient suppliers to our central kitchen? Because they prepare and they distribute quite a significant amount of food. On second topic, which will be about our target population, which is our children, beyond frequent inspection, would the ministry consider placing more safeguards on central kitchen, given the vulnerable young children, and also the impact that it will occur if such lapses were to occur again? Third, on operational selection, what assurance mechanism would there be for schools to be confident that the central kitchen operator are fully compliant with SFA requirements, both not only just at appointment, but on an ongoing basis? Lastly, before food distribution, what kind of requirements and checks must be met before it is being sent out? And in light of the recent incident, would SFA consider tightening the requirements before food can be sent out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
SPS Go.
So I thank the member for his 4 SQs. I'll reply them in turn. The first one was about assurance around ingredient suppliers to central kitchens. So first, SFA requires all importers and manufacturers to comply with food safety requirements. And central kitchens, and in fact, all food establishments should source from these licensed importers and manufacturers. SFA also, of course, inspects central kitchens to ensure food handling is done properly and there's proper segregation between raw ingredients and food products. So that's for the first SQ from the member. The second one was about what we can do beyond more frequent inspections, as I covered in my main reply. So beyond more frequent inspections, and this is largely due to the larger scale of food preparation and processing that caterers and central kitchens do, additional inspections are also done on these central kitchens if they are found to have repeated food safety lapses. So there's an additional step up in terms of frequency of inspections. I think it's also important to then note that these gastroenteritis outbreaks are due to more than one factor usually. And this is not just from issues that arise from the central kitchens, but also could be due to on-site handling and preparation issues, or it could be due to handling during transportation process by the transport service provider. So it requires then SFA to work with all the relevant stakeholders to ensure that our food management system addresses all points of this process. The third part in terms of operator selection, you asked on assurance mechanisms. So first, as part of licensing, the central kitchens do have to then implement food safety measures. And of course, as the regulator, SFA then conducts inspections to ensure compliance. At the same time, there were some PQs filed on the SAFE framework that was just launched. Phase 1 was implemented on the 19th of Jan 2026. And for all government procurement, we then take into consideration the safe grades of these suppliers and central kitchen providers to ensure that they have a proper track record of food safety due to past inspections and the results of that. This is a shift from the annual snapshot assessments that the previous grading system was based on. And lastly, there was also a question around pre-distribution requirements for central kitchens to adhere to. So there are a couple of requirements under SFA's licensing requirements. For example, adopting a unidirectional process, meaning that it flows from, it helps to segregate ready-to-eat to non-ready-to-eat food products. So this ensures there's no cross-contamination. We also require them to identify what we call critical control points along the food preparation process, and this helps to monitor potential risks in critical junctures of the food handling process within the central kitchens. And finally, we also then require an appointment of a food hygiene officer to oversee the implementation of these measures. So holistically, this helps to hopefully ensure that there's some level of standards before these foods are distributed out of the central kitchens. Thank you.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Mr. Speaker, my response will address the questions raised by members on the central kitchen meal model and other school canteen matters. May I have Mr. Speaker's permission to answer oral questions number 14 to 20 and written questions 45, 46, and 54 on today's order paper?
Please go ahead.
My response will also cover related oral and written questions filed for subsequent sittings from Ms. Lee Hui Ying, Ms. Joan Pereira, Ms. Alyssa Chen, and Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim. As parents and members of this House, we all understand how important school meals are for our children's growth and well-being. The Ministry of Education is fully committed to ensuring that every student has access to affordable, nutritious, and balanced meals. For decades, we have relied on individual stallholders running our canteen stalls. The familiar model many of us grew up with, where we fondly remember our favorite uncle or auntie serving our go-to dishes. We always looked forward to recess and lunch. Now today, 95% of our schools continue with this trusted approach, and stallholders have been doing an excellent job providing affordable and healthy meals to our students. However, we do face a real challenge. An increasing number of schools are struggling to fill their vacant canteen stalls, leaving students, especially those with dietary needs, very limited options. In some cases, these students may have to eat the same dish for weeks, and as parents, all of us would want our children to have a better experience. Mr. Louis Chua, Ms. Rachel Ong, Ms. Lee Hui Ying, and Mr. Fu Zesiang asked whether additional measures would be provided to sustain individual stallholders. Now, let me first assure all members that MOE provides substantial support to help our stallholders succeed, because we believe that their food and their presence can add to the positive school experience for our students. Stallholders pay very low rentals of between $5 and $15 per month, and we waive these during school holidays when there are no customers. We also seek preferential electricity tariffs through demand aggregation, and we pass these savings directly to stallholders. We regularly review our food pricing guidelines to ensure that stallholder operations can remain viable while keeping the meals affordable for our students and their families. But the challenges go deeper than just costs. School canteens have a small customer base and limited business hours due to the school schedules. Elderly stallholders may also start to have regular medical appointments and may not be able to operate their stalls daily. This is a complex issue with no easy solutions, but we will continue to explore new ways and different ways to support our stallholders. Mr. Louis Chua asked about the number of schools that MOE expects to adopt the central kitchen meal model by 2030. We did not start the central kitchen meal model so as to replace the traditional canteen model. We wanted to explore alternative models to help our schools that were struggling to attract stallholders and had severe shortages of functioning stalls. We want to avoid putting students in these schools at risk of not having good access to affordable, nutritious, and balanced meals. So we started with a pilot at Yusof Ishak Secondary School, which relocated from Bukit Batok to Punggol and did not have existing stallholders at the Punggol site. After seeing positive results, we decided to try out a range of central kitchen meal models in 13 additional schools that face challenges in securing sufficient stallholders. This allows students in these schools to continue to have access to healthy and affordable food options. We will explore the central kitchen model only with schools with such difficulties. We have no intention to scale this to all schools, nor do we have a target in mind. Ms. Joan Pereira and Ms. Alyssa Chen asked about our openness to other models. We are indeed taking an open and flexible approach, and hence we are trying out a range of possible models. Some schools are using hybrid models where operators both deliver pre-ordered meals as well as prepare fresh food on site. In several schools, students can still choose and watch their meals being prepared at live cooking stations, alongside having the pre-ordered options. We will continue to look at different options that best serve our students' needs and refine the model based on feedback. We do see some positive outcomes in our schools. Students spend less time queuing for food during recess and have more time for play and interaction with one another. Parents have also shared that they now know what their children eat in school and can better support their children in achieving a balanced diet. Our teachers also now have access to a wider range of meal options in school. We appreciate the concern that many members have shown towards the stallholders affected by the transition in schools that are trying out the new models. I want to assure members that our schools have been actively supporting the stallholders throughout this process. Several of them have joined our 3 operators and now enjoy more stable income. Others have found placements at different schools, pursued new opportunities, or chosen to retire. MOE continues to welcome applications from anyone interested in operating school canteen stalls, including private entities for schools with persistent vacancies. All available opportunities are listed on our website. Several members asked about food safety measures and the applicable good hygiene standard. Food prepared by central kitchens is not inherently unsafe or less safe. Central kitchens are licensed by the Singapore Food Agency, and they are subjected to more frequent inspections, as explained by SPS Goh Han Yen, and as they have a larger scale of food processing or preparation. In addition, central kitchens are graded under the SAFE framework, and in the event of a major food lapse, they will be downgraded and inspected even more frequently. MOE will continue to work with SFA, the Communicable Diseases Agency, and the operators to strengthen food safety management systems. This covers everything from preparation at the central kitchens to transportation, storage, and eventually when the food is served to the students. Ms. Li Huiying asked for data on gastroenteritis cases from January 2022 to December 2025. The number of gastroenteritis incidents in schools have averaged 6 cases a year in the past 3 years across all food service models. Many members also asked about the recent suspected gastroenteritis incidents in River Valley Primary School and Northview Primary School. SFA, CDA, and MOE are still investigating the causes for both incidents. River Valley Primary School currently uses one of our central kitchen meal model operators, while Northview Primary School has traditional storeholders. Both schools immediately stepped up the cleaning and sanitization of their canteens and premises. Students were also reminded about good personal hygiene and to rest at home if they are unwell. And throughout both incidents, the schools maintained close, regular communication with parents and caregivers and continue to work with SFA and CDA to monitor any developments. At both schools, all affected students have returned to school. While the investigations continue, we have reinforced with the CKMM operator at River Valley Primary School, also with the stallholders at Northview Primary School, the critical importance of maintaining the highest food safety standards and full compliance with SFA requirements. This includes kitchen cleanliness and safe food handling practices. Ms. Eileen Chong and Mr. Fadli Fauzi asked about our protocols for suspension, termination, and contingency measures. Where food safety breaches are detected, whether at central kitchens or individual stalls, SFA takes immediate enforcement action and requires rectifications. Operations may be suspended or terminated for severe food safety breaches or ongoing disease transmission, with other punitive actions considered based on the findings. For schools using our CKMM operators, MOE has established contingency protocols to ensure that students will continue to have access to school meals. These include activation of alternative central kitchens while implementing more permanent solutions. We have also taken a cautious approach by limiting each operator to serving just 4 or 5 schools. This helps to contain the impact of any operational issues and also allows us to observe different operators' performance and have backup options if needed.
MOS Law, if I could just interrupt you for a moment. I believe leader wishes to move a motion.
Mr. Speaker, as we have gone past the usual time for PQs, but at the same time this is a topic of some public interest, I wish to seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the question time at this day's sitting be exempted from the provisions of Order Number 22.1 so as to enable question for oral answer to continue until the completion of question number 20, including relevant supplementary questions thereon.
I give my consent. Does the leader have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Aye. Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding Order Number 22.1, question time at this day's sitting continue until the completion of question number 20, including relevant supplementary questions thereon.
The question is, as moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
MOS Law, you may continue.
So while the central kitchen meal model operators have had some initial pre-ordering problems in the first few weeks, the situation has stabilized. We will continue to monitor the performance of the operators closely and also actively take in feedback from students, parents, and teachers. I want to end by thanking all members for the concern for our students and for the stallholders, and for the many good suggestions that have come in. We are committed to providing every student access to affordable and healthy meal options in our schools. We will continue to listen, to learn, and to adapt to serve and support our children better.
Ms. Ms. Heniso, sorry. You're a bit partially blocked.
Thank you, Speaker. It's rather unfortunate that we have experienced two incidents at a very early stage of the school reopening, where many of our little ones, especially the primary one students, have just entered schools, and the incidents actually happened in primary schools in this instance. And I believe this has invariably caused some anxieties for parents, especially those that their children have just entered primary schools for the very first time. In this regards, can I ask the Ministry, how has MOE worked with the schools to communicate updates to the parents? And what has been the feedback received thus far in relation to the handling of these issues on the ground in the schools? The second PQs is whether following from this incidents, are we also ramping up in terms of our efforts in raising more awareness and encouraging our students to embrace a better and practice a better good personal hygiene? Thank you.
MOS Law.
I thank the member for her questions. First, when suspected incidents do happen, the schools monitor the well-being of the students very closely through daily checks on attendance, or when students exhibit or report symptoms. They then check with students who are absent from class to make sure that the students are okay, or to check in if there's a pattern of the cases emerging. Both cases are still under investigation, so we're not able to say for certainty if the incidents resulted from the operators' management of the food or from the stallholders' management of the food. But indeed, in both cases, the schools have reminded the students about good personal hygiene and have communicated throughout the incidents with parents to assure them that sanitation and cleaning has been done throughout the school premises. We definitely hope to do more education about food safety, but also about central kitchen meal model in general to Singapore. Again, because this is really to ensure that all students have access to good and affordable options.
There are still many members who wish to ask. While we have extended question time, my request is to members as well as MOS Lau to keep the questions and the answers succinct. Associate Professor James Lim.
So I acknowledge MOS Lau's response about how there's no inherent difference between the safety of central kitchen versus on-site preparation. But my supplementary question has to do with the quality of meals, specifically along the dimension of variety. Now, as a parent of a very picky 6-year-old eater, I'm sympathetic to arguments that the central kitchen model may serve. I'm sympathetic to arguments that the kind of food that the central kitchen may serve up on any given day may simply be just forgone by such students. Now, setting aside how we really need to expand our daughter's palate, is the minister concerned that the central kitchen model may inadvertently give rise to nutritional deficiencies among a certain segment of the student population?
MOS Law.
I thank the member for his question. Our central kitchen meal model operators currently have between 6 to 14 options a day, and the menu does change on a weekly basis. The meals are also checked by MOE to ensure nutritional sufficiency. And in fact, many parents of students who are in the schools with CKMM models now do say that now they know what their kids are eating in school, and they are able to view the meal options as well as the nutritional value of the meals through the apps where they do the pre-ordering.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I thank MOS for her really empathetic response, and I in particular appreciate the support that MOE has given our individual stallholders. My supplementary question is really my main question, which is the Ministry for Education, has it considered paying individual hawkers to set up stalls in the canteen? And I ask that for the same reason that MOS raised in the speech. Because if our objective is affordable, nutritious and balanced meals, I can understand that where you don't have individual food stallers who want to do so, you turn to the central kitchen. But if our objective on top of that is the positive school experience, where the canteen and school is a microcosm of society, of the hawker centers and the public spaces, then where there is a dearth of individual stallholders, would it not be then time for the government to consider paying people to provide this experience for our students? Thank you.
MOS Lau.
Member for his question. First, in the central kitchen model, in many of the operations now, there is still a live stall where students can interact with stallholders and humans as they decide what kind of food they want to buy. But we're not close to the idea of any model at all out there that could give our students access to good, affordable and healthy food. We are not close to any model.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two SQs. Firstly, if there are other further cases of gastroenteritis in schools using the central kitchen meal model, will the government consider returning to the traditional canteen model or any other catering model for schools, such as the on-site central kitchens located within the school itself? Second, MOS mentioned that challenges for traditional kitchens go beyond cost. How will the government make the traditional canteen model more attractive for vendors? Thank you.
MOS Lau.
I thank the member for his question. I think first I need to reiterate that the investigation is still underway, so we should not assume that the central kitchen meal model was the reason for the gastroenteritis cases. But indeed, if there is, if the results do show, I think we would definitely have to take a look to ensure that central kitchen models do not undermine the safety of the food that we give to our students. Now, I mentioned in my reply earlier that we will look at all types of ways to support our stallholders better. And as Mr. Fu Zhexiang had asked, we are open to all possible models, including paying the stallholders, if need be, to again ensure that our students have good access to healthy and affordable food.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. Two SQs. Firstly, since 2005, Japan has employed diet and nutrition teachers, professionals who hold both a nutritionist qualification and teaching license, in schools to create menus, oversee food safety, and teach nutrition in the classroom. Now, will the government consider making similar nutrition and safety roles accredited professionals? That's my first question. Second SQ, I quote the Straits Times on their reporting on the River Valley Primary School. Quote, some parents told ST that their children had noticed the chicken on the pizza tasting a bit strange. A few parents said their children were fine after consuming the pizza as they had picked the chicken off. A pupil told his mother that the chicken did not smell good, but he ate it anyway and had diarrhea the next day, end quote. So can I just ask, what is the status of the investigation into the chicken, and if it was a chicken, how did it make it past the food hygiene officer?
MOS Lau.
On dietary teachers, I think that was the term you used, and food safety officers in Singapore, we do work closely with the Health Promotion Board to ensure that the food that we provide to all our students from preschool to primary school to secondary schools have good nutritional value and meet the needs of our students. We also have food hygiene officers in our schools with the CKMM models, and they do make checks on the way that the food is handled to make sure that the food is safe. On the second question, I would suggest that the member wait for the investigation results before talking more about the River Valley case. Thank you.
SMS Janelle, you wanted to make a clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to clarify. Sir, in my reply to PQs 1 through to 5 and in the answer to the supplementary questions, I repeatedly referenced the point that producers of 80% of beverage containers registered under the scheme would see a price increase of 3 to 4 cents per container. I understand that on one occasion I said an increase of 3 to 4%. My apologies, this is incorrect, and all instances should state 3 to 4 cents per container. Thank you, sir.
Order. End of question time. Introduction of government bills. Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce a bill institute an act to amend the Public Utilities Act 2001 and the Sewerage and Drainage Act 1999 and make related and consequential amendments to certain acts for coastal protection purposes and to make other amendments to the Public Utilities Act 2001 and the Sewerage and Drainage Act 1999 concerning utilities.
Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day and notice of motion.
Item 1, Land Transport and Related Matters Bill, second reading.
Before I call on the Minister, Leader.
May I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the proceedings under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 48.3 to enable Senior Minister of State, Sim Ann, and Minister of State, Baey King, to speak more than once in respect of their speeches for the second reading of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill, and also be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of Senior Minister of State, Ms. Simans, and Minister of State, Mr. Baey King's speeches for the second reading of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill. Ordinarily, a member, other than the mover of the bill, will only have the right to speak once. Acting Minister Jeffrey Siao will be moving the second reading of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill and will speak on amendments pertaining to the Electronic Road Pricing 2 system and serious vehicular offences. I understand Minister of State, Mr. Baey King, will speak on the active mobility-related amendments, and Senior Minister of State, Ms. Siman, on behalf of the Minister for Home Affairs, will speak on the new offences and increase in penalties relating to the speed limiters and other miscellaneous amendments. SMS Siman and MOS Baey will, in the course of the debate, have to respond to queries and clarifications from members, and although their speeches, they assure me, are short and keeping it tight, they may not be able to complete within the time limit, and as a matter of precaution, I'm asking to lift the time limit in respect of their speeches.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 48.3 to enable Senior Minister of State, Mr. Mann, and Minister of State, Mr. Baey King, to speak more than once for the second reading of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill, and also be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of Senior Minister of State, Mr. Mans, and Minister of State, Mr. Baey King's speeches for the second reading of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill.
The question is, as moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Acting Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The Land Transport and Related Matters Bill is an omnibus bill that regularizes provisions across several acts. It is also a joint bill by the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Home Affairs, covering several key areas.
I will speak on amendments pertaining to the electronic road pricing tool system and penalties for serious vehicular offences. Minister of State Baey Yam Keng will introduce amendments related to active mobility, including regulations on personal mobility aids and the keeping of unsafe personal mobility devices. Senior Minister of State Seman will address the MHA components of this bill, including penalties for speed limiter offences. The transition to ERP2 has been discussed extensively in this House before, but let me recap quickly why we need ERP2 and the benefits that it will bring. The current ERP system has been in place since 1998. In combination with vehicle ownership policies, road pricing has kept traffic congestion in check during the peak hours. However, after almost 3 decades, the current ERP system is reaching its end of life. Replacing obsolete components and infrastructure had become unsustainably challenging and expensive. Hence, in 2013, we decided to prepare to move to a new ERP2 system using Global Navigation Satellite System Technology, GNSS for short. While ERP2 was intended to be a step up, providing useful features for motorists such as real-time traffic information, it was nevertheless based on prevailing technology in 2013. The implementation of ERP2 took longer than initially planned. Technology has improved since 2013. Some of the features that were envisioned for the onboard unit, such as displaying charging information and traffic alerts, can now also be done via other means, for example, on smartphones. Nevertheless, the ERP2 design with an onboard unit remained fit for purpose for accurate and efficient road charging. Since we first began the OBU installation exercise in 2024, LTA has received feedback, much feedback. LTA has taken the feedback on board, and this has helped to improve the user experience. For instance, after feedback, vehicle owners were given the option to choose not to have a display screen, which would be more similar to the ERP1 experience. But I note that in the end, the vast majority of car owners chose to install the display screens. To date, more than 90% of vehicles have the OBU installed. And having tried out the new OBU, more motorists have now given positive feedback. Motorists tell us that they find some features useful, such as car park availability, reminders on speed limits, and bus lanes in operation. We have been introducing these and other new features progressively. Since September last year, motorists can use the OBU to pay for missed ERP charges by simply clicking a button. Soon, motorists will be able to use the OBU for contactless toll payments at land checkpoints, as well as for roadside electronic parking. And this is why we are introducing clauses 59 to 64 in this bill to simplify settlement processes and to decriminalize missed ERP charges, which are currently an offense under the Road Traffic Act. Compared to ERP1, ERP2 will be more precise and finer in targeting road congestion. It allows us to introduce new charging points without the need for expensive and large physical gantries. We can also spread out ERP charges in smaller amounts across several locations as opposed to at just one location, and this will be fairer. At this point, let me reassure motorists that we will be judicious in adding new charging points, doing so only when needed at persistent congestion hotspots. My intent is to ensure a smooth transition so that the ERP2 experience will be similar as possible to the ERP1 experience as we switch over. This means that we will not be introducing distance-based charging in the immediate term. Distance-based charging is something that we will continue to study and explore after motorists have gotten more used to the new system and the situation is more stable. I want to thank the 93% of vehicle owners who have already installed the OBU. For the remaining ones, LTA is issuing a final reminder. These vehicle owners who have already been previously notified will have another 3 months to install their OBUs at no cost. After that, OBU installation fees will apply. So I strongly encourage the remaining vehicle owners who are holding out to install their OBUs as soon as possible. On the 1st of January 2027, when the ERP2 is completely rolled out and ERP1 is decommissioned, the OBU will be mandatory for all Singapore-registered vehicles. This is because ERP2 uses satellite technology rather than gantries to determine the vehicle's location for charging. And Clause 65 of the bill amends the Road Traffic Act 1961 to allow for this. For foreign-registered private vehicles, we encourage them to install OBUs for usage-based charging, although we recognize that occasional visitors may prefer not to do so. Vehicles without OBUs can still pay a daily flat fee like cars without the IU today. Malaysian taxis, however, will be required to install the OBU, as this is necessary for us to track and enforce against such vehicles if needed within Singapore. To safeguard the integrity of the ERP2 system, it will be an offence to tamper with or modify OBUs without authorization, or an end to provide or advertise services on the OBU similarly without authorization. And these will be set out in subsidiary legislation. For serious cases of deliberate non-compliance or misuse, the legislation provides for penalties of up to 20,000 and/or imprisonment of up to 2 years. This bill also covers housekeeping amendments that harmonize penalties for 2 categories of vehicular offences. Today, there are over 1,000 cases of illegal vehicle modifications detected annually, and to deter workshops from doing illegal modification on a large scale, Clause 52 of the bill raises the maximum penalties for such illegal alterations. And under the bill, individuals can face fines up to $20,000 and/or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, with penalties doubled for repeat offenders. For non-individuals, first-time offenders can be fined up to $40,000 and up to $80,000 for repeat offenders. Another serious vehicular offence is the keeping or using of unregistered or deregistered vehicles. Clause 57 of the bill increases the penalties for offenders who will face fines of up to $20,000 and/or jail of up to 2 years for the first offence, again with penalties doubled for repeat offenders. These enhanced penalties are necessary as we are seeing a growing trend of unregistered vehicles on our roads. Some of them are used for criminal activities such as drug trafficking. These vehicles also pose serious safety risks as they operate without valid insurance or inspections and are often involved in hit-and-run accidents. Going forward, ERP2 will also make it easier to detect and enforce against such vehicles. This bill also includes a few supporting amendments. Clauses 46 and 47 will amend the Land Transport Authority of Singapore Act to expressly empower the LTA to grant financial incentives, support, grant, aid, or assistance. This is to give flexibility for potential future schemes where direct disbursement may be necessary. Clauses 48 to 50 will amend the Parking Places Act to enable prosecution in the case of inaccurate lodgements. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me conclude. The provisions in the bill support the transition to ERP2 and harmonize vehicular offence penalties across our regulatory system. I will now invite the Minister of State for Transport to elaborate on the active mobility measures in this bill followed by the Senior Minister of State for Home Affairs, who will elaborate on the measures under the Ministry of Home Affairs. Sir, I seek to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. MOS B.M. King.
Mr. Speaker, I will now elaborate on the active mobility components of this bill, which represent a significant strengthening of the active mobility legal framework to improve safety. First, the bill amends the Active Mobility Act 2017 to implement the new rules on personal mobility aids to ensure their safe and responsible use. Second, the bill amends the Small Motorized Vehicles Safety Act 2020 to make it an offence to keep an unsafe active mobility device. This grants LTA greater enforcement powers against devices that pose fire safety risks. Mr. Speaker, this House has returned to the issue of active mobility many times over the past decade, reflecting the persistent challenges and evolving nature of regulating active mobility. Since the landmark Active Mobility Act came into force in 2017, we have adjusted our laws multiple times to keep pace with a landscape that moves fast. We introduced the Small Motorized Vehicles Safety Act 2020 to stem the flow of non-compliant devices into Singapore, and the Shared Mobility Enterprises Control and Licensing Act 2020 to bring order to the business of shared active mobility devices. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed a relentless desire for mobility options that are faster, cheaper, and more convenient. But ever so often, this came at the direct expense of path safety. Following the ban on e-scooters from footpaths in 2019, we have seen a shift in misuse towards personal mobility aids, or PMAs. Regrettably, as soon as one regulatory gap is closed, another is exploited. This underscores the need for this House to adjust our laws, not out of a desire to restrict and burden individuals with red tape, but out of a duty to curb misuse and keep our paths safe for all. Many of us have heard from residents who feel increasingly unsafe as larger, faster devices weave through our paths under the guise of being mobility aids. We need to restore the original purpose of these devices to serve their intended users. To recap, there are three main types of PMAs. First, a mobility scooter, which is a motorized device with a single seat, steered with a handlebar and typically supported by a stem at the front of the device. Two, a motorized wheelchair, which is propelled by a motor that forms part of the wheelchair and usually operated by a joystick. Or three, a non-motorized wheelchair, which has no motor and is usually mounted on two or more wheels. In this bill, the first two, mobility scooters and motorized wheelchairs, will be regulated as mobility vehicles. As our population ages and more people have to use PMAs, there is a growing need to ensure that they are used safely and responsibly. We face a concerning trend of able-bodied individuals who are misusing mobility scooters. Although the device is a replacement for walking, some ride at top speeds on paths or operate large devices that endanger other path users, especially seniors and young children. Members, disability groups, and the public have consistently called for the tightening of rules on PMAs and improvement in path safety. We hear you. This bill thus takes a holistic approach to the problem of PMA misuse, speeding, and oversized devices. I will not specify the exact clauses as they span across the bill. First, we will lower the speed limit for mobility vehicles on public paths to 6 km an hour. Second, we will introduce dimension and weight limits for PMAs used on public paths. Third, we will require that users of mobility scooters be certified to have a medical need for the device in order to ride a mobility scooter on public paths. Fourth, we will also go upstream and require that mobility scooters are checked for compliance and registered before they are sold. This upstream rule reduces the likelihood of users obtaining non-compliant mobility scooters. All four measures were developed following discussions with the Active Mobility Advisory Panel and careful study of the issue and engagement with key user groups, including PMA users, disability groups, occupational therapists, general path users, and food delivery riders. Since we announced the tightening of PMA rules in 2024, we have been working with stakeholders and user groups to prepare for the shift. This includes within the healthcare sector to conduct the assessment to grant a certificate of medical need, also known as the assessment for mobility scooter. We have also been encouraging retailers to shift to new stocks of PMAs that are compliant with the new rules. To give stakeholders sufficient transition time after this bill, we intend for the rules to take effect from 1st June 2026. Let me now introduce each of the changes in order. First, we are reducing the speed limit for mobility scooters and motorized wheelchairs, also known as mobility vehicles, from 10 km an hour to 6 km an hour. Today, mobility vehicles have a 10 km an hour limit, even if they travel on shared paths where the path speed limit is 25 km an hour. This was recommended by the Active Mobility Advisory Panel in 2018 and intended to discourage able-bodied misuse. However, experience has shown this limit to be insufficient. Mobility vehicles are generally larger and heavier than bicycles. Traveling at 10 km an hour may still pose a danger to other path users, as it is much faster than typical walking speed. At 6 km an hour, mobility vehicles match the pace of a brisk walker, which meet the needs of genuine users who have difficulty walking. This will also make our paths safer. This means that from 1st June 2026, selling mobility vehicles with a device speed limit above 6 km per hour will carry penalties of up to $20,000 or imprisonment up to 24 months or both, with higher penalties for non-individuals and repeat offenders. Displaying and advertising such non-compliant devices will carry penalties of up to $10,000 or imprisonment up to 12 months or both. An individual who rides or drives a mobility vehicle at a speed exceeding 6 km per hour on a public path will face fines up to $2,000 or up to 6 months imprisonment or both, with higher penalties for repeat violations. To ease the transition, we will allow existing mobility vehicles with a device speed limit of up to 10 km an hour to be used on public paths until 31st December 2028. But they need to ride within the 6 km per hour limit and meet all other rules. From 1st January 2029 onwards, all mobility vehicles used on public paths must have a device speed limit of 6 km per hour and below. Second, we will introduce device dimension restrictions for PMAs to address the problem of large PMAs that inconvenience and endanger other path users. This will be aligned with the existing dimension restrictions on public transport. From 1st June 2026, PMAs must not exceed a width of 70 centimeters, a length of 120 centimeters, a height of 150 centimeters, and a laden weight of 300 kilograms. Offenders caught riding such devices on public paths face penalties of up to $10,000 in fines or imprisonment of up to 6 months or both, with penalties increasing for repeating offenses. Selling oversized mobility vehicles will be an offense, with penalties of up to $20,000 or imprisonment up to 24 months or both, with higher penalties for non-individuals and repeat offenders. Third, to curb misuse, only those with genuine medical need will be allowed to ride a mobility scooter on public paths from 1st June 2026. We require users to have a certificate of medical need to ride a mobility scooter on public paths. This targets the core problem of able-bodied users misusing devices meant for those with mobility needs. When we engage stakeholders, they welcome the recommendations. For example, some genuine users shared that the increased misuse of mobility scooters has caused them anxiety because they have had to deal with increasing scrutiny from the public. Currently, we only intend to require certification for mobility scooters. We do not see a problem of misuse of motorized wheelchairs. So wheelchair users do not need a certificate of medical need. The certificate will be available later this month, from 27th February 2026, through the Assessment for Mobility Scooter or AMS process. The assessment was developed jointly with the Ministry of Health with input from professional healthcare associations. A circular and guidelines were issued in November last year to prepare the sector. Under the AMS, users with medical conditions which result in mobility difficulties will be certified to have a medical need to drive or ride a mobility scooter. Users can approach their regular doctor or occupational therapist for the assessment or a general practitioner who offers the service. We have worked with MOH to engage the healthcare sector to encourage clinics to offer the EMS so that it will be widely available. Based on our survey of clinics, more than 140 clinics intend to offer the assessment. Users will have choices to help keep costs reasonable. Based on LTA survey of clinics, fees are expected to range from $20 to $150 with a median fee of $50. Given that a budget mobility scooter costs around $1,000 and mid-range models can reach up to $2,000, the cost of the assessment is relatively modest compared to the price of the device itself. We hope users can understand that this will help to ensure that mobility scooters on public paths are only for those with genuine medical need. The charges will vary depending on the complexity of the consultation. We have simplified the information that assessors have to provide to LTA. They center on 3 key things. First, whether the individual has a medical need to use a mobility scooter. Second, whether this need is temporary or long-term. And finally, whether the individual has a medical need for a device that exceeds the dimension requirements. A list of clinics that offer the AMS will be available on LTA's website from tomorrow. Users should contact their preferred clinics directly to inquire about the cost and book an appointment in advance. We encourage users to consult their regular healthcare providers who already understand the medical history to streamline the assessment process. We recognize that going to the doctor to obtain certification will take time and cost for users. We would thus take a risk-managed approach to minimize the impact on the healthcare system and on genuine users. Seniors aged 70 years old and above will be exempted from the certification requirement. We recognize that as seniors age, the likelihood of mobility challenges increases. The risk of able-bodied seniors abusing mobility scooters is expected to be low. This is especially given the reduced speed limit. We will monitor the situation and calibrate accordingly if necessary. We will also exempt users who have had their mobility needs or disability assessed and submitted relevant information to the government. This includes existing beneficiaries of subsidized mobility scooters from the Seniors Mobility and Enabling Fund, or SMF, and Assistive Technology Fund, or ATF. It also includes individuals already certified with activities of daily living, or ADL, needs in mobility or transferring, who have applied for MOH disability schemes such as a home caregiving grant. These exemptions will apply automatically and users need not do anything. Agencies will issue letters to notify existing SMF and ATF beneficiaries as well as individuals with the relevant ADL needs who have applied for MOH disability schemes previously. Moving forward, those applying to SMF for a subsidized mobility scooter will obtain the certificate as part of the application process. Those obtaining an ATF subsidized mobility scooter and applicants for MOH disability schemes with the relevant ADL needs will be automatically exempted. From 1st June 2026, mobility scooter users on public paths must have this certificate of medical need. Users will have the next 3 months to obtain the certification, and enforcement officers will engage and educate users on these new rules during this transition period. Those caught riding a mobility scooter on public paths without the certificate of medical need will face penalties of up to $2,000 in fines or imprisonment of up to 6 months or both. Going back to our intention of introducing this rule to curb misuse, our enforcement officers will focus on visibly able-bodied individuals misusing mobility scooters. Our intention is not to inconvenience genuine users. However, some mobility challenges are not visible, so I seek users' understanding that our enforcement officers will need to do their job and check for their certification at times. It will also be an offense for businesses to employ or permit an individual to ride a mobility scooter on public path during the course of work, without ensuring that the rider has valid certification of medical need. Offenders will face penalties of up to $2,000 in fines or imprisonment of up to 6 months or both. This is similar to how it is an offense for businesses employing or permitting an individual to ride a power-assisted bicycle or PAB in the course of work without ensuring that the rider has the mandatory theory test certification. Fourth, we require mobility scooters to be registered with LTA to strengthen upstream enforcement. Today, PABs and e-scooters need to be registered with LTA to ensure devices comply with rules and are affixed with identification marks. To strengthen upstream enforcement and improve the overall effectiveness of PMA measures, mobility scooters will need to be registered. Only mobility scooters that comply with device dimension and speed restrictions can be registered to persons with valid certificates of medical need, exempted persons, or whitelisted businesses such as retailers. In addition, LTA and the Health Sciences Authority, or HSA, will make clear through an industry circular that mobility scooters fall under the classification of medical devices as they are specifically designed for individuals with walking difficulties. This means that under HSA's regulations, importers must have an HSA license and list their devices on HSA's database before import. LTA will only allow mobility scooter models that are listed on HSA's database of medical devices to be registered. Existing mobility scooters need not meet this requirement. To ensure the registration regime is effective, it must apply to all mobility scooters eventually. If we exempt existing mobility scooters, it will be challenging to distinguish new devices from existing ones. To give users time to adjust to the rule, we will implement the registration regime in phases and keep the process user-friendly. We will start by requiring registration for mobility scooters sold from 1st June 2026. The sale of an unregistered mobility scooter for use on public paths will be an offence from 1st June 2026, with individuals facing penalties of up to $20,000 or jail up to 24 months, or both, and higher penalties for non-individuals and repeat offenders. Thereafter, from 1st January 2029, all mobility scooters will need to be registered before they can be used on a public path. Offenders face penalties of up to $2,000 or jail of up to 3 months, or both, with higher penalties for repeat offenders. We have designed the registration process to minimize burden on users. From devices sold from 1st June 2026, retailers will handle registration, creating a seamless experience for consumers. For existing devices, we will give some time for users to register their devices ahead of the requirement by 1st January 2029. Users will be able to register their devices if they are compliant at roving stations that LTA will roll out in mid-2027 at community touchpoints. Devices registered as part of this device need not be listed on HSA's database of medical devices. I know many users may want to rush to register their devices ahead of the rules. LTA will include a survey link on its website for users to indicate their interest in registration. This will help us to better deploy resources for the roving registration stations. I must emphasize here that only compliant mobility scooters will be allowed for registration. If you have a mobility scooter that does not comply with the 6 km/h device speed limit or dimension and weight limits, please replace your device. These new rules were announced 2 years ago in March 2024, and users should transition to compliant devices by 1st January 2029, almost 5 years later. LTA has engaged retailers on the new registration requirements, and we will provide guidance to roll this out smoothly. For active mobility device retailers, many will be familiar with the existing registration regimes for power-assisted bicycles and e-scooters. We will pay special attention to medical device retailers who may be less familiar with the process. Mr. Speaker, the bill strikes a careful balance between access and safety. We want to ensure genuine users have access to PMAs which can significantly improve their quality of life. At the same time, we need to keep paths safe and address the problem of misuse. In designing our regulations, we also recognize the unique needs of PMA users who have mobility challenges. This is why we will implement exemptions from the Certificate of Medical Need requirement for seniors and existing government scheme beneficiaries. We will also keep the registration process streamlined and user-friendly. Thus far, we have focused on the PMA proposals, which are intended to strengthen path safety. Turning to fire safety, the government takes a strict enforcement approach towards the import, sale, and use of non-compliant active mobility devices. Since 2021, local retailers must seek LTA's approval for the import of PABs and personal mobility devices, or PMDs, and they must be registered before use. These devices must also be compliant with safety standards. For PABs, it is the EN 15194 standard, while for registrable PMDs, it is the UL 2272 standard. Despite years of regulatory tightening since 2016, we continue to grapple with the fire safety risks from active mobility devices. In 2025 alone, we recorded 49 AMD-related fires. PMDs accounted for most cases at 31, and the bulk of PMD fires involved non-UL 2272 certified devices. We can do more to prevent such fires, and we will do more. Today, it is an offence to ride a non-UL 2272 certified e-scooter on public paths or roads, but not to keep such devices. This means that if LTA enforcement officers come across a non-UL 2272 certified e-scooter, no action can be taken unless it is being used. This is unlike the case for non-compliant power-assisted bicycles, where it is already an offence to keep such a device under the Road Traffic Act 1961. We will address this gap. Clauses 84 to 91 will amend the Small Motorized Vehicles Safety Act 2020 to prohibit the keeping of unsafe devices. Devices that do not comply with the prescribed safety requirements, such as the UL 2272 safety standard for registrable personal mobility devices, will be unsafe devices. Some may ask why we are only doing this now. LTA's mandate has traditionally focused on path and road safety. However, recognizing the fire safety risks of active mobility devices, even when they are not used on paths or roads, we are extending the function and duty of the LTA to include the regulation of the keeping of unsafe devices. Clause 46 will amend the Land Transport Authority of Singapore Act 1995 to expand LTA's function and duty to include regulating the keeping of unsafe devices. The bill will make it an offence to keep such unsafe devices. Penalties include fines up to $20,000. Say again. Penalties include fines up to $2,000 or imprisonment up to 3 months or both, with higher penalties for non-individuals and repeat offenders. LTA will leverage feedback received via official channels and social media, surveillance, as well as day-to-day operations to detect and seize non-UL 2272 e-scooters. Mr. Speaker, these measures represent an important shift to implement upstream controls and strengthen our laws to make our paths safer for everyone. It will enable those with mobility needs who genuinely need to use personal mobility aids to use them safely alongside other path users. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, we must return to the heart of this matter, the vision of a gracious We First society. MOT and LTA are strengthening our laws and enforcement, but they are not a panacea. We must acknowledge the reality that the cat, the regulator, will never be fast enough to catch every mouse, every errant rider. Path safety is and must always be a collective responsibility. Errant riders and device owners must realize that they are not just breaking the law, but endangering themselves and our communities. Responsible riders among us must also speak up and help shape the right culture on our paths. While the government will do its part through regulations, infrastructure, and enforcement, it is the individual's behavior and the community's social norms that will ultimately make our paths safe for everyone. I'll now invite the Senior Minister of State for Home Affairs to address the MHA components of this joint bill.
SMS Sim.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to outline the amendments proposed by the Ministry of Home Affairs to the Road Traffic Act, or RTA, and the Road Vehicles Special Powers Act, or RVSPA, under this bill. MHA will be making two key amendments. First, to strengthen the regulatory framework around speed limiters to better deter and detect non-compliance. Second, to clarify that the mandatory disqualification periods prescribed for certain offences under RTA are minimum periods and that the courts can impose longer disqualification periods. I will focus my remarks on these two amendments before briefly touching on the other amendments. Members will recall that in 2024, we commenced the mandatory installation of speed limiters in lorries. This is to mitigate the risks posed by heavy vehicles, which can cause more severe consequences in the event of an accident. We have adopted a phased implementation approach, depending on the weight and registration date of the vehicle. As of 5th January 2026, around 72% of lorries required to have speed limiters installed by the various deadlines have done so. We have reviewed the existing speed limiter offences and found them to be inadequate in deterring non-compliance, and there are also gaps in accountability. To close these gaps, Clause 56 of the bill introduces several new offences and raises the penalties for existing offences. First, we will hold owners and drivers liable for knowingly causing or permitting the use of non-compliant speed limiter required lorries and for tampering with installed speed limiters. Under the current speed limiter rules, only the driver commits an offence for driving a non-compliant lorry. However, there may be situations where such non-compliance occurs under the instruction of the owner of the lorry who is not liable under existing rules. The proposed amendment closes this gap by extending the scope of the offence to anyone who knowingly causes or permits the use of a non-compliant lorry, including the owner. In addition, while tampering with the speed limiter is already an offence, currently only the person who tampered with it is liable. The current law does not expressly make liable persons who instructed or caused another person to do so, nor persons who offer to alter speed limiters. Our proposed amendment ensures that all parties who are involved in speed limiter tampering can be held accountable. Second, we will impose a duty on authorized agents to report suspected tampering of a speed limiter. Currently, only authorized agents of the Traffic Police or TP may install or service speed limiters. With this amendment, such agents will be required to notify TP if they know or have reason to believe that a speed limiter has been tampered with or is non-compliant. This will enable prompt investigation and removal of non-compliant lorries from the roads. Third, we will prohibit the advertising of speed limiter services by unauthorized parties. This deters the supply of illegal tampering services and reduces opportunities for tampering. The bill will also raise the penalties for existing speed limiter-related offences. Currently, first-time offenders face a fine of up to $1,000 or imprisonment of up to 3 months, while repeat offenders face a fine of up to $2,000 or imprisonment of up to 6 months. These penalties have not been updated since 1999. The bill updates the penalty framework by increasing the maximum fines to $10,000 for a first conviction and $20,000 for subsequent convictions. The imprisonment terms will be retained. This ensures that the penalties are a credible deterrent and are commensurate with the potential harm posed by speeding heavy vehicles. Next, clauses 69 to 73, 75 and 77 of the bill clarify that the mandatory disqualification periods prescribed for certain offences under the RTA are minimum disqualification periods, and that no special reasons are required for a court to order a longer disqualification period. The disqualification period that the court may impose can be any period equal to or above the prescribed minimum disqualification period, including a lifetime disqualification period if it thinks fit. These amendments seek to address the observations in the recent High Court judgment of Ng N.U. Jeremiah versus Public Prosecutor. The High Court, in considering a sentencing framework for the relevant driving offence, noted that the offence already imposed a mandatory 12-year disqualification period, unless the court for special reasons thinks fit to not order or to order otherwise. The High Court also held that special reasons had to be exceptional, and that the 12-year disqualification period should apply regardless of the applicable sentencing band for that particular driving offence. The High Court's judgment thus appears to suggest that special reasons must be present before a court may impose a disqualification period that is longer than the prescribed minimum period. For serious road traffic offences such as driving under the influence of drink and car racing, a mandatory minimum disqualification period is prescribed because such conduct poses a serious risk to public safety. The amendments make it clear that there is no need for special reasons before a court may impose a disqualification period that is longer than the prescribed minimum period. Sir, I will now briefly run through several other miscellaneous amendments. Clauses 68, 74, and 79 will enhance the operational efficiency of the Singapore Armed Forces, or the SAF, and TP. Clause 68 addresses an ambiguity under Section 49 of the RTA. Currently, the SAF contracts commercial bus companies to ferry soldiers to various locations. In view of the shortage of bus drivers, SAF intends for its personnel to drive the commercial buses it leases. However, Section 49 may be interpreted to limit SAF personnel holding military driving licenses to driving only vehicles owned by the SAF. The amendment makes it clear that the exemption applies to vehicles owned or leased by the SAF. Currently, police officers are required to manually review themselves images and footages captured by police cameras and manually issue themselves the traffic notices, even for straightforward violations such as red light beating and speeding. Clauses 74 and 79 amend the RTA to allow processing of such violations to be carried out by authorized civilians, including service providers, subject to appropriate safeguards. This would free up TP officers to focus on enforcement and complex cases. Clause 82 amends Section 4 of the RVSPA relating to the forfeiture of road vehicles used to commit any offence prescribed in the schedule of the Act. Forfeiture is currently mandatory if the court is satisfied that a road vehicle has been used to commit any scheduled offence or to convey persons to the scene or facilitate escape of any person from the scene where a scheduled offence has been committed. The amendment will make a forfeiture of road vehicles discretionary in all scenarios if it is proved to the court's satisfaction that the person who committed the scheduled offence involving the vehicle is not the vehicle owner and had used the vehicle without the consent of its owner. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the amendments proposed by MHA in this bill will update, clarify, and strengthen our road traffic laws. But these moves alone are not enough. MHA remains concerned by the road safety situation and has plans to further tighten our laws and regulatory framework. We will share more at the upcoming Committee of Supply debate. We also call upon all road users to exercise responsibility, patience, and graciousness. It is possible to achieve zero road injuries and fatalities, but only if we all do our part. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Mr. Impaling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, land transport affects Singaporeans' daily lives and livelihoods. Today's debate on the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill reflects this and is therefore of public importance. Our Transport Government Parliamentary Committee is giving this bill close attention, as are many of our PAP parliamentary colleagues. A total of 18 PAP members of Parliament will speak on the new regulations on personal mobility aids, ERP 2.0, vehicle safety, and other related issues. In the course of our respective work on the ground, my PAP colleagues and I have engaged different stakeholder groups, including private hire drivers, union workers, industry representatives, and of course, our own residents. These engagements gave us precious opportunities to hear their feedback firsthand, understand their lived experiences and challenges faced, and gather practical suggestions. My PAP colleagues will share more in their speeches.
At the heart of our interest is the principle of ensuring fair, inclusive, and safe use of our public roads and space. In a society where our people have diverse needs, coexistence is key. This means that our public infrastructure and spaces offer choices and accommodate different user groups, and that our legislations enable people yet protect the vulnerable. Overall, my fellow PAP MPs and I support the intent of the bill, and we will set out our arguments in our respective speeches. We will also be highlighting our concerns pertaining to practical implementation, costs, and impact on vulnerable groups, such as the low-income groups and platform workers. Here, allow me to raise a few points. Firstly, transitioning to ERP 2.0 is a step toward a smarter transport future. This is progress. Despite initial teething problems from mass OBU deployment, ERP 2.0 enables a more intelligent road use management. Real-time data collected via the OBUs can be integrated with existing systems to enable situational awareness and faster incident detection. Over time, these data can support incident and demand predictions. Removing physical ERP gantries eventually will also free up valuable land space. Hence, I support this progressive move. Second, OBUs are central to ERP 2.0, but the installation was delayed by the global chip shortage from 2021 to 2023. Although most vehicles now have OBUs, full installation is only expected to complete by 2027, at least a 7-year gap from original approval to completion, even longer if we consider that the OBUs were based on the technology back in 2013. Given how rapidly technology evolves, how will the government ensure that the hardware and software, including the operating system, do not become obsolete before we can achieve the smart transport management objectives? Upgrading devices is costly in manpower and money, and it places burdens on vehicle owners. So we really don't want a situation whereby very shortly after we complete the OBU deployment in 2027, and then we have to go into another round again. Third, the use of OBUs will make distance-based ERP pricing feasible. Now, I understand the minister mentioned that it would not be an immediate deployment, but it is feasible. While charging by distance is fairer in principle, it also risks disproportionately affecting those who earn their living on the road, especially delivery riders and private hire drivers who often work long, painful hours, but also often earning just enough to make ends meet. These workers will be unable to optimize pathways and can only be price takers in this instance. So in the eventual situation whereby distance-based ERP pricing is implemented, may I ask what measures will be in place to support these workers? Fourth, personal mobility aids are increasingly important, particularly in an aging society. Many elderly residents depend on them for mobility and well-being. But irresponsible use poses real safety risks to both the device users and others around them. Today, there are effectively no restrictions on who may use mobility scooters. I have personally seen riders moving at high speeds on pedestrian paths and instances of multiple able-bodied users on a single scooter endangering others. Just to illustrate with an example from a few years ago, I witnessed 3 young and able-bodied persons riding a mobility scooter along the covered walkway cutting through Circuit Road. I stopped the scooter and attempted to tell the 3 riders to dismount as it was dangerous. They gave me a puzzled look and then sped off. Unfortunately, I did not manage to chase them down. That was perhaps the most outrageous instance I encountered, and thankfully the only time so far. But the point is that such irresponsible use is dangerous to other pedestrians, especially when we have many frail and elderly residents using that walkway. Hence, I welcome the bill's measures to limit PMA speeds and to require a certificate of medical need. Next, strong enforcement is critical to achieving the bill's objectives. Current enforcement is challenging. Officers cannot be everywhere. Active mobility patrols rely heavily on volunteers, and camera deployments have been piecemeal and temporary. Where cameras are present, behavior improves, and when they are removed, problems often recur. For example, after temporary cameras were installed in 2024 on the pedestrian bridge between Paya Lebar Way and Aljunied Crescent in McPherson, compliance improved. But the problem of riders speeding across the bridge returned once the cameras were taken down. As such, how will the government strengthen enforcement capacity? Will more permanent cameras be installed? And can our network of cameras support intelligent, real-time monitoring to identify and act, whether it's through warnings or issuance of notices, on non-compliant PMA riders more promptly? I should add that this should include willful cyclists and other mobility device users as well. Next, in addition, requiring PMDs and PABs to meet the UL 2272 and EN 14194 standards has been a prudent safety measure that reduced fire risks from charging. This is a positive outcome, but more can be done to keep fires down further. Hence, I support making the possession of non-UL 2272 e-scooters an offence. Keeping such a device tempts one to still use it. Moreover, if it cannot be used, then there is no reason to keep it. In conclusion, let me reiterate that at the heart of what the Transport GPC, along with fellow PAP MPs interest, we want to ensure fair, inclusive, and safe use of our public roads and spaces. Coexistence is key to living in a diverse and highly built-up Singapore. We need to keep spaces open for all to live, work, and play. But we must also intervene to support or protect the vulnerable. Overall, this bill strikes a sensible balance between enabling mobility and managing the risks that come with new usage patterns and technologies. I support the bill.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Speaker, the Land Transport-Related Matters Bill introduces significant changes to our transport landscape. A key shift in this bill is the reclassification of what we currently know as Personal Mobility Aids, or PMAs. The bill replaces this term with a new legal category, mobility vehicles. This category encompasses both motorized wheelchairs and mobility scooters. I will first speak briefly on ERP 2.0, while the rest of my speech will focus on the regime changes for these mobility vehicles and raising several concerns. ERP 2.0 and data protection. Mr. Speaker, the shift to ERP 2.0 brings with it a significant change in how vehicle movement data is collected and used. Under Clause 81, a document certified by the registrar containing transaction and location data from ERP 2.0 devices will be admissible as evidence in court. This marks a departure from the privacy-centric design of ERP 1.0. As noted in the Straits Times article on 16 April 1993, the Registry of Vehicles explicitly chose a system using prepaid smart cards so that, I quote, all the information is in the card and not with the authorities managing the system, unquote. While the old in-vehicle units IU kept trip data local, the new onboard units OBU enable continuous central logging. Can the Minister clarify what specific technical encryption and anonymization protocols are applied to data transmitted from the OBU to the central server? Furthermore, what are the legal safeguards to prevent this data from being accessed by other agencies for purposes entirely unrelated to road pricing? Consistent enforcement and public education. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken in this House many times since the 13th Parliament on the urgent need for consistent enforcement and robust public education for all active mobility devices. This includes bicycles, power-assisted bikes, or PABs, PMDs, and of course, PMAs, or mobility vehicles. Yet on a daily basis, we still witness widespread disregard for road safety, cyclists and PAB users not keeping left, beating red lights, riding without helmets, or using footpaths with little regard for pedestrians. This is notwithstanding statistics reviewed by traffic police, I think it was yesterday, of 650 summons issued to errant cyclists in the first half of 2025. How many cyclists or e-bike riders are aware For example, that it is an offence riding on the right side of a motor vehicle unless they are overtaking or about to make a right turn. It is also not uncommon to see riders not riding on the left lanes. Are users of rental bikes made aware that helmets must be worn when riding on the roads? These are just examples. The human cost is evident. In December, a 71-year-old lady was severely injured by an e-bike while exiting Pasir Ris Mall, requiring jaw reconstruction. In January, another lady in her 60s suffered torn ligaments and fractures after being knocked down while crossing the road. In November last year, MOS Biam King himself was bumped into by a female cyclist traveling in the wrong direction. Such incidents underscore a poor riding culture rooted in years of inadequate public education and enforcement, points I raised repeatedly in this House since 2017. I'm reminded of the Road Safety Park at East Coast, launched in the 1980s. Its objective was ambitious, then, to introduce road safety as a way of life. By its 20th year, more than 1 million students in Singapore had passed through its gates to participate in traffic games. They role-played as pedestrians and drivers to internalize road courtesy. This was a society-wide effort that instilled safety consciousness through practical engagement. To truly change our AMD riding culture, we must move beyond static signage to immersive learning. The Road Safety Park's success in the early years shows that when we have the will to invest, we can shape an entire generation's behavior. Authorities have cited limited resources as far as AMDs are concerned. Recently, MOS Biam King reiterated that LTA will do its best within constraints. But, Mr. Speaker, there should be a greater political will to invest in the resources needed for a safer riding culture and for a safer footpaths. Changes to the PMA regime. Yet even as enforcement resources remain limited, this bill introduces more rules and changes for PMAs, implementing the Certificate of Medical Need requirement, imposing dimension limits, and reducing the speed limit for mobility scooters from 10 km per hour to 6 km per hour. It also mandates a registration for PMAs. While these measures directly address concerns regarding the misuse of mobility scooters by able-bodied individuals, speeding, and the use of oversized devices, I am again concerned about the practical execution of the measures designed in this bill, given the inability to significantly improve safe use and riding culture for different forms of active mobility devices. So far, how will LTA ensure non-compliant mobility scooters are not used after 2028, or unauthorized riders do not continue with their use after the passing of this bill? The same gap worries me about Clause 84 to 91 regarding the proposed banning of non-UL 2272 e-scooters or PMD. In a September 2025 PQ reply, Minister Shanmugam said that 187 fires in HDB estates were caused by active mobility devices. Of these, 46% by PMDs, 42% by PABs, and 12% for PMAs. It is disturbing that 5 years after PMDs or e-scooters were supposedly banned from mainstream use, except on park connectors, they are still the main cause of fires for all active mobility devices. One can imagine how many more are kept in homes and continue to be used. It is also reflective, at least to some extent, of the effectiveness of past enforcement efforts in curbing non-compliant use. On 20 November 2025, an island-wide operation targeted non-compliant devices. What measures were taken for units where occupants were not at home? 5 years after the ban, they remain a primary fire risk. How will the offense of keeping these PMDs be enforced on a regular basis? Will there be regular door-to-door inspections? Could the ministry consider concentrating officers in a specific zone for a sustained period for intensive enforcement? This would send a strategic message rather than spreading our limited resources too thinly. Impact on seniors and infrastructure. The change of the PMA regime. The reduction of mobility scooter speed limit to 6 km per hour raises some concerns, and I've spoken on this in this House previously. The government previously noted that this speed takes reference from walking speeds. However, a 40% drop in speed significantly increases travel time and exposure to the elements for seniors. Can the Minister clarify whether any studies were conducted on the impact of this reduction on the travel range of elderly users? Some of my residents who use their PMAs to travel beyond their immediate neighborhood had provided feedback to me that the reduction in speed will increase the time they need to travel and ultimately reduce the distance they can travel within the time that they have. At the 2024 COS debate for Ministry of Transport, I have urged the government in the run-up to the introduction of the new PMA regime to reconsider permitting seniors of at least 67 or 70 to be allowed to use mobility scooters, even in the absence of a formally diagnosed musculoskeletal or medical condition. I am glad that the government has decided to exempt seniors aged 70 and above from the certification requirement. Mobility scooters do provide seniors with confidence to be out and about, which is a good thing. So for these individuals, mobility scooters can be invaluable in maintaining mobility, independence, and quality of life during their golden years. Allowing broader access to seniors above 70 would empower them to remain active and engaged in community life, promoting both physical and mental well-being. I also like to suggest that the government could explore expanding the capacity of occupational therapies in restructured hospitals to provide mobility scooters, assessments, and training. This would ensure that seniors and others with genuine mobility needs receive proper guidance on the safe and responsible use of these devices. Such a measure would not only enhance user safety, but also foster greater confidence among the public in the appropriate use of mobility scooters. Next, outreach to existing users who have to discontinue use. I am also concerned about the impact on existing mobility scooter users who have to discontinue their existing use of mobility scooters. There are some parents who use their mobility scooters to ferry their young children, or some seniors who ferry their spouses with mobility or health issues on their existing PMAs. These PMAs will not be authorized under this bill due to their sizes. We must be sensitive to understand that some of these individuals have real transportation needs that, in their views, are not adequately met by the proposals in this bill or what is otherwise available out there. So how will LTA reach out to them, these affected individuals, effectively on the law change and get them to understand the risks perceived by the authorities as posed by such devices on the users and fellow footpath users, and to get their buy-in on the new law? Finally, Mr. Speaker, I must again touch on the last-mile problem for some users of mobility scooters. The law disallows PMAs from riding on the roads, presumably except when crossing roads. In 2019 and 2020, I raised in this House how narrow or blocked footpath in, for example, private estates would usually force PMA riders onto roads. In January 2023, I had asked in a PQ about statistics of enforcement against PMA riders who were caught on the road and the range of punishments imposed. MHA revealed that while notices were issued and fines of up to $2,000 were imposed, the number of formal prosecutions was relatively low, often handled through compensation fines first. In another reply to my PQ in 2024, MHA also confirmed that enforcement against PMA users on roads had increased, with 10 users caught between January and August 2024, compared to 4 in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I do often see PMAs on the road, and this is not just in private estates or when they are merely crossing the road. I'm surprised by the low statistics of enforcement cited. While I agree that it may not be safe for PMAs to use the road, I recognize that our infrastructures needs to catch up to ensure that there is no reason for PMA riders to use the road. Today, in 2026, we are slowing these seniors down even further to 6 km per hour. If we are going to enforce a strict walking pace and a strict road ban, the government must first guarantee that the last-mile footpath in our private estates, for example, are actually wide enough and clear enough to be used. For example, are the pavements free of obstacles and trees to allow free access? Otherwise, it is unfair and unsafe for our elderly PMA users. If our seniors are forced to use the road, they should not fear being prosecuted. On the other hand, from my conversation with many mobility scooter riders, it seems that many are still not even aware that it is illegal to use their mobility scooters on the road. This brings us to the same familiar problem of the need for more and better public education and adequate regular enforcement, as is the case for other active mobility devices, which I touched on earlier. I would like to ask the Minister to update the House on what public education measures it is intending with the passing of the bill, and also to enhance its efforts to improve the riding culture for all AMD users, including mobility scooters. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I hope the government will consider the proposals, suggestions I have made. Notwithstanding my concerns and reservations, I support the bill's intent to improve safety and better regulation. I urge the Ministry to ensure strong public education, effective enforcement, and thoughtful implementation so that we build a safer environment for all. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to strengthen transport safety and efficiency, from improving active mobility safety to tightening enforcement against illegally modified vehicles and streamlining the collection of missed ERP charges. These are important objectives, and I support them. But as we consider these changes, we must remain clear-eyed about who will be most affected on the ground, especially our workers, many of whom depend on our transport system, not just to get around, but to earn a living. I declare my interest as the Assistant Secretary General of the NTUC, advisor to the National Delivery Champions Association, or what we call the NDCA, and Executive Secretary to the National Transport Workers Union. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the intent behind the enhanced regulations on PMAs, including reducing the speed limit from 10 kilometers per hour to 6 kilometers an hour, introducing size limits, mandatory registration, and the certificate of medical need. These measures are meant to improve safety for all footpath users, and that is a goal we all share. But how we implement them matters. We must be careful not to unintentionally place additional hardship on persons with genuine, often permanent mobility impairments, many of whom rely on PMAs to undertake delivery work as their primary and sometimes only source of income. For our riders, platform work is not a convenience. It is a hard-won path to financial independence. First, the reduction in PMA speed limits will lengthen delivery times. For riders who are already pushing themselves daily, those extra minutes compound quickly. Fewer completed jobs means lower earnings, and for riders living close to the age, even a modest drop in income can translate into real trade-offs between food, utilities, or even medical needs. Media reports have already highlighted concerns that riders' earnings may be significantly affected, and these reflect what we are hearing consistently on the ground through our union engagements. Madam Farhana Binti Ahmad Mashon, the General Secretary of the National Delivery Champions Association, is herself a mother of 6 and soon to be a grandmother. She fully supports the intent behind these safety measures, especially to protect young children who may be too small to be seen easily by riders and are particularly vulnerable to careless riding. At the same time, Hannah is also a full-time delivery rider who relies on her PMA for her work. Based on her experience, she expects her earnings to fall by 30 to 40% under the 6 km/h speed limits if incentives and work conditions are not adjusted by the platform operators. These illustrates the real tension we must address between improving safety and ensuring that riders who depend on this work are not pushed into financial hardship. As worker representatives, our platform work associations, including the NDCA, have raised these concerns directly with platform operators. We have since obtained commitments and in-principle agreements from platform partners through bilateral negotiations to review delivery targets and work arrangements for our full-time PMA riders so that safety improvements do not come at the expense of livelihoods. I also urge the government to work closely with platform operators to monitor post-implementation impact and to be prepared to offer targeted transitional support if hardship emerges. Mr. Speaker, we support the safety intent, but safety improvements should not disproportionately penalize those who depend on PMAs the most. Second, while I support the certificate of medical needs to prevent abuse, the criteria must not be so rigid that deserving users are excluded. Medical needs are not always binary. Mobility challenges exist on a spectrum. We should avoid overly narrow thresholds that unintentionally create new barriers for those who genuinely need PMAs for safe and independent mobility. In our engagements with our PMA riders, we see a wide range of profiles and needs. Some, like Ms. To Bitin, a familiar name to many in this house, as she was a para table tennis athlete, are born with mobility disabilities and rely entirely on their PMAs, not just for mobility, but for their delivery livelihoods. Others, like Ms. Siti Sabarina, turned to a PMA after suffering a serious leg injury from a delivery cycling accident last year. While she is on the path to recovery, she is still unable to walk independently over longer distances. For riders like her, the concern is not just access today, but the longevity and viability of a significant PMA investment under the new regulatory framework. These examples remind us that eligibility should be guided by real functional needs, not narrow thresholds. As we tighten safeguards against misuse, we must also ensure that those who genuinely depend on PMAs for safe, independent mobility and to earn a living are not left behind. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of cost. Medical certification can range from $50 to $100, which is significant for lower-income riders. To support our members, the National Delivery Champions Association will provide financial assistance to help subsidize and co-pay out-of-pocket compliance costs arising from this act. This includes expenses such as medical certifications and installations of attached-on speedometers. In addition, NDCA is in discussion with affiliate GP partners to make medical assessment and certification more affordable and accessible. These efforts reflect our shared commitment to uphold road safety while also protecting the dignity and sustainability of those who rely on PMAs to earn an honest living. I also ask the government to consider additional support measures, especially for riders like Siti, who are recovering from health conditions and will eventually need to transition out of PMAs. Support during this transition period is important so that recovery does not come at the cost of livelihoods. In addition, I seek the government's consideration for assistance with the purchase of essential equipment such as speedometers, which will be critical in helping our riders comply with the new speed limits. Finally, I ask the Ministry to clarify whether polyclinics will also be able to issue the required medical certificates so that costs can remain affordable and accessible for those who need PMAs the most. Third, while I appreciate the advance notice given since 2024 and the meaningful consultations with the NDCA, I urge an education-first approach during the initial enforcement. Some users will need time to adapt, whether to speed limits, device requirements, or certification rules. Reasonable grace periods and room for discretion, especially for genuine mistakes, will go a long way in ensuring compliance without undue stress. Clear rules matter, but compassionate implementation matters just as much. The NDCA has engaged riders extensively across Singapore, not just in meeting rooms, but where our riders actually work and rest. These sessions covered recruitment, rider safety, enforcement issues, CPF clarifications, last-mile delivery challenges, and discussions with LTA and our platform operators. This feedback is not abstract. It reflects lived realities, and this is why NDCA continues to work closely with platform operators through the tripartite framework to mitigate livelihood impact while complying to these new rules. We thank our platform operators like Grab, who have given in-principle assurances to adjust performance targets, and NDCA will continue to support riders through the transition to defray costs, including MCs and device modifications. Mr. Speaker, this is how lives, livelihoods, safety, dignity at work go hand in hand the tripartite way. Turning to electric buses, I support the amendments to Section 6 of the LTA of Singapore Act 1995, recognizing the promotion and regulation for the safe use of EVs. In Mandarin, please.
By 2030, electric buses will make up half of our public bus fleet. This is no small matter, and whether we can navigate this path steadily depends most importantly on our bus captains. Currently, companies do provide training, but each has different arrangements. When manpower is tight, training is sometimes shortened. But bus captains are different. They drive large vehicles with complex systems carrying passengers and bear heavy responsibility. Some captains have told us that driving electric buses require not only getting used to new equipment and routes, but also constantly monitoring screens, unlike before when it is mostly monitoring through the rear mirrors. Over time, this causes eye strain and even dizziness. This is not a small matter. So I'd like to ask LTA whether they could consider establishing unified, clear, and mandatory training for electric buses so that captains have confidence when transitioning to electric buses, making the roads safer.
Turn to the issue of speed limiters for lorries. Road safety must always remain our top priority. Measures that protect lives on our roads are necessary, and I recognize fully the intent behind mandating speed limiters for heavy vehicles. This intent is also understood and broadly supported by the fleet operators and lorry owners whom I have spoken with. That said, as with many transport policies, the real test lies not in the intent, but actually in the implementation. One key concern raised by drivers and operators relates to speed differentials on our expressways. Passenger vehicles may travel at up to 90 kilometers per hour, while heavy vehicles are capped at 60 kilometers per hour. This wide gap can disrupt traffic flow, leading to frequent overtaking, sudden braking, and in some cases, paradoxically increasing accident risk rather than to reduce them. Another concern is enforcement consistency. Local operators who comply with speed limiter requirements may find themselves disadvantaged when foreign-registered heavy vehicles, which may not be subjected to the same standards, continue traveling at higher speeds. This creates uneven road behavior and undermines both safety objectives as well as fair competition. Mr. Speaker, my point is not to revisit the policy intent, but to emphasize that implementation must be holistic. Speed limiters alone cannot deliver safer roads. They must be complemented by consistent enforcement, clear lane discipline, and policies that reflect the realities of mixed traffic conditions. I therefore urge the relevant ministries to continue engaging drivers and operators to apply enforcements with judgment and to ensure that implementation remains practical, fair, and grounded in real-world conditions so that our roads are not just regulated, but genuinely safer for everyone. Mr. Speaker, with this point raised in the spirit of fairness, safety, and grounded implementation, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, I have a few considerations to share on the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill. At the outset, let me state that I recognize the importance of ensuring safety and order for all users in Singapore. Our roads, footpaths, and shared spaces must be safe for pedestrians, cyclists, persons with disabilities, and motorists. As most mobility patterns and technologies evolve, our laws must be updated to reflect these new realities on the ground. One of the most significant developments in recent years has been the rapid rise in the use of mobility devices such as PMAs, PMDs, and PABs. Their use is not limited to elderly Singaporeans or persons with visible disabilities. Even working adults, caregivers, and delivery workers are using them, which reflects the last-mile connectivity challenges they face. Mr. Speaker, my point here is simple. The increased use of mobility vehicles by Singaporeans is more often than not driven by a practical need. Singaporeans rely on these informal, low-cost mobility solutions simply to get by and get on with their daily lives. With COE prices shattering records year after year, a private car is now firmly out of reach for many working families. Even motorcycles traditionally seen as an affordable alternative, have become significantly more expensive. Against this backdrop, it should come as no surprise that to meet their everyday transport needs, Singaporeans have turned to mobility vehicles that cost from a few hundred to $1,000 or $2,000, just a fraction of the price of a motorcycle or a car. For many Singaporeans, these devices are the only viable way to bridge the last mile between their homes and essential destinations, such as workplaces, schools, markets, and food centers. For many Singaporeans, these devices are the Mr. Speaker, I fully understand and acknowledge the government's concern about the misuse of such vehicles by able-bodied individuals in ways that compromise public safety. There have been genuine incidents involving reckless riding, excessive speeds, and conflicts on footpaths. These issues must be addressed. But we must be careful not to inadvertently cause hardship to Singaporeans who rely on these devices out of necessity. Many such individuals now use mobility vehicles to earn a living, including completing food and parcel deliveries for platform companies such as Grab. For them, these vehicles are essential tools of work rather than toys for amusement or recreation. The bill proposes to reduce the speed limit for PMAs from 10 km per hour to 6 km per hour. In an article published by Mothership on 27th January, platform workers shared that this reduction in speed limit is likely to reduce the orders they can complete by 20 to 30% or even up to 50%. This will translate to a loss in earnings. While some workers will be able to make up for this by working longer hours, others who have caregiving needs or health problems may not be able to do so. Besides being a tool for employment, mobility vehicles can also prove to be the most convenient or practical option for some residents to get around the neighborhood. Let me illustrate with some examples from my own ward of Kaki Bukit. Take a resident who lives at Block 530 in Bedok North Street 3, which is right next to Kaki Bukit's community center. To head to Red Swastika School, the resident has no direct bus route. There are indirect bus options, but this involves switching either at Bedok Interchange or at Heartbeat at Bedok, and that will take more than 35 minutes. The other option is to walk 1.2 kilometers, which Google Maps indicate will take around 17 minutes. To reach Bedok Reservoir Park or Damai Secondary School, the resident has two options: to walk 1.9 kilometers for 26 minutes or to walk 1 kilometer for 14 minutes to a bus stop along Bedok North Avenue 3, and then take a 3-minute bus ride for 3 stops. Mr. Speaker, I don't mean for these examples to be comprehensive or exhaustive. Rather, they are meant to demonstrate that for certain short but significant journeys in Kaki Bukit, there are sometimes no direct or convenient public transport options. The only realistic alternative is to walk directly from point to point. This is the healthiest option, but may be challenging for the elderly, those with mobility difficulties, or parents with young children who are pressed for time. Not to mention the hot and humid weather in Singapore, which does not make for a comfortable walking experience. In such circumstances, a personal mobility aid can be useful, especially for caregivers with children or workers rushing to and from shifts. Mr. Speaker, regulation without viable alternative risks deepening inequality. Transport policy should be concerned with more than efficiency and safety, but also consider equity and inclusion, especially for those with the least resources. As I mentioned earlier, the increasing reliance on active mobility devices is driven by practical necessity. Residents turn to these devices to cope with and adapt to what they see as gaps in our public transport network, especially when it comes to last-mile connectivity or traveling to neighborhood amenities that are just slightly too far to walk to comfortably. For such persons, mobility devices are the most viable options after taking cost, time, convenience, and accessibility into account. As such, improving our public transport links, including boosting capacity for last-mile connectivity, must be a priority. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the Ministry to offer seed funding to pilot and test community bus shuttles in different towns, including Kaki Bukit, with the intention of providing coverage for those short but significant journeys around the neighborhood that are currently underserved by our public transport operators. We can even call this the We First shuttle. These local shuttles should be targeted to the specific practical needs of residents and reflect how they actually get around the neighborhood. This may reduce their reliance on mobility devices. These improvements will also make our public transport network more fit for purpose for our aging population. Our elderly should find it easy and convenient to take a bus for a few stops to visit their friends or run errands in another part of the neighborhood. They should not be faced with a choice of either walking that kilometer or two or having to rely on a mobility device. And I believe we also owe it to them to make these bus journeys free of charge. Sir, in London, those over the age of 66 enjoy free travel across the public transport network at any time, save for the morning rush hour. Over there, they call it the Freedom Pass. I see no reason why we cannot or should not do the same for our seniors and give them a Merdeka Pass to travel freely on our public transport. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, kami harus utama.
We need to prioritize improvements to the public transport corridors, including adding capacity for last-mile connections. I would also suggest that the Ministry of Transport establish a seed fund to study and test what I call a community bus service in towns like Kaki Bukit. The aim of this service is to provide coverage for short but meaningful journeys around the neighborhood. Public transport is still limited for short journeys such as this. The proposed community buses should prioritize the unique and practical needs of residents and reflect how they move around their neighborhood. This can help reduce the use of mobility devices. And these measures can align with our public transport network, with the needs of senior citizens. By right, they should view bus ride as something that is highly convenient. They should not have to choose between walking or using mobility devices. And I feel we are responsible for providing these bus journeys free of charge for senior citizens. So in London, citizens over the age of 66 years old can enjoy free travel on public transport, except during morning peak hours. Over there, they call this the Freedom Pass. We should provide a similar service for our senior citizens and give them a Merdeka Pass to travel freely on our public transport.
Speaker, this bill is an opportunity to consider how different modes of mobility may necessitate the long-term transformation of our last-mile connectivity infrastructure. The mobility devices that we are discussing today are here to stay. Ultimately, if pedestrian safety is our concern, this is best achieved by segregating pedestrian traffic from motor-powered mobility devices. We can achieve this by moving more decisively towards a more coherent and integrated network of dedicated cycling paths that are clearly separated from pedestrian footpaths, wherever possible, and then confining the use of mobility devices to these cycling paths. Currently, this is not possible in many neighborhoods where cycling paths share space with pedestrian footpaths. Mr. Speaker, other dense cities across the world have shown that this is possible. It requires us to fundamentally rethink how we allocate existing road space, rather than incrementally increasing cycling and non-pedestrian infrastructure at the margins. Since we expect private vehicle growth to be capped and car-light policies to take effect, the government should seriously reconsider reclaiming road space currently dedicated to cars, including underutilized lanes and on-street parking, and repurposing them for cycling and walking infrastructure. In this way, we also make space for the safe use of mobility devices. Mr. Speaker, I believe we need to address the underlying problems and develop a more compassionate vision of mobility in Singapore. We must address the structural gaps that drive people to rely on mobility devices in the first place. This means investing in better neighborhood connectivity, more responsive public transport planning, and infrastructure that reflects and facilitates how people actually move around in their communities. Sir, notwithstanding these concerns, I support the bill.
Ms. Paul-Lisan.
Mr. Speaker, personal mobility aids are wonderful inventions that are meant to give independence, dignity, and an opportunity to earn a livelihood to seniors and people with mobility challenges. Unfortunately, self-regulation by users is weak. Over the past few years, misuse of PMAs have resulted in nuisance to pedestrians, injuries, and even deaths to PMA users. They have also caused severe negative externalities, including fires that result in property damage and loss of lives. It's finally time to reset the original intent of PMAs. The bill amendments to tighten PMA users' eligibility, operating rules, and specifications are overdue, but better late than never. The bill amendments are well thought out and eliminate most scenarios of misuse while preserving as much inclusivity as possible for genuine users. Notwithstanding, I would like to raise a few concerns. I would like to address concerns of residents below 70s who can't walk well or depend on PMAs for their livelihood, yet are physically unable to use personal mobility devices or power-assisted bicycles, and they are also worried that they are unable to get a doctor's letter. While 70 years old may be a reasonable eligible age for automatic eligibility, there are also many instances of younger people who are unable to walk far due to excessive weight or temporary conditions such as gout, but are unable to obtain a doctor's certificate of eligibility. I would like to ask if age rather than need is a good way to delineate the eligibility. To be clear, I agree that the inclusion of all seniors above 70 years old is an efficient way to implement the policy. What I am worried about is over-exclusion of a specific group. That is, a small group that needs PMAs but may now be excluded. Some of them may even be using the PMAs to earn a livelihood, such as in food delivery, and given their physical limitations, it may not be possible for them to switch to using other transport modes, like power-assisted bicycles. Also, for those in their 50s and 60s, they may not be able to secure other forms of employment. While this may be a small group, I hope that LTA will consider extending conditional PMA user eligibility to them if they have not chalked up speeding offences in the past. I do recognize that this is indeed a difficult provision to make in terms of legislation. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to speak in Malay.
Although the age of 70 may be considered reasonable for automatic eligibility, there are also many younger individuals who are unable to walk far due to being overweight or having temporary conditions like gout, but are unable to obtain a certificate of eligibility from a doctor. I agree that the inclusion of all senior citizens aged 70 years and above is an efficient way to implement the policy. But my concern is the possibility of over-exclusion of a specific group. There is a small group of individuals who require PMAs, but maybe now no longer be eligible. Some of them may also use the PMAs to earn a living, such as a food delivery. Given their physical limitations, it might be difficult for them to switch to other modes of transport, such as power-assisted bicycles or PABs. Furthermore, for those in their 50s and 60s, they may face difficulties to secure other forms of employment. Although this group is small, I hope that LTA will consider extending conditional PMA user eligibility to them, provided they have no record of prior speeding offences. I do recognize that such provisions are indeed difficult to implement from a legal standpoint.
Sembawang West constituency happens to have quite a lot of PMAs. Many of them are applying on shared paths with pedestrians. Several residents, especially the more elderly pedestrians, have given feedback that some PMA users are rude and dominate the shared paths, sometimes in a dangerous way, while others blast loud music even late at night. These bad behaviors cause near accidents, especially when pedestrians are forced to make way for them. They also cause noise pollution as the loud music reverberates, sometimes jolting residents resting at home from their sleep. However, the new rules in the bill amendments do not address these behaviors, and I'm concerned that such eligible but errant PMA users may continue to behave like they own the shared path. Again, I recognize that it is difficult to use laws to constrain such behavior, as eligibility criteria should be based on objective need, not social behavior norms. Yet, these latter are the stuff of our everyday experience in our homes and towns, and they make a big difference between the safe, quiet enjoyment of our space on an experience of risk, danger, and high emotions. In addition to eligibility criteria, can LTA consider a basic workshop or course on responsible use so as to reduce instances of anti-social PMA users? Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a few words in Mandarin. 在三八旺系
发言 Sembawang West constituency happens to have quite a lot of PMAs. Many of them are plying on shared paths with pedestrians. Several residents, especially the more elderly pedestrians, have given feedbacks that some PMA users are rude and dominate the shared paths, sometimes in a very dangerous ways, while others blast loud music even late at night. These bad behaviors cause near accidents, especially when pedestrians are forced to make way for them. They also cause noise pollution, and sometimes jolting residents resting at home from their speed. Although these issues are isolated incidents, their impact on the community's sense of safety and overall quality of life cannot be overlooked. However, the current amendment focuses primarily on usage eligibility and technical specifications and do not directly address behavioral issues. I'm concerned that some electric mobility scooter users who meet the eligibility criteria but engage in inappropriate behavior may continue to use these facilities improperly on shared pathways. I understand that it is not easy to use laws to constrain such social behaviors through legal means. Eligibility for electric mobility scooter usage should be based on objective needs rather than subjective behavioral assessments. Nevertheless, these behaviors represent everyday experience that residents face and directly affect the peace and safety of common spaces. Beyond defining usage eligibility, I would like to ask the Minister whether the Land Transport Authority could consider complementary measures, such as establishing courses or workshops for electric mobility scooter users to guide them in responsible usage of electric mobility scooters, enhance safety awareness, and thereby better safeguard the safety of both pedestrians and users.
Another concern is related to implementation challenges. The rules will kick in from 1st June 2026. Although PMAs are currently not required to be registered with LTA, and hence, we do not know how many PMAs there are nationwide. PMDs, however, do need to be registered, and currently there are about 5,100 of these. While we do not know how many PMAs there are, retailers have been reporting increasing sales of hundreds of PMAs each year. They are everywhere and they are mobile. The success of this new rule is highly dependent on the speed and comprehensiveness of enforcement operations. Enforcement officers are usually stationed at designated locations. The ineligible users will be on alert and will avoid these officers who can be seen from far, even though they may be wearing plain clothes. Some users may still be riding their PMAs late at night, which are hard to see from afar. I would like to ask the Minister how many enforcement officers and for how long they will be deployed following the 1st June start date. The second enforcement process is related to oversized PMAs and non-UL 2272 compliant e-scooters. Over the past years, I have received many residents' feedback on their neighbors parking or even charging their oversized PMAs or non-UL 2272 compliant e-scooters along HDB flats' common corridors. They are not only a source of fire hazard, they can also become obstructions during emergency escape. The neighbors of these PMAs and e-scooter owners are a useful source of accurate information of where and when these PMAs and e-scooters are parked, which would be valuable information sourced to LTA enforcement officers. May I ask the Minister, will LTA provide a direct channel, perhaps through an app, for residents to provide feedback and photo or video evidence to LTA so that enforcement officers can act promptly? Also, should the non-compliant PMAs or e-scooter owners refuse to remove them, are LTA enforcement officers vested with the powers to confiscate these items? Finally, following the rollout of this new rule, we can expect many non-compliant PMAs and e-scooters may be disposed of as there may not be a viable secondary market locally. Wearing my MSE GPC hat, I hope LTA will set up collection points for these vehicles to be deposited and thereafter arrange for them to be sold and be used in overseas markets. Alternatively, I urge LTA to arrange for these disposed PMAs and e-scooters to be scrapped and parts be recycled appropriately so they do not create a new problem for our environment. This year, Singapore becomes a super-aged society. There will be more seniors who will need PMAs to move around. Let's reset the original intent of PMAs as a mobility aid. Let's protect and support our seniors and those with mobility challenges. Let's put a stop to unnecessary injuries and deaths due to PMAs and PMD fires. Let's keep our homes safe for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill amendments.
Order. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will assume the chair at 4 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the second reading of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill.
Ms. He Ting Ru.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Sengkang is one of Singapore's densest estates, and our residents regularly share with us their transport and mobility experiences and challenges while going about their daily lives in the community. I support the core objectives in the amendments being tabled before us today, but would like to seek clarifications relating to how the enforcement of the new regime to regulate the use of personal mobility aids, PMAs, will take place, and in particular, how these policies are developed in conjunction with the Active Mobility Advisory Panel. One of the key questions that I have relates to how authorities propose that enforcement take place against PMA users who are potentially breaching the upcoming rules. While the amendments introduce the Certificate of Medical Needs system, how would trying to catch users without the requisite certification look like in practice? For example, would enforcement officers be required to identify potential rule breakers based on clear rationale? For instance, whether the certificate or the registration mark are visible on a mobility scooter. While circumstances like having multiple people squeezing onto a mobility scooter might be a reasonable means of identification, as it is unlikely that multiple people traveling to the same location may have mobility affecting disabilities, I am concerned that casual, visual perception of able-bodiedness will be used instead. Complicating this is that I understand that LTA's one motoring site listed several exemptions from the Certificate of Medical Need. These include users aged 70 and above, beneficiaries of the Assistive Technology Fund and Seniors Mobility Enabling Fund, and individuals assessed to require assistance with activities of daily living under various assessments. How will enforcement officers thus identify these users, and how will we ensure that certified PMA users just trying to move about their everyday lives are not subject to constant interruption or compliance checks? Having clear, published guidelines will also help with public education efforts. This is especially important given that we can see from various news reports that so many of the confrontations between PMA users and pedestrians take place without an enforcement officer present. How can we ensure that vigilante justice will not rear its ugly head with passers-by leaping to hasty or even erroneous conclusions about whether or not a PMA user is indeed eligible? Having spoken to people with disabilities and advocacy groups, it remains common in our society to visually perceive able-bodiedness, including in the national press. We must avoid such stigma being perpetuated inadvertently. In view of the concerns above, can the government share how it proposes to address them with a view to ensure that misconceptions about what disability means, visible or hidden, affecting young or old, are not further entrenched? Mr. Deputy Speaker, a further concern raised was that it appears that the enforcement of the new rules may be inadequate, may be given inadequate time to come in. 4 months, there are only 4 months until mid-2026. The Disabled People's Association highlighted this point in their comments on this bill, stating that a 1 to 2 year implementation period would be more comparable to other laws such as the Workplace Fairness Act. With the new regulations adding quite a few requirements to the already extensive rules on active mobility, I believe it would be fair to give users more time to get used to the regime and to ensure compliance with it. Lastly, I have some comments on the Active Mobility Advisory Panel, which developed the review of regulations for PMAs that informs this bill. I note that in the report, while there is consideration of other legislation in other jurisdictions, I could not find much direct analysis or assessment of the available scientific literature on the issue of PMAs, particularly in relation to road safety. For instance, on the recommendation of reducing the speed limit to 6 kilometers per hour from the current 10 kilometers an hour, can the MOS share what is the actual data used to determine how reducing the speed limit to 6 kilometers an hour is significantly more likely to reduce the risk of serious injury, affect reflex time, and prevent more accidents to begin with. My colleague from Hougang SMC, Dennis Tan, had earlier and also during the 2024 COS raised concerns too that the proposed 6 km/h speed limit appears to be tied to the average walking speed, and this may be too slow and cut down and end up increase the journey time for users and those who are reliant on it to move beyond their immediate neighborhoods, and also may have actual financial impact on those who rely on PMAs for their livelihoods. Could the MOS thus provide more specific details about how the new speed limit was arrived at? This is a similar issue with other reports, like the panel's review of active mobility regulations for safer path sharing, which introduced a 10 km/h speed limit on footpaths, which I understand is based largely on work with focus groups. While such focus groups are important for understanding these issues in Singapore's urban and cultural context, we must also engage with the research material given that we regulate primarily for safety rather than more subjective concerns. We should understand how the science factors into these recommendations and ask whether the panel should be updated to include more representation from academia. In conclusion, while I support the bill in principle, I hope that some of the issues I raise will be taken into account to inform enforcement. I also hope that future reviews of regulations would be driven primarily by research and that this research is communicated together with any proposed new regulations. PMAs are useful to persons with disabilities and seniors by supporting their mobility in our communities and neighborhoods, and can be important tools for removing barriers to accessing public transport. They bring significant co-benefits in the form of promoting connections within the community, sociability, improving health, and offering mobility, all with much lower carbon emissions than cars. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Razak.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill 2026. This is a timely and necessary bill that strengthens our transport regulatory framework amid evolving user behaviors, new mobility devices, and rapid technological change. The amendments relating to personal mobility aids and devices, ERP 2.0, and road safety reflect a forward-looking effort to keep our public spaces safe and our system trusted. I would like to offer a few suggestions that I hope can further enhance public safety while preserving fairness and accessibility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the weeks leading up to today's second reading of the bill, me and my colleagues on the ground sat at common spaces in the Jurong Spring Gekpo constituency, and just in a few evenings, we observed multiple near misses involving PMAs. Pedestrians stepping aside at the last minute, seniors hesitating before crossing paths, parents instinctively pulling their childs closer. These encounters may not make the headlines, but they shape how safe residents feel in our estates. And when it comes to our common spaces and roads, safety cannot be optional. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, PMAs are now a permanent part of our mobility landscape, particularly for seniors, persons with disabilities, delivery riders, and those making short everyday trips. At the same time, misuse and unsafe behavior remain a deep concern. Most users are responsible, but it only takes a few unsafe acts to undermine public trust and confidence for everyone. These affect not just riders, but pedestrians, families, and entire communities. First, while the bill rightly strengthens the enforcement tools and registration requirements, I suggest that we consider a more graduated and targeted approach to penalties, especially for repeat offenders who knowingly disregard safety rules. This is really not about being harsh, but rather being clear, consistent, and protective, particularly for those who are vulnerable. Second, to complement device identification, I propose we could explore a simple and visible rider identification system, especially for mobility devices issued for medical needs. This would help enforcement officers act with confidence while reassuring the public that these devices are being used legitimately. Third, PMD-related fires remain deeply worrying. Many arise from uncertified batteries, unsafe modifications, or prolonged overnight charging at unsuitable locations. I encourage the introduction of national charging safety guidelines covering approved charges, safe charging durations, designated charging zones, and clear prohibitions against corridor charging. Next, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to speak briefly on the healthcare implications on the proposed certification of medical need. Now, as a practicing doctor, I support the intent to ensure that mobility devices and scooters are meant for those who need it and are directed to those who genuinely require them. This protects public safety and preserves trust in the system. Not too long ago, a member in this House spoke about the effects of sarcopenia and age-related muscle loss. If our seniors and individuals who are actually physically able to walk end up using these devices, they could inadvertently lose their muscle mass and increase the risk of frailty in our community. However, we should also be mindful of the practical impact on healthcare professionals and patients, especially those with temporary mobility limitations, such as individuals recovering from surgery, fractures, strokes, or acute illnesses. Clear guidance on who can certify, streamlined criteria, and digital or time-limited certification pathways will be important to avoid unnecessary clinic congestion, administrative burden on doctors and healthcare professionals alike, as well as delays for patients who genuinely need short-term mobility support. I understand that MOH and LTA have issued a circular pertaining to the guidelines to this effect, and I'm also happy to note that the exceptions are given to those aged above 70 and those already on assistance programs related to mobility. After all, a safety framework works best when it protects patients without overwhelming clinics, and I encourage closer collaboration with healthcare providers as this framework is implemented. Next, on the ERP 2.0 and the trust-based enforcement that ensues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the move to decriminalize ERP non-payment. This reflects a mature regulatory approach that recognizes that most cases of non-payment are due to administrative oversight rather than intentional evasion. With the new penalty model, the government reinforces trust with motorists while maintaining accountability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, moving on to road safety. If there's one area where we should continue to strengthen our approach, it is in addressing dangerous, negligent, or reckless driving that results in serious injury or even loss of life. The data is indeed concerning. In 2024, Singapore recorded 7,049 traffic accidents involving injuries, with more than 100 fatalities. Speeding violations continue to rise, so too drink driving arrests. We've also seen cases where fatal outcomes arising from negligence or excessive speed resulted in sentences that, while legally consistent, have left the public uneasy. I therefore urge the Ministry to consider a comprehensive review of sentencing frameworks, particularly for causing death by dangerous or drink driving. When harm is irreversible, our sentencing framework must reflect that gravity. A calibrated approach will reinforce our national commitment to safety. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill represents a strong and forward-looking update to our land transport laws. It tightens PMA regulation, introduces a trust-based approach to ERP 2.0, and modernizes enforcement in meaningful ways. The suggestions that I've raised on calibrated deterrence, visible identification, charging safety guidelines, and healthcare-sensitive certification are offered in the spirit of strengthening safety while ensuring fairness and compassion. With these observations, I support the bill and look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to seek clarifications on two aspects of the bill. First, to the Ministry of Transport on the keeping of unsafe devices under the Small Motorized Vehicles Safety Act, and secondly, to the Ministry of Home Affairs on the proposed outsourcing of traffic violations processing under the Road Traffic Act. First, on the new offence of possession of unsafe devices. Part 6 of the bill will introduce a new offence of keeping an unsafe mobility device, AMD, by amending the Small Motorized Vehicles Safety Act 2020. First, let me say that I strongly support this amendment. From time to time, I have encountered AMD fires in my ward caused by overnight charging of devices suspected to have non-compliant batteries. Such fires are fierce. The damage caused is not just to property, but also to residents of nearby units who suffer from smoke inhalation injury, such as swollen eyes and respiratory airways, and carbon monoxide poisoning. There is also trauma and psychological damage. Long after the fires subside, residents look on AMDs at the common areas with trepidation for fear that the next fire outside their door might leave them trapped. Nationwide, the effect of AMD fires has also been sobering. On 12 January, in response to an adjournment motion filed by Workers' Party NCMP Andre Loh, MHA confirmed that AMD fires have been disproportionately fatal. The media release on this bill by MOT also acknowledged that non-compliant e-scooters pose severe fire risks. Given this experience, I would expect LTA to take the lead in enforcement actions against non-compliant devices, especially those found at HDB blocks, where harm to many residents is most imminent. It would thus be useful for the MOT to clarify how enforcement actions will change when the bill becomes law. Based on correspondence with LTA in July last year, I was given to understand that LTA's enforcement then was focused on non-compliant devices that were being ridden on public paths. This was a point alluded to by the MOS in his speech earlier as well. Our town council was told that for non-compliant devices parked at common areas, the town council should do its own enforcement or review its bylaws. But clearly, town councils are not the subject matter experts as to whether a device is compliant or not. 2 days ago, the LTA had indicated to our town council its openness to including one of our hotspots in a possible island-wide operation against non-compliant AMDs. I welcome the MOS's statement earlier also that under this bill, the LTA's role will be enlarged in enforcement in this area. So, sir, with the amendments proposed today, could MOT confirm that LTA will be taking the lead in the enforcement of the new provisions in the common areas of HDB estates? So next, on the outsourcing of processing of traffic violations. Clause 79 of the bill proposes to outsource processing of traffic violations from the traffic police and LTA. According to the MHA's media release of 12 January, civilian contractors will be tasked to process traffic notices for camera-detected violations. It was stated that such a move would enable the traffic police to outsource the processing of straightforward cases and hence free up resources to focus on more complex cases. So while I appreciate that outsourcing will result in cost efficiencies, it's important to elicit some details to understand how this move will affect members of the public. So to this end, I have 4 queries that I would like the Ministry to clarify. First, it was mentioned that the outsourcing will be to civilian contractors. These civilian contractors are presumably private sector companies. What are the criteria for selection of these contractors? Will there be more than one contractor appointed concurrently? Secondly, Clause 79 of the bill provides that an assessment framework for the prescribed offences will be prepared by TP or LTA, which these contractors must adhere to. Could the Ministry clarify at what level of detail these assessment frameworks will be pitched? A case example using a specific offence would be useful to understand this. Thirdly, residents may wish to lodge appeals for offences to be waived or reduced. Although camera-detected violations might seem straightforward and not appealable, I have not found this to be true in all cases. For instance, in one case, a resident of mine was initially charged with beating a red light. After appeal to the police, the charge was reduced to a lesser one of not forming up correctly when making a right turn, which carried a lower fine and less demerit points. When the provisions on outsourcing are activated, who will decide on appeal cases? It seems to me that some human judgment and discretion is required which is better exercised by our public servants in the police and the LTA. Fourthly, on viewing of camera footage. So far, the police have been forthcoming in arranging for the public to view camera footage to confirm if they have indeed committed certain traffic offences. Will the contractors similarly make such arrangements when requested? So, sir, in summary, while I support the bill, I look forward to the clarifications from the two ministries.
Mr. Chai Yin So.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, between July and October last year, I walked through the aftermath of 3 major fires in Toa Payoh Central. I stood alongside neighbours during chaotic moments of evacuation, offering immediate aid and a listening ear. In one of these fires, we faced the ultimate tragedy, the loss of 2 of our own residents. Post-fires, residents shared insecurities of living in their own homes. One major concern involved living near neighbours with active mobility devices. Since debates commenced in this House in September, I've asked 7 parliamentary questions on AMD safety, 6 questions on electrical battery safety, and 3 questions on fire safety. I filed a total of 16 questions across MOT, MHA, and MTI, because one fire is a fire too many, especially in what is supposed to be a safe abode, and it is given this context that I respond to the bill. I rise in support of the bill and commend its decisive measures to improve the safety of our public paths and roads for all. In particular, it addresses common concerns of Singaporeans about the misuse of personal mobility aids, or PMA. By strengthening enforcement powers against active mobility devices, the bill ensures safer roads, fairer usage of transport infrastructure, and more sustainable mobility for all. To better aid enforcement and implementation of the bill and to support vulnerable demographics that may be impacted, I would like to raise 4 points of clarifications for the Minister's consideration. First, there is a need to complement the implementation of new regulations with community education to avoid inadvertent violations by genuine PMA users, particularly on the new rules regarding medical certification and registration. Some users, such as the elderly, are already not familiar with existing regulations. For instance, the Active Mobility Advisory Panel, or AMAP, noted during their focus group discussions, several participants were confused about the distinction between PMAs and PMDs. This points to a potential gap between legislative intent and user awareness. Thus, changes brought about by this bill must be communicated effectively to ensure compliance. In addition, some of the changes introduced requires active steps to be taken by existing PMA users, such as visiting their healthcare provider for certification that they are eligible to use, or registering and obtaining an identification mark for their PMA. Genuine users have raised concerns and questions as to what this will entail. The Disabled People's Association, DPA, has recommended that the Ministry optimize inclusivity and ease the process of obtaining medical certification and registration for genuine users, such as by A, ensuring that grants or subsidies be established to cover any potential costs of certification and registration. B, clarifying that the relevant certification needed does not require a formal medical diagnosis, but simply documentation from an assessor noting the need for the use of a PMA. And C, ensuring that medical need to write a PMA is assessed on a broad and inclusive basis. I would like to ask the Minister what specific plans will be put in place to ensure the proper dissemination of information to existing PMA users, such as the elderly and disabled. How can these groups, particularly the elderly, be supported in navigating changes such as obtaining medical certification and registering their PMAs in time before the enforcement of the new rule? I would like to highlight that the DPA has also published a very comprehensive commentary on the bill, and I hope the Ministry will consider their perspective for genuine users of PMAs. My second question relates to the disposal of non-compliant AMDs. The bill introduces new size and design requirements of a PMA, such as requiring it to only have 1 seat and to not exceed the minimum dimensions stated. I note that the bill will also make it illegal to keep unsafe devices at home, and those who currently possess non-compliant AMDs will have to dispose of it. I would like to ask the Minister for clarifications on the disposal process, especially for some owners who may fear reproach or penalties and instead discreetly dump it. When government first introduced regulations against PMDs in 2019, the LTA worked with e-waste recyclers to set up designated disposal points across HDB estates, which facilitated the disposal of PMDs at no cost to existing owners. Moreover, to incentivize early disposal, registered owners who stepped forward for disposal qualified for an early disposal incentives. Separately, weeks before etomidate was classified as a Class C illegal drug, the Bin the Vape campaign offered a form of amnesty period, a voluntary, no questions asked disposal of vape devices and related products. I would like to ask whether the Ministry will consider setting up similar initiatives this year in partnerships with agencies like HDB, Town Council and PA for the disposal of non-compliant active mobility devices. My third point relates to the enforcement and implementation of speed limits. Key development in the bill lowering of the speed limit from 10 km per hour to 6 km per hour for PMAs. I support this move as it better reflects the intended use of PMAs to replace walking for users with mobility challenges. For vehicles on the road, we have cameras to track when vehicles go past the speed limit. Will the Ministry also install similar cameras along walkways and shared paths to ensure that errant PMAs are properly fined for speeding offences? While members of the public may report incidents of errant device users on public paths to LTA, it is more often difficult to do so practically. Similar to how the police and NEA have volunteers with enforcement powers, will the Ministry consider empowering LTA volunteers instead to check on PMA licenses? Enforcement on the new rules should not just focus on the behavior of PMA users in our communities, but actions should also be considered to be taken against retailers and sellers of these non-compliant PMAs and illegal PMDs. In this vein, I would like to clarify whether the Ministry will move beyond physical patrols to collaborating with community marketplaces like Carousel to automatically flag and delist these devices, and whether a proactive social media monitoring unit or public whistleblowing mechanism will be established to identify users and retailers of modified devices. How does the Ministry intend to address the issue of platform workers who currently use PMAs for food delivery, who are concerned that the lower speed limit would affect the number of deliveries they can make and their livelihoods directly? Platform workers are a valued part of the Singapore workforce. Many of them work tirelessly to make ends meet. And does the Ministry have plans to work together with platform operators like Grab and Foodpanda to introduce initiatives that will ease the burden of the impact of new regulations on their livelihoods? My fourth point relates to fire safety. The disproportionate fire risk and danger of active mobility devices is widely recognized, with data shared by the Ministry of Home Affairs revealing that while such devices accounted for less than 5% of residential fires in the past 5 years, they caused more than 25% of fatalities. I note that the bulk of these fires occurred from devices that were illegally modified or those that were not tested and certified. This highlights the significance of robust fire safety standards and enforcement measures. To this end, LTA has implemented a series of regulations, such as the UL 2272 standard and periodic inspections every 2 years for personal mobility devices, and the EN 15194 standard for power-assisted bicycles. These comprehensive measures have undoubtedly prevented many fires and greatly improved the safety of AMAs. In my PQ filed on 23rd September last year on having PMAs to undergo periodic inspections, the reply noted that there were currently no commonly recognized international fire safety standards for PMAs. However, the fire risk posed by PMAs is no less serious than those posed by PMDs and PADs. Furthermore, PMAs are used by individuals like seniors with walking difficulties who may not be able to escape to safety without substantial assistance in the event of a fire. For this vulnerable demographic, fire regulation should be even more stringent as commensurate with the increased vulnerabilities of the persons involved. Considering the potentially long wait for an internationally recognized fire standard for PMAs to be established, I call upon the Ministry to strengthen fire regulations for PMAs with periodic inspections. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support this bill and look forward to the implementation of 1st of June 2026. Thank you.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the bill which seeks to improve the safe usage of transportation modes on our roads and footpaths, as well as the storage within our homes and neighborhoods. Transport safety does not begin only at home. It does start the moment we step on the road too. It begins at home with our families, our neighbors, and the choices we make in shared spaces. Electric-powered personal mobility devices have gained popularity as an affordable and efficient means of travel for many. However, these devices also pose higher fire risks in our homes and neighborhoods, as such fires are often more severe and more likely to result in serious injuries and fatalities. This is why Singapore has placed strong emphasis on the use of personal mobility devices that comply with UL 2272 fire safety standard. Even so, improper use of unsafe charging practices can still pose significant risks to device owners, family members, neighbors, and of course, our firefighters. A firefighter once shared with me that the e-scooter battery fires are unlike the typical fires that they face. They can reignite, generate intense heat, and spread rapidly, especially in confined spaces. The most distressing moments are when families are trapped behind closed doors while corridors are filled with toxic smoke from burning lithium-ion batteries. So I therefore commend our SCDF officers for continued upskilling our firefighters to respond to fires involving personal mobility devices. But at the same time, prevention must remain our first line of defense. In this regard, I support the move to go beyond banning the use of non-UL 2272 certified e-scooters on public paths and roads, and to make it an offense to keep such devices. I urge all owners to check their devices and to use only UL 2272 certified models to protect the safety of themselves and their loved ones. And in a neighborhood where we all live together, it's especially important that we remain vigilant and support each other in such a manner. Mr. Speaker, the use of active mobility devices on public paths has been a challenging issue in many neighborhoods. In land-scarce Singapore, pedestrians and device users must share our limited space. When accidents occur, the consequences can be serious, especially for our elderly pedestrians, who often sustain even more severe injuries and take much longer to recover. I recall when I was a grassroots leader in Pasir Ris many years ago, I was distraught at the thought and seeing this elderly lady being hit by an e-scooter. That memory still is fresh in my mind, and I do not want that to occur anymore. I note that this bill seeks to strengthen the operating safety of personal mobility aids by reducing the limit from 10 kilometers per hour to 6 kilometers per hour by January 2029, extending size restrictions requiring registration, and introducing a certificate of medical need for the use of PMEs on public paths. Now, while these regulatory changes aim to improve pedestrian safety, which I really support, we must recognize that PMEs are medical devices that support persons with mobility impairments too. So for many PMEs, like those in my constituency where it's aged and we have many elderly residents, PMAs are not merely a means of transport, but an essential enabler for independence and dignity. They allow my residents to move about in their neighborhoods, attend medical appointments, purchase daily necessities, and manage personal errands independently. I therefore call on the Ministry to implement these regulations in a manner that does not place additional burden or hardships on those with genuine needs. In particular, sir, I seek clarification on whether assessments for the medical or the certificate of medical need can be conducted at polyclinics so as to help manage costs and ensure accessibility. Sir, this bill also sends a clear signal on the importance of road safety for all road users. In 2024, speeding violations reached a 10-year high, with the number of cases doubling compared to the previous year. More than 6,000 cases involved lorries and other heavy vehicles. When I was an SCDF officer many years ago, I witnessed an accident where a lorry was hit and the workers who were in the vehicle were thrown all over the road. At the sight of that, being a part of the SCDF team, it just reminds me that we cannot allow these things to happen. And I really support this part of the bill. So I support the increased penalties for breaches involving failure to install speed limiters by the compliance deadline, as these are important measures to protect heavy vehicle drivers, the workers conveyed on such vehicles, and other road users. I also welcome the strengthening of penalties for illegal vehicle modifications, including the tampering with speed limiters, which undermine the intent of safety regulations. I urge companies to comply fully with the speed limit rules, including early installation ahead of the 1st July 2027 deadline. At the same time, I ask whether the ministry is studying the challenges companies may face, whether costs, operational or technical, to ensure that enforcement is effective and sustainable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan, baru-baru ini saya bertemu.
Recently, I met users PMA due a permanent mobility. The PMA enables him to live home independently, buy food and attend medical appointments and manage daily needs without relying entirely on family members. He moves slowly, carefully, and complies with regulations. His concern is not about safety, but about access, whether the process and cost of obtaining a medical needs certificate will complicate something fundamental to his daily life. Mr. Speaker, safety is not merely a matter of regulation. It is a matter of shared values and responsibility. Safety begins at home. When mobility devices are stored or charged unsafely, the risk is not only to one individual, but to the entire family and neighbors around them. Fire and smoke know no boundaries of housing units. On the issue of PMAs, we must be clear that these devices are medical necessities for individuals with mobility constraints. For them, PMAs are not luxuries. They are a tool for independent living, for mobility, and for continuing to contribute to society. Many PMAs users are also platform workers. They leave early in the morning and return late at night, not by choice, but due to the responsibility of supporting their families. This work is dignified employment, livelihood earned through one's own sweat. As a labour movement, NTUC takes seriously the impact of implementing these regulations on workers' daily lives. Through continuous engagement on the ground, NTUC and workers' associations, such as National Delivery Champions Association, have met delivery workers at their workplaces and rest areas, listening directly to concerns about income, compliance costs, and changes to work routines. This feedback forms the basis for ongoing discussions with platform operators and relevant agencies so that safety can be enhanced without sacrificing livelihoods. Fair safety is safety that takes into account the reality of workers' life. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the bill requires us to balance safety with social justice, protecting lives without denying the dignity of work and the right to earn a living. When we care for the most vulnerable families, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and workers, we are building a society that is safer, more humane, and more resilient. I support this bill. Thank you.
Dr. Harish Singaraju.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an omnibus bill that amends 6 acts. I rise to speak on the Certificate of Medical Need for driving or riding mobility vehicles. I'm a family physician. I run a polyclinic. Some of our residents need mobility scooters. My team and I know who they are. The Amma with severe arthritis. Her knees have given way, but her spirit has not. She still wants to go to the market. She still wants to choose her vegetables. The uncle who has lost his leg to diabetes. He's not asking for pity. He's asking to get around. The pakcik recovering from stroke. 6 months ago, he was walking. Now he's learning to live differently. These are the people this provision is meant to protect. I support this bill. I have 3 points. The first 2 are practical. The third is a reflection. First, guide residents to their primary provider. The bill requires a certificate of medical need, but it does not specify which doctor should access. This matters. A certificate is only as good as the assessment behind it, and an assessment is only as good as the information available to the assessor. When a resident needs a certificate of medical need, my advice is simple. See their regular doctor, their family physician, their enrolled Healthier SG clinic. Why? Because they know the resident. They have the medical history. They have watched the resident's mobility change over time. They understand the home environment, the daily routine, their goals, their values. That is the doctor best placed to certify need. I therefore ask that public messaging reinforces this clearly, not just see a doctor, but see your doctor. And for those who do not yet have a regular doctor, to enroll into Healthier SG. Start building that relationship. It will serve them well, not just for this, but for their health over the long term. Right doctor, right records, right outcome. For those already using scooters and unsure if they qualify, we should encourage them to have an honest conversation with their doctor. For some, this may be the first medical review in years. Conditions change, some may have improved, some may benefit from intervention. This is not just certification, it is an opportunity for care. And for those who may not qualify, our role is to help them understand their options, including alternatives that may serve them better. Second, the guidelines are sound, but refinement will be needed. Mr. Speaker, I have read the guidelines. These were developed after consulting 11 professional bodies. The guidelines give us a foundation. We're not starting from zero. But clinical practice will surface grey zones, conditions that do not fit neatly, residents whose function fluctuates, residents whose needs are hard to access in a clinic room. Consider the resident in her 60s who can walk, but has fallen 3 times this year. She's not immobile, but is she safe? These are the cases that do not fit neatly into yes or no. Without clear guidance, different doctors may reach different conclusions, and residents may learn to shop around. Consistency protects both the resident and the system. For some of these cases, we welcome the option to tap on our occupational therapists. They assess function where it matters, in the home, on the path, in real life. That said, we will need supplementary guidance over time, learning from real cases, refining our approach. I ask that the Ministry gathers feedback after rollout and convenes sessions where practitioners can learn from case studies. The Singapore Medical Association's Guidelines on Medical Assessment of Fitness to Drive is a good model. It matured over years. It is now a trusted reference. I note that the FAQ clarifies assessors acting in good faith will not be second-guessed. We welcome that assurance. These consultations may be difficult, especially when a resident wants a scooter but does not qualify. But this is not new to us. We navigate these conversations every day. I encourage my fellow clinicians to approach these assessments with confidence. These are opportunities for meaningful conversation, to understand our residents' needs, review their conditions, and help them move forward safely. Third, a reflection on the system. Mobility scooters have been around for years. They served those who needed them, often under funding safeguards that ensured appropriate use. But as these devices became commercially available, usage grew far beyond the intended population. And now we respond with certification, with healthcare as gatekeepers. I understand why this response is necessary, and I credit the Ministry for consulting the professional bodies and developing guidelines before rollout. But I asked the government, how did we get here? Reacting downstream instead of having built in safeguards upstream from the start. Healthcare will do her part for public safety and the public good. We always have. But let me name what such a reactive policy costs. Ideal implementation in healthcare takes time. In the meantime, there will be workarounds, goodwill, clinicians doing what needs to be done. This is added to existing responsibilities. Workarounds are not systems, goodwill is not infrastructure. The question now is, how do we avoid being here again? This is not the first time a cross-ministry policy has landed at healthcare's door. It will not be the last. So I say this, continue to consult healthcare at design. We know what good design looks like, driving license medical assessments, where verification is needed before you drive. Work permit medical examinations, where clearance is needed before the permit. Disabled parking labels, where need is verified upfront. These systems work because they are tight upstream, with verification built in from the start. For mobility scooters, the gap was the commercial market. When devices became available commercially, there was no equivalent gate. I'm glad to note that mobility vehicles will now need to be registered with LTA. Paired with healthcare's certificate of medical need, this creates a system that is tight at entry. This is good design, and I welcome it. Prevention is better than cure. This is true in medicine. It is true in policy too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I return to where I started, the ama, the uncle, the pakcik. Let us set up this policy well for them. The assessors. Let us continue refining our guidelines and supporting our clinicians and occupational therapists to do their work with confidence. And let us learn from this for what may come next. Thank you.
Ms. Elisa Chan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill. Mobility is freedom. Thus, I appreciate Minister of State's Bay's acknowledgement of the bill's attempt to balance access and safety. Both access and safety are critical for this freedom that mobility offers us. Under this bill, pedestrians have freedom from injury and neighbours freedom from PMD-related fires. And the gracious use of our transport system helps to increase this sense of freedom. Recently, I met with parents of young children, together with my fellow GRC MP, Ing Chou, to hear about their struggles commuting, whether it's carrying strollers onto public buses, or whether they are fearful of sharing paths with fast-moving personal mobility devices. As a mother myself who takes public transport, I completely understand this struggle. Singapore's transport infrastructure is a shared space. It is built on a social compact and understanding that we move through the city as members of one community, not merely as separate individuals seeking to reach our destinations. This is where graciousness comes in. We need to show grace, patience, and kindness to one another as we travel together. This bill addresses 3 critical areas where that graciousness is tested. Firstly, on disabled persons and mobility aids. The amendments to mobility scooters and personal mobility aids do not punish disabled persons. They protect them and they protect our shared spaces. The issue is misuse. Able-bodied individuals operating mobility devices unsuitable for pedestrian paths have created genuine hazards for the elderly and young children. The measures proposed, requiring medical certification, reducing speed limits, and establishing device registration, serve to ensure that those with genuine needs can move safely and with dignity. When someone who cannot walk risks collision because an able-bodied person misuses a scooter, this affects the community. When an oversized device occupies space meant for a young child,
the dignity of the disabled user is compromised alongside the safety of others. Good regulation is an expression of grace toward all, including our disabled citizens. It communicates that all our needs are real, that our dignity is protected, and those around us will be safer when sharing space with us. This bill affirms that commitment. Secondly, on accountability for heavy vehicles and personal mobility devices without UL 2272 certification, which are illegal on our roads but can still be kept in our homes. The speed limiter amendments for lorries between 3.5 to 12 tons will reduce road fatalities and protect our communities. The substantially increased penalties for illegal alteration of motor vehicles, up to $10,000 for individuals and $40,000 for corporates, send a clearer signal on the non-negotiability of safety. The same can be said for PMDs without UL 2272, which remain fire hazards. 72% of AMD-related fires in the last 3 years were related to non-compliant devices, and I'm glad that we are removing those safety hazards from our homes. Thirdly, regarding the electronic road pricing 2.0 system and the decriminalization of charges. This change reflects a mature, refined approach to accountability. Vehicle owners will face real consequences, helping us to ensure compliance without the bluntness of criminal prosecution. If vehicle owners don't pay what they owe, they won't be able to renew their road tax or sell their vehicle until the payments are settled. These measures protect the community by ensuring that those who use our roads do so responsibly and that enforcement mechanisms serve the broader good. These three areas share a common thread. They are all expressions of a single principle. When we use shared transport infrastructure, we do so as members of a community, not in isolation. That community comprises the elderly gentleman on a mobility scooter, the young mother with a child, or a lorry driver navigating a residential area, the casual road user, and all of us who depend on moving safely through Singapore. Graciousness does not mean the absence of rules. Graciousness means rules that protect the vulnerable while serving the legitimate needs of all. As this bill moves toward debate and implementation, I wish to invite all members of our community to consider two commitments. First, a commitment to graciousness towards the young, disabled, and elderly persons on our transport systems, the people whom we should be looking out for. They deserve safe and dignified passage. This is not charity. It is recognition of their equal standing in our community. They deserve the same freedoms that we enjoy, the same access to the transport infrastructure that we use, and the same dignity as we commute together. One of my volunteers also shared about a time when he was unable to enter a lift after waiting 15 minutes, even though he had a young child in a stroller with him. This was because the lift was full of able-bodied commuters. He eventually had to take the escalator, even though it provided a safety risk. Can we do better for such commuters? I encourage members of the public to show graciousness toward them and others like them, to understand that a disabled person on a mobility scooter navigating a crowded path or an elderly uncle lumbering on a public sidewalk are not obstacles to go around, but people exercising their right to move independently. Second, a commitment regarding noise levels from PMAs using paths near residential areas. I've received several complaints from residents about PMA users who play music very loudly throughout the day, disrupting online meetings, children's naps, and our residents' rest. As our city becomes busier, the noise in our environments, whether buses, trains, stations, or footpaths, has deteriorated. This is not merely aesthetic. Noise is a form of pollution that affects the well-being of all commuters, particularly the elderly and those with sensory sensitivities. Transport operators and enforcement officers should be empowered to enforce reasonable conduct standards. Commuters can be mindful that personal music, loud phone conversations, and unnecessary noise in public are intrusions on the shared space. This is graciousness in its most equal form. The recognition that the time another person spends on public transport is as valuable as your own, and that you have an obligation to protect their experience of that journey. That our homes and communities are places of rest and should be safe from noise and disruption. Accordingly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. May we move forward with the understanding that a gracious transport system is one that accommodates all of our citizens, young and old, disabled and able-bodied, with equal care for their safety and dignity.
Mr. Ng Shi Xuan.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this amendment bill and its intent to improve safety on our public paths, reduce fire risk from unsafe devices, and strengthen accountability in the personal mobility space. I will be addressing the active mobility provisions in my clarification, and I would like to frame my comments around 3 topics. First, users and their caregivers. Second, consistent enforcement. And lastly, device safety, storage, and the role of our community. The certificate of medical need is well-intentioned. It ensures personal mobility aids are used appropriately and by those who genuinely need them. But on the ground, situations are rarely black and white. A resident in my Naval Base constituency is medically weak due to multiple complications and relies on her husband to accompany her on her PMD. In another case, a couple shared that the wife will ride the PMD home after the husband completes his dialysis and is too weak to do so himself. They are concerned that such arrangements may now face penalties under the new framework. Under the existing Active Mobility Act 2017, a mobility scooter is defined to mean a vehicle that has a seat and is designed to carry a single individual. Arguably, it does not extend to a scooter that is designed for 2 persons. For example, where a caregiver rides the scooter with an incapacitated pillion rider. Clause 2G of the amendment bill introduces certain amendments to the definition of a mobility scooter, which emphasize that the mobility scooter should only have a single seat behind the footboard. However, Clause 2H of the amendment bill introduces a new definition of mobility vehicles to include any other motor vehicle designed to carry an individual who is unable to walk or has difficulty in walking and prescribed for the purpose of this definition. In addition, Clause 16 of the amendment bill introduces a new section 23I, which in subsection 2 creates an exception to the offense of driving or riding a mobility vehicle without a certificate of medical need in circumstances prescribed in regulations. Taken together, these provisions leave open the possibility that certain vehicles, such as the 2-seater vehicles that I have mentioned, as an example, being prescribed as mobility vehicles and permitted for use under certain circumstances. Would the Ministry further study such practical needs when developing the subsidiary legislation? There may be circumstances where it may be necessary or convenient for an incapacitated individual and his caregiver to use a 2-seater vehicle for legitimate mobility purposes. For example, if the individual is exhausted from dialysis or otherwise temporarily incapacitated from operating the vehicle. While enforcers may exercise discretion, policy clarity gives confidence to families and certainty to enforcement officers. In addition, I would like to ask, 1, how does the Ministry intend to balance the risk of assessor shopping with the provision of avenues for applicants to seek a second opinion in good faith? 2, what are the proposed timelines from application to clinical assessment and issuance of the certificate? And 3, how will the Ministry ensure that fees are affordable? For example, would individuals with permanent and irreversible medical conditions be granted certificates with an indefinite validity period to minimize the inconvenience of periodic renewals? Sir, in addition to permanent conditions, we also see many time-bound mobility issues in our community. residents recovering from surgeries, fractures, stroke, chemotherapy, or dialysis may only need a mobility scooter for a few weeks or months, not permanently. In this regard, I note that Clause 16 of the Amendment Bill introduces a new Section 23K of the Active Mobility Act, which contemplates that each certificate will have a validity period. So I would like to ask, will the framework allow for short duration certificates, and can validity periods be proportionate to medical need instead of a fixed renewal cycle? Ultimately, clarity on the form of certificates will be helpful, as this avoids over-medicalizing temporary conditions and repeated clinic visits for residents who are already unwell. The reduction of the PMA speed limit from 10 kilometers per hour to 6 kilometers per hour is sensible. Lower speeds do reduce injury severity. Furthermore, PMAs will now be required to carry registration marks which allow for enforcement. But enforcement consistency and deterrence matter. Recently, LTA installed a temporary enforcement camera right outside Canberra Primary School. Parents welcomed it. School leaders supported it. However, residents were surprised when it was removed after just 3 weeks. So I would like to ask, can LTA publish clearer criteria on where cameras are likely to be deployed, for how long, and what conditions trigger removal or an extension? Visibility of such cameras builds trust and acts as an effective deterrent, and assure road users that we are doing our best to keep our roads and pathways safe for all. My suggestion is to consider permanent cameras at school zones, downward slopes, high foot traffic areas, temporary cameras to rotate between key junctions, and supported by roving enforcement elsewhere. While personal mobility devices are still in its nascency in Singapore, it is consistency in enforcement that will likely change behavior. Should there be a lack of resources or funding for such permanent cameras, could we also explore a co-funding model between local town councils and LTA for estates which want to participate in enforcement? Making it an offense to keep unsafe devices is necessary. Fire risks are real, and we have seen tragic consequences. Under the Active Mobility Act, there is already provision for authorized officers and public path wardens, including volunteers. Enforcement exists today, but residents' feedback that coverage and visibility can feel uneven, especially at hotspots. My question is, can MOT and LTA expand the use of this existing framework to educate, identify high-risk devices, and prevent incidents early? For example, strengthening public path warden presence, partnering town councils and community emergency and engagement committees, and empowering our active mobility community ambassadors. Today, residents can already report illegal vehicle parking through One Motoring. So I would like to suggest for MOT to explore a similar structured reporting channel, perhaps through One Service for PMD and PMA issues. For example, uploading a photo, tagging your location, and simple categorization. This will allow for faster response, active community eyes on the ground, and early detection of unsafe devices. It strengthens safety without over-reliance on enforcement alone. MHA shared recently that in the past 3 years, 77 or 72% of the AMD-related fires in HDB estates involve PMDs and PABs, which are either non-UL 2272 compliant or non-EN 15194 compliant, or had been modified, rendering them non-compliant. This means that a significant 28%, or more than 1 in 4, AMD-related fires involved compliant devices. As the government has noted previously, although AMD-related fires form a small proportion of fires in HDB estates, such fires are typically more severe and more likely to result in fatalities and injuries. While registration and the requirement for devices to be UL 2272 compliant are useful in reducing the risk of fires, they do not adequately address the fire risk of compliant devices. How can the government reduce the threat to safety and property, given that more than 1 in 4 fires are caused by these compliant devices? I'll encourage the agencies to conduct a feasibility study and share the study with public on allowing these devices to be parked at HDB multi-story car park as an option, and to build fire-resistant charging infrastructure in multi-story car parks for users to charge their PMDs and PMA batteries. Alternatively, we could consider sandboxes in multi-story car parks where usage is low. Now, this idea is not plucked out from thin air. I deal with batteries on a daily basis. And last Saturday also had a chat with a retailer on the sideline of our fire safety talk. Similarly, they agreed that with 3 to 4 connectors head and 3 to 4 voltages, the permutation is not that many for such a sandbox to be deployed quickly. In Mandarin, sir. 议长先生.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to briefly present my views in Mandarin. This amendment bill is heading in the right direction, but the real key lies in how to implement the policy effectively. First, on the certificate of medical need. This system is heading in the right direction, but real life is often more complex than the legal provisions. In the community, there are many elderly people who are temporarily weak after dialysis, chemotherapy, or surgery and need family members to assist them in using the mobility aids. If the certified user is present and the purpose is genuine care rather than convenience, I hope that the policy can provide clear guidance so that caregivers do not have to worry about enforcement risk in reasonable circumstances. At the same time, we also see many residents who are only temporarily mobility impaired, such as after surgery or a fracture. I hope that the system can allow short-term or time-limited medical certificates, whilst for permanent irreversible conditions, considerations could be given to longer validity periods which needs less frequent updating to reduce the burden of repeated medical consultations for patients. Second, regarding speed limits and enforcement consistency. Reducing the speed limit for mobility aids to 6 kilometers per hour is reasonable, but the key to truly changing behavior lies in consistent and sustained enforcement. Taking school areas as an example, if enforcement is only short-term, it creates the mentality that things will be fine once the attention dies down. I hope that authorities can clearly explain the deployment principles for speed cameras and also consider establishing permanent enforcement points at high-risk locations with mobile enforcement in other areas to give the public a stable sense of security. Third, regarding registration and fire safety. The registration system is important, but for many elderly people, digital processes are not user-friendly. If registration responsibility can be moved forward to the sales at the point of sales, ensuring compliance from that source, this will reduce pressure on the elderly and lower subsequent enforcement cost. Regarding the fire prevention, even compliant equipment still poses some certain risk. I hope that the government can study setting up fire-safe charging or parking solutions in HDB multi-story car parks and through pilot testing further reduce the threats to the residents' lives and property. Sir, laws are just a starting point. Implementation is a key. As long as a policy can truly accommodate family needs, be feasible for businesses and allow for community participation, this bill can achieve a better balance between safety and inclusiveness.
Sets the right direction. But laws succeed only when families feel supported, users and companies can comply, and communities feel safe. My intent today is to help make this policy work better on the ground. I look forward to the Minister's clarifications and how we can refine implementation together.
Dr. Chu Pei Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to declare that I am a registered member of the Allied Health Professions Council, and my work involves assessing, treating, and educating on disability. This Land Transport and Related Matters Bill is important for its impact on safeguarding lives and preparing our transport system for the future. Speeding remains one of the leading causes of fatal crashes. The mandatory speed limiter regime is necessary. I commend Enterprise SG for stepping in with support, covering 50% of eligible costs for SMEs through the Productivity Solutions Grant. Yet, as of early January, more than 140 lorry owners had not complied. This is not a trivial figure. It points to real challenges in implementation. I would like to ask if the government has identified the obstacles faced by these lorry owners. Where genuine difficulties exist, can more assistance be rendered? Safety should never be compromised because of affordability or administrative hurdles. Mr. Deputy Speaker, fire tragedies involving active mobility devices have been unfolding in our estates, sometimes right at the doorsteps of our neighbours. Between 2022 and 2025, over 70% of such fires involved uncertified or illegally modified devices. The bill rightly prohibits even the possession of non-UL 2272 e-scooters. Yet enforcement will be the true test. With thousands of devices in circulation and illegal spare parts easily available online, accountability must extend beyond users to the platforms that enable such risks. The question before us is this: how can enforcement be scaled sustainably across our estates? How can agencies work with communities to build awareness and vigilance? And how can we ensure that online marketplaces take responsibility so that unsafe devices are not just removed from our paths, but from our homes altogether? Personal mobility aids are essential for those with genuine walking difficulties. But misuse by otherwise mobile individuals can create new problems. Over-reliance on mobility scooters may lead to muscle wasting, loss of balance, and reduced independence. Instead of preserving mobility, unnecessary use can erode it. This is why the prescription requirement through a certificate of medical need issued by doctors or occupational therapists is so important. It ensures that PMAs remain tools of necessity, not convenience, protecting both the safety of our shared paths and the health of our residents. The reduction of PMA speed limits from 10 kilometers per hour to 6, the pace of brisk walking, is a welcome move. It directly addresses concerns in towns with young children and seniors. Dimension limits of 120 cm by 70 cm, harmonized with public transport standards, will prevent oversized devices from dominating shared paths. Yet, enforcement on the ground remains the challenge. In Teng A, residents have raised concerns about riders whizzing past pedestrians with near-miss collisions involving young children along Plantation Plaza's retail street. With our aging population, we can expect more PMAs on our paths too. Doctors provide the vital role of diagnosis, ensuring medical conditions are properly identified. Physiotherapists, however, are the movement experts, the mobility experts. They specialize in biomechanics, gait analysis, and functional rehabilitation. As part of their work, they prescribe wheelchairs and mobility aids for persons with disabilities, and they work daily with patients to help restore movement, to stand, to walk, and to carry out their activities of daily living with dignity and independence. For residents already under physiotherapy care, requiring a separate doctor consultation for certification may create duplication and inconvenience. Could the Minister explain the rationale for excluding physiotherapists from issuing certificates of medical need, particularly for patients already under their care? The exclusion warrants reconsideration. For continuity of care, patients already receiving physiotherapy should not require separate consultations solely for certification purposes. Doctors diagnose, but physiotherapists help people move again, to stand, to walk, and to live. Additionally, while these measures improve safety, infrastructure remains a concern. Shared paths of 2 meters are dwarfed by roads spanning 18 meters. If active mobility is to grow, will the government commit to expanding pedestrian-only path infrastructure proportionately? Safety is not just about rules, it is also about space. ERP 2.0 represents a fairer, usage-based model, charging only for actual road use. That principle is sound, but fairness must be felt across income groups and vehicle types. How will lower-income families who rely on private hire vehicles for essential transport be protected from disproportionate burdens under future distance-based models? And while decriminalizing mispayments is sensible, shifting liability from drivers to vehicle owners may create complications for shared vehicles. How will these be addressed? Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill advances safety and modernization on our roads. It is a step forward, but as always, the true measure lies in implementation and enforcement, in fairness and in infrastructure. I support the bill and I look forward to the Minister's clarifications. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the bill's objectives to enhance safety for all path users and road users. However, I would like to seek clarifications from the Minister on several implementation matters that will affect our residents and businesses. First, medical certification for personal mobility aids. The new regulation requiring valid medical certification for mobility scooters is necessary. It addresses legitimate public concerns about misuse by able-bodied individuals and preserves these devices for those with genuine mobility challenges. However, I ask the Minister to consider a special category of users who may fall into a grey area. They are delivery riders who may not meet strict medical certification criteria but have genuine mobility problems that make cycling or walking long distances very difficult. In 2019, when e-scooters were banned from footpaths, approximately 7,000 delivery riders were affected. Recognizing the impact on livelihoods, the government provided a 7 million transition assistance package. Today, delivery platforms acknowledge that a portion of their riders rely on PMAs. The government had expressed its commitment to inclusivity for riders with mobility challenges. Would the Minister clarify if there will be transition support for affected riders? What constitutes mobility issues sufficient for certification? Must it be a diagnosed medical condition, or can occupational factors be considered? For riders performing physically demanding work who experience joint pain or fatigue but lack formal diagnosis, is there recourse? Second, dimension limits, speed limits, and enforcement. I fully support the new dimension limits and speed limits for PMAs. These measures harmonize public path and public transport regulations while addressing safety concerns, particularly for seniors and young children. However, enforcement effectiveness remains a question. Residents have shared with me that despite numerous feedback, uncertified and modified PMAs continue to be out and about. Could the Minister define what good enforcement will look like? Will LTA expand mobile CCTV deployment beyond the current hotspot rotation? Will plainclothes operations increase in frequency and coverage? Public feedback suggests enforcement officers may be too conspicuous. Will LTA adopt more covert tactics to deter violations effectively? Sir, in Mandarin.
Residents have shared that despite feedback, uncertified and modified PMAs continue to be out and about. Could the Minister explain what good enforcement will look like? Will LTA expand CCTV deployment? Will plainclothes officers' operations increase in frequency and coverage? Public feedback suggests enforcement officers may be too conspicuous. Will LTA adopt more covert tactics to deter violations effectively?
Back to English. Third, ban on keeping non-UL 2272 e-scooters. Prohibiting the possession of non-compliant e-scooters will greatly enhance fire safety in our residential estates. However, enforcement of this keeping offence raises practical questions. How will authorities detect possession within private homes without infringing on privacy? Could the government consider leveraging existing home visit programs? Officers are currently already doing inspections. With appropriate legislative amendments and officer training, could these existing touchpoints be utilized to identify non-compliant e-scooters during routine visits? This would expand enforcement capacity without creating a separate inspection regime. What safeguards will be implemented to protect residents' privacy while ensuring fire safety compliance? Will there be disposal programs to encourage voluntary surrender? Fourth, speed limiters for heavy vehicles. I'm gratified that the government has decided to introduce a series of firm measures for speed limiters for heavy vehicles. These include increasing penalties for violations, including tampering. Since 2017, I had asked for speed limiters for motor vehicles in this House a few times. I hope we will be able to progress to higher risk passenger cars to improve safety on our roads too. Finally, may I ask about speed limiters for foreign heavy vehicles on our roads? What are the regulations and enforcement measures for them? In conclusion, I seek the Minister's assurance that all these measures will be implemented with adequate support, clear timelines, and proportionate enforcement. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to speak on the Land, Transport and Related Matters Bill. I do so not only as a member of this House, but as someone like many Singaporeans who use our transport system every day. Walking through neighborhoods, sharing footpaths, and relying on our roads and common spaces to feel safe and predictable. Transport policy may be debated here, but its impact is felt outside this chamber. It is felt on our footpaths, in lift lobbies, and in the confidence people have when they move around their neighborhoods. In that sense, this bill is not just technical or administrative. It is about how we update our rules to reflect how people live today, while continuing to keep everybody safe and included. Over the past years, many members would have seen reports of mobility devices colliding with pedestrians or fires linked to unsafe or modified devices stored in residential blocks. These incidents are unsettling, not because mobility aids are the problem, they are not, but because they show that our rules have not fully kept up with how these devices are being used and sometimes misused in shared public spaces. Mobility devices today are more powerful and more widely available than before. If used properly, they make a real difference to people's life. If used irresponsibly or without safeguards, they can pose risk to others. This bill is timely in addressing that gap. The clearer definition of mobility vehicles, together with mandatory registration and the requirement for a certificate of medical need for certain devices, strike a careful balance. They recognize that many seniors and persons with disabilities, these devices are not conveniences. They are essential tools that allow people to remain independent, mobile, and connected to the community. At the same time, the bill reinforces an important principle. Our footpaths and common spaces are shared. As devices become faster or heavier, greater responsibility must follow. Clear rules protect pedestrians, but they also protect responsible users who rely on these devices and do not want to be unfairly judged because of the actions of a few. When I speak with residents, the concern is rarely about seniors who truly need these aids. More often, it is about uncertainty. People ask, what is allowed? What is safe? And if something goes wrong, who is accountable? When there is uncertainty, trust in shared spaces begins to erode. This bill provides much needed clarity. That said, rules alone are not enough. Implementation will matter just as much. Seniors navigating medical assessment, online systems, or registration processes should not feel anxious or overwhelmed. I encourage the Ministry to continue pairing regulation with strong outreach through community centres, healthcare providers, and grassroots organisations, especially during the transition period. Compliance should come from understanding and support, not fear. I also welcome the bill's focus on upstream responsibility, particularly the stronger controls on the sale, advertisement, and the possession of unsafe or non-compliant devices. Too often, enforcement falls mainly on end user, even when powerful devices are marketed without proper safeguards or clear information. This does not feel fair. By placing clearer responsibility on sellers and platforms, the bill improves accountability and sends a clear message that safety must be built in from the start. Related to this are the provisions dealing with unsafe devices, including those that are modified or uncertified. Many of us will recall reports of fires in residential blocks linked to such devices. These incidents are frightening because they do not affect just one household. They put neighbors, families, and entire block at risk. The introduction of an offence for keeping unsafe devices, even when they are not actively used, reflects an important reality. Risks often arise long before an incident occurs. At the same time, I welcome the reasonable excuse safeguards and the transitional arrangement. This ensures enforcement remains proportionate and humane. Clear public education will be essential so that people understand what is expected of them. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill also addresses road safety more broadly, particularly through amendments to the Road Traffic Act. I welcome the clarification that mandatory disqualification periods are minimum periods, restoring the original legislative intent following recent judicial interpretation. Too often, attention comes only after something bad happens, when lives are lost or permanently changed. Clearer statutory guidance strengthens deterrence, while still allowing judges the discretion to respond fairly to the seriousness of each case. The enhanced speed limiter regime for heavy vehicles is also timely. When safeguards are bypassed, the harm caused can be severe and irreversible. Tightening these controls reflects lessons learned through experience and reinforces our commitment to road safety. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to touch on a broader theme that runs through this bill: trust in systems, especially as Singapore relies more heavily on automation and digital enforcement. From speed cameras to electronic charging system, technology now plays a central role in transport management. The bill updates evidentiary and enforcement provision to reflect this reality. But even as system becomes more efficient, it is important that people continue to have access to clear explanation and meaningful recourse. Systems must not only work well, they must also be fair, transparent, and understandable. Singapore has always done well because people trust that our systems are designed with care, applied proportionally, and corrected when they fall short. This bill helps to maintain that trust by modernizing our laws while keeping people at the center. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about regulation for its own sake. It is about responding responsibly to technological, demographic, and social change. It seeks to protect seniors, support mobility, improve safety, and modernize enforcement without losing sight of fairness and common sense. With careful implementation and continued engagement, the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill 2026 will strengthen not just our transport system, but also the confidence Singaporeans place in it. I therefore support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the bill, which seeks to make amendments to various pieces of legislation to empower the Land Transport Authority to improve active mobility and vehicular safety, and to enable the transition to the ERP 2.0 system. However, I have some questions and suggestions. Sir, first, I support the bill's proposal to strengthen regulation of personal mobility aids, preventing the misuse of PMAs by seemingly able-bodied individuals, tackling speeding, and restricting the use of overly large devices are good proposals by the Active Mobility Advisory Panel, and I'm glad that the government has adopted these recommendations. We must not compromise the safety of other path users, especially seniors and young children, when allowing active mobility devices to share our paths. Beyond the measures proposed, I would like to urge the government to do more to tackle the occurrences of fires caused by these active mobility devices. In my Radin Mas constituency, I've seen our fair share of fires caused by personal mobility devices, or PMDs. I understand that some of these fires were due to the use of unapproved PMDs, or in some cases, modifications to battery packs to improve the device's range. In addition to endangering themselves, the owners of unapproved or illegally modified devices can cause harm to their neighbors in the event that these devices catch fire. Electrical fires can spread far more rapidly, and the damage to surrounding HDB flats also tend to be more excessive. Sir, the bill proposes to make it an offense to keep non-UL 2272 certified e-scooters. I would like to ask if the same certification standard applies to all other forms of active mobility devices. According to a 2024 research article published in the Journal of Burn Care and Research, burn injuries related to lithium-ion batteries from PMDs can often be more severe than other types of burns due to the thermal runaway caused by such electrical fires. The British Safety Council has also issued a warning that once a chemical reaction causes thermal runaway, the lithium-ion batteries found in these PMDs could spontaneously ignite, and such fires are hard to extinguish. Members may also remember the unfortunate 2021 incident where a man died after his modified PMD burst into flames while he was inside a lift. This means that we do not need to be charging the batteries for them to catch fire. We must therefore do all we can to prevent people from possessing devices that have been illegally modified due to the risk of devastating electrical fires that can result in the unfortunate loss of lives. Sir, I also support the provisions in the bill related to Singapore's transition to the ERP 2.0 system. I would like to ask if the Minister could provide greater clarity on when the existing ERP gantries would be removed. I note that the LTA had previously said that these gantries would be progressively removed once ERP 2.0 begins. And I'm wondering if the Minister could provide more information on the timeline. Workers who travel extensively on our roads for their livelihoods are rightfully concerned about the impact of distance-based congestion pricing that would be enabled by the ERP 2.0 system. I urge the Ministry to consider in its implementation the disproportionate impact that distance-based congestion pricing would have on these workers and their livelihoods. Sir, the bill also proposes that vehicle owners, instead of drivers, would be responsible for unpaid ERP charges. Those with outstanding payments would be unable to transact with LTA on some essential services, such as road tax renewal, until the missed ERP charges are settled. And I think this is a sound move. However, in the event where the vehicle owner fails to renew his road tax due to outstanding ERP payments, and the driver, who is an employee, is unaware of this and drives the vehicle, who would be liable for the resulting offense? Should we therefore align the current framework to also hold the vehicle owner liable instead of the driver? Mr. Speaker, the proposals under the bill are timely in enhancing the safety of our roads and in reducing these amenities to other users who share our roads. I support the proposal to increase penalties for several road traffic offences, such as the illegal alteration of motor vehicles and taking to task those who allow illegal modifications to take place within their premises. I also support the proposal to increase penalties for keeping or using unregistered or deregistered vehicles. Absent from the stipulated vehicle inspections, these unregistered or deregistered vehicles can pose a safety risk to other road users. I would therefore like to ask, how many cases did the police investigate regarding the use of unregistered or deregistered vehicles on our roads in the past 3 years? And how do we intend to do better enforcement to catch the users of such non-registered vehicles? Can the ERP 2.0 system be used to monitor and locate these vehicles? And if so, would the police be able to use this system so that they can take prompt enforcement actions? Mr. Speaker, thus far I've spoken about my support for the bill and how I think the measures would improve the safety of our shared paths and our roads. I therefore thank the two ministries, MOT and MHA, for working on this comprehensive bill to make our roads and shared paths safer for everyone. However, in my view, this omnibus bill was a missed opportunity to strengthen legislation to improve worker safety. Sir, if you will indulge me, I would like to once again raise the plight of workers transported at the back of lorries. We have seen numerous traffic accidents involving workers being transported at the back of lorries happen over the years. More recently, an accident on the 28th January 2026, that's just last week, involving a lorry along Orchard Road, resulted in 12 workers being sent to the hospital. Thankfully, there were no fatalities. Accidents like this remind us time and time again that more needs to be done to improve the safety of workers being transported at the back of lorries. NTUC and the Migrant Workers Centre have previously called for clearer restrictions on the commingling of workers with goods. Carrying passengers alongside goods and machineries is dangerous. When loads are not properly secured, workers face the risk of being struck or crushed during collisions or sudden braking. This is a foreseeable and preventable risk, and the commingling of goods and passengers should be prohibited by law. Ideally, we should use proper transportation, such as buses, to transport our workers to and from their work sites. In the meantime, we should at the very least mandate seat belts to protect passengers from being flung out of the vehicle in the event of an accident. Sir, I've been raising these key points about workers' safety, workers' transportation over the years, and I'll continue to do so at every opportunity. I therefore urge the government to adopt these proposals because the lives of every worker matters. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the bill makes important legislative amendments to strengthen the safety of our active mobility landscape, helps reduce the risk of non-compliant devices catching fires within our homes, and is timely in aiding our transition to the new ERP 2.0 system. I hope the government would consider my proposals to strengthen enforcement against unsafe, deregistered vehicles from plying on our roads and to improve the safety of workers currently being transported at the back of lorries. Sir, notwithstanding that, I support the bill.
Ms. Gozuki.
Mr. Speaker, the biggest part of this bill is about making our roads, public paths, and neighborhood safer. Public safety is of utmost importance, and I welcome and support the bill. Some of the measures introduced in this bill I feel are long overdue. There are, however, a few points I would like to raise. Firstly, speed limits. So the bill will cap personal mobility aids at 6 kilometers per hour on public paths. That is only about brisk walking speed. While I share the same reservations with my parliamentary colleagues that this may penalize some PMA users, specifically those who make use of their device to make a living as platform delivery workers, I can understand this from a perspective of public policy. While we have restrained that one group of people with real medical needs to this relaxed pace, I must note that on our shared paths, bicycles, PMDs, PABs are still allowed to go 25 kilometers per hour, and I wonder why. I had raised a parliamentary question on this issue previously and had an exchange with the Honourable Minister of State for Transport before. I remember I noted in that exchange that 25 kilometers per hour is essentially a fit person running at full throttle or sprinting all out. To give a more easily perceived perspective, that is about 100 meters sprint in 14.4 seconds. Mr. Speaker, both yourself and the Honourable Minister of State for Transport acknowledged then that speed was beyond the both of you. Indeed, I doubt that there's anyone in this House who could do so. And I know that there are some very fit members in this House. And this reinforces my point. 25 kilometers per hour is a very fast speed on our shared paths. The momentum of a person halting down at this speed on our shared paths, whether he be on two legs or a bicycle or even a PMD, has the potential to make any accidents a serious and even a very deadly one. Someone dashing and crashing into you at 25 kilometers per hour is no joking matter. This is an issue in my ward, and I have received many residents' feedback on speeding bicycles and SMVs in the Tanjong Rhu area. Our shared paths are used by many of our elderly residents, young children, and even pets. Mr. Speaker, I credit the progressive steps taken by LTA previously, including the banning of PMDs and PABs from footpaths and lowering bicycle speeds from 5 to 10 kilometers per hour. It did much to improve public safety. But in the same interest of public safety, I must also call on LTA to review the speed limit for these devices on our shared paths. Next, I turn to enforcement. I'm glad to know that the expanded powers that will be given to LTA officers under this new bill. Currently, the Active Mobility Act allows LTA enforcement officers to enter and inspect public business premises suspected of committing offenses such as illegally modifying devices and selling non-compliant devices, and to seize such devices. But yet, I cannot help but note that majority of the AMD-related fires occurred not in commercial and business premises, but private residential homes. With this bill, mere possession of non-UL 2272 PMDs will also be an offense. I would like to clarify with the Minister of Transport if the intent of this portion of the amendment was also informed by fire safety considerations in private homes, and if so, how does the Ministry plan to exercise enforcement in this context? Mr. Speaker, any piece of legislation without effective enforcement is meaningless and becomes a mere suggestion. Allow me to share a quote from Cesare Beccaria, one of the founding figures of modern criminology and criminal law. Crimes are more effectively prevented by certainty than severity of punishment. While I am in no way equating possession of an illegal modified PMD to, say, rape and robbery, this truism is universally applicable. Punishment and sanctions are only half of the deterrence, and the other half is the certainty of getting caught. I commend the LTA wardens that I and my activists work at the Tanjong Rhu Bridge. They are excellent at their job, but the problem we have with bicycles and PMDs persists despite their efforts. Simply put, they could not be everywhere all the time. Errant PMDs and PABs are still a sight in our neighborhoods, especially at night. For this bill to be meaningful and to make our shared spaces safer, the enforcement efforts must be sustained, persistent, and adequately resourced. But I do not think that enforcement alone is enough to comprehensively address this issue. While enforcement is critical, we must also examine why risky behavior persists. Why do so many still obtain illegal devices, modify them, and travel at unsafe speeds on our public paths? So far, most of our previous efforts at addressing this problem have been focused on enforcement and the throttling of supply of equipment. We have not quite succeeded. Otherwise, we would not be here debating this bill. But it is certainly not for lack of trying. I believe we did not succeed because we have never really addressed the root of what drives such unsafe behavior. It is time that we address the elephant in the room. Mr. Speaker, for many PMDs and PABs users, their devices are not simply a means of commute, but a tool to make a living. Indeed, I believe performing platform delivery is the primary reason why people acquire these devices. For these users, public and personal safety becomes not just an issue of personal responsibility, but also systemic pressures. In reality, platform riders operate under constant time pressures, driven by targets, bonuses, and performance-based incentives. Earnings are linked to the number of orders completed, delivery speed, and acceptance rates. It also rises non-linearly, with significant jumps once certain quotas are met. Platform riders are under pressure to hit these time-limited quotas to substantially boost their earnings. For many of them, the only path to a viable income is by hitting these targets. This pressure cooker environment in which riders are driven to move faster and faster. Under such models, speed and output are rewarded, while safety is left to individual discretion. a device illegally and unsafely modified to go faster translates directly into faster deliveries, shorter turnaround times, and more completed orders and higher earnings. In this context, risky behavior may not be explicitly encouraged, but it is effectively incentivized. All this represents a challenging dynamic. The government enacts and enforces rules to protect public safety, including the safety of the rider themselves, yet the riders run the risk and bear the effect of these rules. The government gets the blame for trying to keep everyone safe. Meanwhile, platform companies reap the rewards. Mr. Speaker, this must change. Public safety cannot be the government's concern alone. It is time to hold platform companies more accountable for the safety of their workers and the communities that they serve. Without the delivery platform stepping up and taking greater responsibility, the powerful motivation and incentive to unsafe behavior will always be present. The problem of errant AMDs on our public spaces will remain intractable. I am particularly pleased to note that sections 23E and 23J of the bill, which will hold platform companies responsible for their workers using a mobility vehicle without a valid certificate of medical need. It seems we have finally started to address the elephant in the room. But there is so much more that the platforms can do and should do. It is clear that the platforms already have the technological means to flag unsafe behavior. We know that platforms can and do track riders in real time and track distance traveled. Simple metrics such as distance over time and turnaround time between delivery and pick up can easily flag excessive speed or unsafe behavior. These simple measures could address much of the problem, and platforms clearly have the means to significantly improve safety for both their riders and the public. Mr. Speaker, delivery platforms must recognize that they also have a civic duty. They are stakeholders in the communities that they operate in. We must recognize that safety on the roads and public paths is a shared responsibility. While the government can make and enforce rules, platforms should ensure that their operational models do not systematically reward unsafe riding at the expense of public safety. Their systems should protect their workers from unreasonable pressure and protect the public from unnecessary risk. At the same time, this must not become an excuse for platforms to shift responsibility or costs onto their workers. Our delivery workers deserve to be compensated fairly and sustainably for their efforts. A system that pressurizes riders to take risks just to earn a decent income is neither fair nor acceptable. And I'm glad to hear from the Honourable Member Ms. Yeo Wan Ling that the National Delivery Champions Association is in discussion with such delivery platforms for a fairer deal. I look forward to hearing more about the outcome. Our delivery workers should not have to choose between earning a viable living and obeying the law. And everyone deserves safety on our roads and public paths. We all deserve to return home safely to our loved ones at the end of the day. Thank you.
Mr. Pu Zhexiang.
Mr. Speaker, in preparation for today's debate, I partnered the Institute of Policy Studies to convene a citizens' reflections session with my residents in Tanjong Pagar, Tiong Bahru. I hope that through the session, my residents will develop a deeper understanding of our parliamentary proceedings and a stronger sense of engagement with these debates. Hence, after the bill was tabled in Parliament for first reading in January, I met residents who responded to an open call for a full-day session on 17 January, where we had robust and enriching discussions on the active mobility segments of the bill. Following the session, the participants spent an additional week to co-develop a close to 60-page report synthesizing our discussion, and I will highlight the key points in the report in my speech today. Mr. Speaker, my residents took many positives from the proposed changes in the bill. At the same time, they also raised several practical considerations and suggestions that were all people-centered, focused on the needs of fellow citizens with mobility challenges. And I will cover 4 key areas today. First, the introduction of the medical certificate requirement for the driving or riding of mobility vehicles on public paths. We agree that this is reasonable to ensure that the use and the space associated with the use of mobility vehicles is safeguarded for those amongst us with genuine mobility challenges. And coupled with the other specifications on size and speed, this will curb the misuse of such mobility vehicles, which endangers the safety of all path users, especially pedestrians. However, we would like to seek clarification from the Ministry. Will the government consider providing subsidies for those in need to cover the cost of the clinical assessment? In addition, there were concerns that different medical practitioners may have differing practices in ascertaining the need. So how will the Ministry of Health ensure standardized clinical practice? Will there be training for practitioners? Because on the one hand, we want to ensure that those with genuine mobility challenges are able to get the certification with minimum hassle. But on the other hand, we also hope that in making the assessments, our practitioners do not inadvertently encourage the over-reliance on the mobility vehicles for those who are still able to move about relatively independently. Second, the introduction of the need to register mobility vehicles. Now, we agree that this facilitates greater accountability and can help with enforcement, as currently the lack of identification marks constrains enforcement even when offences may be detected by the active mobility enforcement cameras. However, we would like to highlight that this may not fully address the challenge of enforcing against those who do not register and therefore continue to run around without identification marks on their mobility vehicles. So therefore, despite the changes in the legislation, adequate presence on the ground continues to remain critical to enforcing against this group. At the same time, while we acknowledge the potential benefits of registration, several residents asked if the need to register would be too onerous for those with genuine medical need, given that they would already have had to obtain the medical certificate, and many of whom may be facing financial challenges. Will the government be able to streamline the process to minimize the hassle for these persons? And will the government also consider the provision of subsidies or grants to cover the registration and associated fees for those amongst them that face financial challenges? We would also like to highlight one particular provision in the Act and seek clarification. Specifically, why is an additional identification mark required at the registered responsible person's expense when there will already be a registration mark issued by LTA? What information will be placed on the marks? Several of my residents were particularly concerned about this. Will there be any personal data and privacy concerns, as the marks may allow the public to identify people with mobility challenges based on the marks on the mobility vehicle alone, even if nobody is using the vehicle? Finally, we would also like to understand how the registration framework will cover vehicles which are shared amongst families, rented commercially, and transferred or sold. Will these modes still be allowed, as these could be more cost-effective options for those in need? Third, the introduction of greater platform operator responsibilities. As a good number of mobility vehicle users we encounter on the paths are delivery workers, we support these changes. The secondary level of oversight placed on platform operators will complement the medical certificate requirement. However, we hope that these additional responsibilities do not lead to platform operators deciding to deprioritize or stop onboarding mobility vehicle users onto their platforms. In fact, with the lower allowable speeds of such vehicles, it is even more important that our platform operators continue to support those with mobility challenges as they seek to earn a livelihood. In this regard, I was very glad to hear Ms. Yeo Wan Ling's update that the platform workers have been working very closely with NDCA and the union to ensure this is done. In addition, though, will the government consider a seamless digital link between LTA's register and the platform operator systems to facilitate automatic verification so that there is less doubt in between the processes? Fourth, the new rules on the selling and advertising of mobility vehicles. Now, we support commercial regulation as this helps to ensure upstream accountability. We note, however, that the current bill does not seem to extend to regulating against the advertising of illegal repairs and modifications to mobility vehicles. I repeat that it is the advertising of these illegal repairs. Is this an area that the ministry intends to cover? And finally, given that the intent is for the mobility vehicles to only be used by those with mobility challenges, did the ministry consider centralizing the supply through healthcare institutions only, for example? Finally, I just want to make a quick point on the 6 km/h speed limit. I support the reduction to 6 km/h. Similar to members like Mr. Ng Shi Xuan, I believe it is reasonable and sensible. And in fact, it is not only Singapore that believes so. A quick check online will show that while there isn't a single global standard on what the speed should be, many jurisdictions, including the UK, including France, certain jurisdictions in Australia, in fact, Slovakia as well, has recently ruled a new 6 km/h for the use of mobility aids on pathways. And I think many of these jurisdictions have all considered that this is based on the fact that it is a brisk walking speed. So that is, I believe, a scientific consideration in the ascertainment of what the speed is. But the positive effects of all the changes we have in this bill will only be felt by our residents on the ground if there is effective enforcement. And I think that is something that all members so far have raised as of critical input to the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would just like to acknowledge the valuable input and perspectives of my residents on the bill once again. And I look forward to engaging them on more bills, especially those under the ministries I'm a GPC member of, MND, MSE, as well as those impacting our built environment in general, such as this bill, because it affects all of us. Notwithstanding the points I have raised, I support the bill. Thank you.
Acting Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Acting Minister, resumption of debate, what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to give notice that the Honourable Member James Lim is also keen to speak on the motion standing in my name under Standing Order 28B, and therefore propose to share the 20 minutes of speaking time to him. May I proceed as proposed?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to first declare that I'm an equity analyst working in a financial institution in Singapore. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on an issue that is very close to my heart: the future of Singapore's equities market, and by extension, Singapore's role as a global financial centre. Through this adjournment motion, I hope we can make Singapore equities great again. For more than a decade, I worked as a sell-side equity analyst and observed the continual decline in the vibrancy of our capital markets. We witnessed the S-chip crisis, market shrinkage as delistings far outstripped new IPOs, and the painful erosion of investor confidence. Our market liquidity had fallen behind not just global bourses, but even regional neighbours. Every day, this trend affected real lives and livelihoods across our capital markets ecosystem. In 2024, I put forward a parliamentary question on this issue, and the government's reply, though well-intentioned, felt insufficient. It lacked the boldness needed to reverse decades of decline, with PM Wong sharing that conditions remain challenging for the Singapore equities market, as they are for stock exchanges in other countries. But thankfully, that has changed. I welcome the government's markedly stronger resolve and put on record my appreciation to the Equities Market Review Group for its work. In particular, I appreciate that the 5 billion EQDP funding demonstrates genuine commitment, and I hope that this will not be a one-off measure, but represents the start of a continued commitment to the Singapore market. That said, as I shared in my COS speech in February 2025, our measures must be bold enough to bring our equity markets into the future. However, I believe that the current recommendations by the review group may be necessary but not sufficient to truly drive permanent change. The two work streams appear to be focused on reducing market friction rather than instituting structural interventions that improve company fundamentals in the long term. Without three critical additional pillars, we risk repeating a familiar pattern, with Thailand's Vayu-Pak program providing a cautionary tale. Let me first establish the scale of Singapore's challenge, which my learned colleague Kenneth Yong had earlier shared in his speech on the Finance Bill. Putting aside the comparisons with other Western developed markets, as of end January 2026, 61% of SGX companies generated return on equity below 8%, compared to 44% in Japan and 24% in Korea. Too many of our companies are delivering uncompetitive returns. On liquidity, the difference is even more stark. Only 14 SGX-listed companies have daily trading volume above $20 million. Japan has 305, Korea has 172, Hong Kong has 160. But perhaps most telling is this. Based on research from early 2025, 69% of Singapore-listed companies have shrunk in market cap over the past decade. In Japan, the figure is only 14%. Only 11% of our companies have doubled their market cap in 10 years, compared to 50% in Japan. It appears the odds are not quite in your favor when looking at investment outcomes in Singapore. Now, the review group's report states that companies that invest in building strategic shareholder value and communicate their plans effectively will attract strong investor interest. That is precisely correct. But here's the critical gap. The report contains no mandatory disclosure requirements compelling companies to demonstrate improved shareholder returns. An EQDP fund manager told The Edge Singapore in December 2025, at the end of the day, what we are looking for is earnings growth, ROIC going up, ROE going up. That's really what our main focus is. Yet our framework offers no mechanism to compel disclosed commitments towards these fundamentals. As I've shared in my COS speech in February 25, Japan and Korea have already shown the way. They did not rely on voluntarism. They implemented market-wide directives, creating existential pressures on companies to perform. In the case of Japan, in March 2023, the TSE issued formal requests to companies to act on what they call management conscious of cost of capital and stock price. This was not a good to have, but a structured disclosure framework with specific requirements. The TSE published a monthly list of companies by their disclosure status, creating constructive market pressure. And within a year, more than half of prime companies have disclosed initiatives, and that is now above 90%. And here's the crucial part. Companies that put genuine effort into high-quality disclosures outperform their peers by meaningful margins over the subsequent 12 months. Korea's Value-Up program, launched in February 24, requires companies to assess capital efficiency, set quantified ROE and ROIC targets, and disclose dividend and treasury share plans. Korea has also amended its Commercial Act to expand directors' fiduciary duties to all shareholders, and directors themselves have to be accountable now. Turning to Singapore, while the Value Unlock program aims to promote value creation and shareholder engagement, the key measure to achieve this is a $30 million grant. Perhaps small and newly listed companies may be able to benefit, but for the vast majority of companies, they can very much maintain the status quo after the review group's recommendations are implemented. Companies face no additional disclosure or regulatory requirements to demonstrate how exactly they are going to drive higher shareholder returns or unlock value. While we are asking the EQDP fund managers to deploy more than $5 billion in capital and expect returns, our listed companies feel no compulsion to demonstrate commitment to improving fundamentals. What then must Singapore do? We must institute mandatory value-up disclosure requirements immediately. At the most basic level, all listed companies should conduct formal board-level assessments of capital costs, profitability, and market valuation. Companies must then disclose quantified ROE and ROIC targets across medium to long-term time horizons and spell out specific plans with annual progress reporting. If the MES believes this to be important, then I hope a clear timeline on when this may be implemented can be announced. But disclosure alone is not sufficient. We must also strengthen enforcement. The review group states efforts to enhance investor recourse avenues must be complemented by robust public enforcement actions. MES will continue to work with relevant authorities to pursue and take firm actions against wrongdoers. I agree. I understand the government's perspective that value creation is a responsibility of boards and management, not regulators. Regulators should not micromanage, but regulators have to maintain standards that protect investor confidence, ensure fair and timely disclosure, and enforce meaningfully against wrongdoers. To quote remarks by Mr. Lim Chuang Lee, Assistant Managing Director at the MES at the SGTI Forum in 2025, too many companies here limit themselves to the bare minimum disclosure requirements, and in doing so, miss the opportunity to articulate strategic visions and plans. My concern is that even where minimum requirements exist, companies ignore them. SGX rules require disclosure of director and CEO remuneration since January 23, yet only 68% of companies disclose exact remuneration by December 2024. Without consequences for non-compliance, why would companies comply? And it's hard to blame companies for refusing to comply on this. After all, the stewards of our national reserves, the MARCSIC and GIC, do not have mandatory remuneration disclosures at all. I welcome the MES announcement in May 2025 that a committee is reviewing the Code of Corporate Governance. I hope that the refreshed code can hold companies accountable for disclosure lapses to instill investor confidence in our governance regime. On a related note, the review group advocates for a decisive shift towards a disclosure-based regime, streamlining prospectus requirements, and consolidating listing reviews under RegCo to improve time to market. While reducing regulatory friction is pro-enterprise, it raises concerns about investor protection. I'm reminded of my own experience being a sell-side analyst covering Noble Group back when Iceberg Research wrote an expose on alleged accounting fraud at a commodities trader. In 2022, after years of investigation into Noble's disclosures, MES imposed a 12.6 million civil penalty. Although the case was undoubtedly complicated, one can't help but feel that the penalties handed out were noticeably disproportionate to the billions investors lost alongside the company's downfall. Section 199 of the SFA requires not merely that a material statement or information was false or misleading, but that the wrongdoer either does not care whether it was true or false, or knows or ought reasonably to have known that a statement or information is false or misleading in a material way. Firstly, this is a high bar, and secondly, perhaps as the Noble Group case has shown, and as I have shared in my parliamentary question in 2022, there perhaps ought to be more robust disclosure obligations and enforcement actions relating to false and misleading statements and breaches of disclosure requirements. Allow me now to pass the time to my colleague James Lim, who will take us through his thoughts on the third pillar premised on macro-financial reform.
Associate Professor James Lim.
So let me begin by echoing the sentiments set forth by my honourable friend Louis Chua on how the work of the MES and Equities Market Review Group are a positive step forward. As he shared, these efforts appear to be targeted toward improving market efficiency and functioning, but somehow still fall short of the sort of structural reforms necessary to foster sustained corporate value creation. Mr. Chua suggested two change pillars: enhance shareholder value via mandatory disclosures and strengthen corporate governance with more robust enforcement, both of which stress reforms to market microstructure. In closing, I will take a step back and offer a third pillar premised on macro financial reform: enrich the capital raising life cycle. Let me first expand on what Louis shared about the current challenges of our stock market, but from a more macro and comparative perspective. Our market for publicly listed stocks currently lags those of many other countries, even those with far less developed financial sectors. Singapore's stock market capitalization as a share of national output stood at 117% last year between India and Malaysia. This is despite India's overall financial development being more than 2 times lower than Singapore's, and Kuala Lumpur being miles away from us as a global financial center. Perhaps more worryingly, this share has steadily eroded over the past 2 decades. Capitalization almost reached 300% on the eve of the global financial crisis, but this has steadily eroded by more than 3/5. This trend is heading in precisely the wrong direction if the goal is to fortify our stock market. Nor should we rest easy just because the Singapore Exchange, or SGX, recent performance. The SGX certainly did well last year, posting returns of close to 30%. But so did the stock exchanges of Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam, and few would claim that these markets are the benchmarks we should aspire to. Make no mistake, returns are distinct from liquidity, and the primary role of any stock market is to raise capital to fund investment, with returns being secondary. Our private equity markets fare little better. One estimate places our venture capital or VC market at around 1.2 billion in 2024, a small fraction of the more than 4 billion raised by comparable early-stage rounds from either the Bay Area or the United Kingdom. Even when scaled to per capita terms, we fall short of a country like Israel. Hence, while we are undeniably successful within East Asia, we remain a distance behind the global leaders. Indeed, our problem appears more general. Singapore's financial market depth is 4/5 those of South Korea, an economy whose financial markets are typically regarded as less sophisticated than ours, and only a little more than half that of Hong Kong, our major financial center competitor. While we have made headway in certain segments, notably foreign exchange and real estate, our financial markets still fall short in one of the key functions, to raise funds for doing business. Improving the life cycle for capital raising therefore requires us to look at the full stack for corporate finance, from angel through different stages of venture investments by private equity to initial public offerings or IPOs on the secondary board, followed by possible graduation to the main board. Our angel market is mature, but shallow. There are close to 24 angel and seed investment networks here, of which the most prominent, the Singapore Angel Network and the Business Angel Network of Southeast Asia, are well established. The funding environment is liquid, with hundreds of deals annually. Moreover, 4 in 5 investors even report optimism about the ecosystem. The government has also extended significant support to the startup scene. There is both grant money as well as tax breaks for angel investments and co-investment opportunities. Officially sanctioned hubs abound, such as Block 71 and Stage 1, along with the other incubators and accelerators located in the One North complex. The National Research Foundation has also been active in supporting innovations in deep technology, including the launch of the 50 million Graduate Innovation Research Program to support locally based entrepreneurs. Given this backdrop, the stage for this stage of the venture cycle appears well positioned. I therefore second the recent decision by Temasek to back away from directing exposures to early stage investing and instead focus on later stage, meaning Series B and later funding rounds. This is logical given Temasek's relative size, which makes deploying relatively small sums of capital challenging and potentially inefficient. But it's also vital that the institution deepen domestic liquidity for later VC stages, which leads me to favor an even stronger focus on the pre-IPO stage with a clearer mandate to target locally based companies. This will help catalyze the market for private investor exit while simultaneously easing the transition of firms to public investment on the secondary board. There are already some government-directed efforts on this front. The 1.5 billion Anchor Fund at 65 and 500 million Growth IPO Fund have been in place since 2022 to support high-growth firms with public listings. However, such efforts are relatively small and, perhaps more importantly, incomplete. Rather than one-offs, what is needed is to generate market activity is continuous reinvestment. It would be better to simply enfold these entirely into Temasek's overall portfolio while channeling the fund toward funding more domestic opportunities. The goal is to usher companies toward an eventual listing and to choose SGX as their outlet. In my view, the fate of our main board will ultimately be tied and dependent on how vibrant our secondary board is. Alas, activity on Catalyst has been disappointing. Last year, there were only 6 IPOs, and it was 4 the year prior. ASEAN bourses have all found greater success in their public offerings, with Indonesia and Malaysia dominating the region in terms of listing as well as fundraising capacity. We must shore up local listings on Catalyst to increase its attractiveness as an exit destination for our otherwise robust earlier stage venture ecosystem. The problem is one of chicken and egg. Presently, low liquidity has made VCs wary of listing on this board, while the small number of new listings in turn limits trading and turnover, thereby becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. Breaking this negative equilibrium that this SGX has found itself in will require, pardon the pun, a catalyst in the form of temporary stimulus to IPO activity. This government understands this. It has, since 2019, sought to underwrite listing expenses with the Grant for Equity Markets Singapore scheme, but GEMS is presently biased in favor of main board listings rather than catalysts, and it is unclear how much take-up there has been for the scheme. The Monetary Authority has also tabled proposals for streamlining primary and secondary listings. This is a positive step, which I support. We may also consider piling on financial incentives, such as granting firms that may choose to list continued recognition as SMEs for tax purposes over an interim period as an additional inducement. I should stress that easing listing requirements does not imply weaker regulation in the long run, contrary to the points made by my honourable friend about transparent disclosures and strengthened governance. Rather, I'm arguing for initial forbearance to strengthen incentives to list here in the first place. Enhancing stock market liquidity should not be limited, of course, to public sector incentives alone. We should also enlist our ecosystem of family offices more into this effort. The favourable tax treatment for family offices under Sections 13(0) and 13(u) of the Income Tax Act only applies when a minimum allocation is made to qualifying investments. This may be further refined to require a minimum allocation to onshore allocations specifically. We can also do more with other private sector institutional accounts. There are excellent examples of stakeholder capitalism around the world, including Germany, Japan, and Scandinavia. Setting aside the advantages and disadvantages of such arrangements, it is difficult to deny that channeling more buy-side exposure toward the SGX would likely improve market depth and foster greater vibrancy. To encourage take-up, we could grant tax-free status for employee stock ownerships. We could even consider giving further inducements to retail investors to leverage the participation of average households. 1 in 2 Singaporeans already own stocks, and half of the local exchange is already held by individuals. The CPF investment scheme already allows an opt-in for Singapore-listed shares on the SGX. It will be a small leap to further promote responsible retail ownership of the local market index, ideally through revisions in the Lifetime Retirement Investment Scheme, or LRIS, or through additional educational incentives either associated with the LRIS or independently. Sweden has demonstrated that such bottom-up participation can underpin stock market success. On the supply side, we can also develop a deeper pool of front office talent necessary to ensure a robust financial ecosystem.
Associate Professor Jim Muslim, a minute left.
Sir, ultimately, a successful SGX will require we pay attention to the full capital raising cycle, from startup through listing on both the buy and sell side. Only then will we have a domestic stock market commensurate with our status as a global financial center. And only then can we make Singapore equities great again.
Minister Chee Hong Tat.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank Mr. Louis Chua and Associate Professor James Lim for their interests and suggestions in strengthening Singapore's equities market. We welcome such feedback as part of the ongoing efforts to make our equities market more competitive. I'm pleased to report that we are making good progress with our review and have achieved some initial success. The average daily traded value of securities on SGX grew more than 20% year-on-year to almost $1.8 billion in November 2025. The average daily traded value of securities in 2025 was the highest since 2010. Recently, the number of Singapore-listed stocks with at least 1 million in average daily trading turnover has risen to 100. This is an increase of 40% compared to August 2024, when we formed the review group. IPO activity rebounded significantly last year, with more than 2.4 billion in total funds raised, which is the highest level since 2019. The total market value of listed companies on SGX also crossed the 1 trillion mark. So the growth has benefited many listed companies, many investors, and these companies include both the large caps and also the small and mid caps. Despite global uncertainties, the Straits Times Index delivered strong returns last year with over 28% total returns. And over 5 years, STI's total returns exceeded 100% in Singapore dollars terms, outperforming many regional markets. As global investors rebalance and diversify across Asia, Singapore's reputation as a safe, trusted financial center with a strong and stable Singapore dollar has drawn growing interest. I hope this positive momentum continues. But we know markets have ups and downs. Our focus, therefore, must be to continue strengthening the competitiveness and attractiveness of our ecosystem. We have worked closely with the industry to co-create solutions and implement a holistic package that strengthens both demand and supply, as well as enhancing greater connectivity that supports efficient trading. Over the past 18 months, the Equities Market Review Group engaged widely with brokers, banks, asset managers, listed companies, prospective issuers, research providers, and industry bodies. And this process helped us to move beyond making individual tweaks towards a comprehensive set of mutually reinforcing moves to get the momentum of the flywheel going. So there are 3 guiding principles that will continue to anchor our work. First, implementation is key. We'll focus on effective and timely implementation to translate policy ideas into market outcomes. And to support this important area of work, we have established an Equity Market Implementation Committee co-chaired by MAS and SGX. Some of the measures have already been rolled out. For instance, we have allocated 3.95 billion across 9 asset managers under our Equity Market Development Program, or EQDP, to develop our fund management industry and to increase investor participation in our market. Other initiatives are on track and will be implemented over the course of the year as we modernize market infrastructure and launch new market connectivity initiatives. Second, innovation in policy requires taking calculated risks. We adopted an approach of allowing for more risk-taking in the Equities Market Review. And with support from Singaporeans and members of this House, the government will do likewise for other areas too. As we push boundaries and take bold steps to try new ideas, we'll put in place guardrails where necessary to protect against downside risks. We will devote more resources into public and investor education, working with partners like the SGX Academy and the Securities Investors Association Singapore, so that stakeholders understand that while taking more risks could yield higher investment returns, they are also prepared to face greater market volatility. This trade-off is relevant when we decide on our personal and family investments. It is also applicable when we decide on the level of risks we want to collectively take as a country. When we shift towards a more disclosure-based regime with regulation that is more focused and facilitative, we'll continue to seek high-quality listings and provide adequate and timely information for investors to make their decisions. Key stakeholders in the ecosystem must also exercise their respective areas of expertise and responsibility. IPO professionals and research analysts have to uphold high standards of due diligence and analysis to support investors in making informed decisions. MAS will take steps to strengthen investor confidence, such as encouraging transparency and shareholder engagements through initiatives under the Value Unlock program, while enhancing investor protection mechanisms, especially for retail investors, such as strengthening their options for recourse against misconduct. I take Mr. Louis Chua's point that some requirements may have to be mandatory, and we are certainly open to looking at these examples. But I hope Mr. Chua will agree with me that not everything that can add value to the company needs to be mandated, because the companies themselves would have strong commercial interests to want to make sure they can increase their market value. To maintain trust and confidence in our markets, MAS and the relevant authorities in Singapore will continue to work closely on robust investigation, market surveillance, and timely enforcement against breaches of disclosure requirements and market misconduct. We have also made decisive moves to enhance international connectivity. The SGX Nasdaq Global Listing Board, when implemented later this year, will enable eligible companies to simultaneously list on both exchanges with one set of prospectus. This can help support their growth plans, widen their investor base, and enhance liquidity across time zones. Third, improving competitiveness is a never-ending journey. It's like a never-ending marathon that you just have to keep running. We'll continue to listen, adapt, and raise our game in partnership with the industry. And I certainly also welcome feedback and suggestions from Mr. Chua, from Associate Professor Lim, and their colleagues from the Workers' Party. Although our efforts have yielded some initial success, we cannot stand still and rest on our laurels, because the competition for global capital is intense and fast evolving. We must continue to play to our strengths, and we must continue to innovate to stay ahead. Or we will risk falling behind and being overtaken. It's like the Chinese saying, 逆水行舟，不进则退. So our strategy is to make Singapore's market more attractive on its own merits, so that capital flows here because the opportunities are attractive and our ecosystem as a whole is strong. This philosophy underpins our different measures. We're not trying to go for a silver bullet that can, on its own, solve all the problems. There's no magic pill. We are also not trying to force outcomes through quotas or administrative allocation. We are building capabilities in fund management, in listed companies' ability to enhance shareholder value, to engage investors. We're investing in market infrastructure so that investors and issuers choose Singapore because they are convinced that this makes commercial sense and this has longer-term strategic value for them. Our goal is to build an equities market where companies sharpen their attention on shareholder value creation, communicate their strategies clearly, optimize capital allocation, and thus deliver good shareholder returns. Associate Professor Lim is right that we also need to look at how the market can facilitate companies to grow. But I hope Associate Professor Lim will agree with me that if you don't have good shareholder returns, you won't be able to achieve that outcome. So the two are not mutually exclusive, they go hand in hand. We also want an equities market where research coverage is broader and more insightful, where market makers operate with clarity and confidence, and where trading and post-trade are efficient and user-friendly.
Minister, you have a minute left.
The market will earn capital and participation in a sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, developing a vibrant equities market is not a one-off campaign. It is a multi-year effort that requires discipline, willingness to innovate sensibly, and committed partnership among government, regulators, exchanges, intermediaries, investors, and listed companies. We have laid the foundations and set in motion a comprehensive program. If we keep at this work together in close partnership between government and industry, and with the right incentives and a clear focus on quality and sustainability, I'm confident that Singapore's equities market will grow in depth, resilience, and attractiveness in the years ahead.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree, say aye. Aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 1:30 p.m. Order, order.